Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I'm going to just put this into We'll just kind of, I guess.
You in line for
Did you know you were going to Bob a little?
I did not.
Okay, so reader. Yeah, we're just going to keep it pretty short. I'm just going to have 4 people reading. Hello. With those reading, tighten up here. Probably we'll just tighten up here. Well, no, we're going to read first, and then we'll do. So colleagues, we'll be just going in and out here, and then the phone, and we'll just tighten up behind the podium, okay? All right. Okay. Thank you, Pro Tem. Colleagues, I do want to bring your attention to a special presentation this evening honoring my constituent and just a lovely gentleman, I think, who we will all reflect on very fondly, both just historically and personally, our first vice mayor. So this is a resolution honoring the life of George Harrison Cate Jr., the first vice mayor of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Whereas George Harrison Cate Jr. passed away on December 18th, 2020, at the age of 92. And whereas Cate Jr. was a lifelong resident of Nashville, graduating from East Nashville High School as valedictorian in 1945, and then attending Vanderbilt University. And whereas at Vanderbilt, Cate Jr. was elected president of the Student Union, the Student Christian Association, and the Honor Council. He graduated cum laude in 1949 and went on to Vanderbilt Law School, where he graduated summa cum laude in 1951. And whereas Cate Jr. married his wife, Carolyn Ward Bass, in 1949, and the couple raised 4 children together, Lynn, Kathy, Emily, and George III, and Alicia.
Whereas in 1951, Cate Jr. began his legal career as a partner with his father, George H. Cate Sr., at Cate & Cate Attorneys until his father's death in 1978. And whereas Cate Jr.'s legal career spanned 63 years, ending with his retirement in 2014, during his career, Cate Jr. received the John C. Toon Public Service Award, an honor given to the Nashville Bar Association member who has shown the highest degree of dedication to the betterment of the community in which he or she lives. And whereas Cate Jr. also served in the military beginning in 1952 with 2 years of active duty as first lieutenant in the U.S. Army Judge Advocate General Corps in Washington, D.C., he continued his military service as a member of the Army Reserve and was promoted to Brigadier General in 1979, serving until 1984 as commander of a military police brigade. And whereas Cate Jr. received the Legion of Merit for his outstanding military service and achievements, and whereas Cate Jr. was instrumental in the creation of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the 1960s.
Whereas after the Metro Charter was defeated in a referendum in 1958, Cate Jr. chaired the Citizens for Better Government group and led the campaign for the adoption of the Metro Charter, speaking on the merits of the proposed consolidation of city and county governments. And whereas Kate Jr.'s efforts were successful, and on June 28, 1962, the Metro Charter passed by referendum, and Nashville and Davidson County became the first consolidated metro government in the nation. And whereas in November 1962, Kate Jr. was elected as the first vice mayor of Metro Nashville and served from April 1, 1963 until January 1966. And whereas after his service as vice mayor, Kate Jr. continued to dedicate his time and effort to Nashville and Davidson County through his membership on the Metro Nashville Board of Education, where he served as chair in 1981 and 1982, the Metro Historical Commission from 2008 to 2014, and as a member of the Planning Committee for the 50th anniversary of the Metro celebration in 2013. And
whereas, in addition to his service on Metro's Nashville's boards and commissions, Kate served in leadership roles for various organizations, including the YMCA, the Salvation Army, Civitan Club, Sigma Chi Foundation, Old Oak Club, Youth Villages Board, and Council of Community Services. And Kate was committed to preserving the history of the Metro government, frequently speaking about Metro's formation and history to various organizations, including Leadership Nashville, and to delegations from other cities across the nation contemplating a similar form of government. And whereas I'm going to add my own here, because as a former president of the National Bar Association and the National Bar Foundation, Mr. Kate is somebody who I heard speak multiple times about Metro, and I consider him one of those lawyers that other lawyers look at and say, that's how to serve your community. And I really looked up to him and enjoyed hearing him talk about Metro. And whereas he spent his entire adult life as a member of West End United Methodist Church and was an avid outdoorsman and naturalist who loved the lakes, streams, and woodlands of Middle Tennessee, he actively shared his enthusiasm for wildlife and their habitat with family and friends. And whereas George Harrison Kate Jr. will be remembered for his lifelong love of music, his professionalism and eloquence, his kind-hearted and optimistic nature, and his dedicated service to Nashville and Davidson County.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record honoring the life of George Harrison Kate Jr., the first vice mayor of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. This resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is George Cate III, and I'm honored to speak with you and make some brief remarks this evening. On behalf of my sisters Lynn, Kathy, Emily, and my father's children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, many of whom are here tonight, we thank the Metro Council for honoring George Cate Jr., our father, in this way. I want to reminisce for a minute, if I could, and take you back to 1962. There are two photographs appearing in the Tennessean in 1962 that are especially meaningful for the Cate family, in part because of their historical significance, and in part because they captured our parents, George Cate Jr. and Carolyn Cate, in moments of total joy. Not that seeing our parents in a cheerful mood was unusual. For example, for those of you who encountered my father, you knew you rarely encountered him without a warm greeting and a smile on his face. But these two photographs from 1962 were something more. They forever froze in time images of our parents in two moments of unbridled elation. We cannot look at those photos as their children without smiling ourselves. One photograph appeared in the Tennessean on June 29, 1962, the morning after voters in the city and county voted in favor of the creation of the Metropolitan Government. The photo appeared under a huge headline in the Tennessean that read, "Metro scores easy win." and it shows members of the Citizens Committee for Better Government, chaired by our father, celebrating the victory for the Metro Charter. There are hands in the air and many fists in the air and a very excited crowd. The second photo ran in the Tennessean on November 7th, 1962, the morning after Beverly Briley and George Cate Jr. won the first Metro government race for the positions of mayor and vice mayor. Now, that photo is actually the family favorite. That's the photo that between the two most clearly shows our parents standing closely together with beaming smiles and accompanied by the equally jubilant Mayor and Mrs. Briley, as well as the campaign managers, many of you who you knew, Charles Costner and Charlie Warfield, among other campaign supporters. When our family looks at these photos, we can almost reach back across the 60 years that have passed since then and feel the wonderful emotions of the time at the birth of Metro government. Our father went on from there to faithfully serve Metro Nashville in various ways throughout his life, including 5 decades after those photos were taken, serving on the committee to plan and direct the 50th anniversary of Metro. There are a few things with my father that gave him greater satisfaction. Okay, maybe the outdoors was a close second, but there are a few things that gave him greater satisfaction than serving Metro Nashville. He would be honored to be recognized in this way this evening. In the 60 years since George Cate Jr. took office, there has been a long line of other vice mayors, up to and including Vice Mayor Schulman and Vice Mayor-elect Henderson, along with a host of other councilmen and councilwomen who have served this city with distinction. To all of them and to all of you who are meeting here tonight, thank you for honoring our father, and thank you for serving the citizens of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations. Keep it moving.
Thank you all for coming. Right here, and then we'll get colleagues if you'll stand kind of over here, and then we'll shuffle in and out. And then we are looking for Councilwoman Murphy. Is she done here? Madam Pro Tem, is Council Lady Murphy still in Rules Committee? She is. Okay, thank you. I know she very much wanted to be here to be a part of this and joining me in this. And so I will go ahead and get started. Colleagues, this is a resolution honoring the life and service of my constituent, Kay Louise Snyder Simmons. Whereas Kay Louise Snyder Simmons passed away on November 12th, 2021 at the age of 72 after a long-time battle with progressive supernuclear policy. And whereas Simmons was born in Louisville, Kentucky and attended Assumption High School and Seneca High School, where she graduated in 1967. And whereas Simmons earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Public Relations from the University of Kentucky in 1971, and whereas Simmons met the love of her life, her husband of 50 years, Keith Simmons, during her time at the University of Kentucky, and whereas Simmons had a long and successful career working as a development officer at Vanderbilt Law School, Vanderbilt University, Vanderbilt Medical Center, Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, and the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee, Montgomery Bell Academy, University School of Nashville, and Metro Nashville Public Schools. And whereas she was also the founding executive director of the Canby Robinson Society at Vanderbilt University Medical Center and sat on the Dean's Council at Vanderbilt Law School. And
whereas, although she was not an educator by profession, she was elected by the University School Board to serve as an interim head of school for the 1990 to 1991 academic year. And whereas it was at the University School where Simmons found her passion for education and helping young people, which led her to become more involved in public education. And whereas in 2003, Simmons became the founding executive director of the Nashville Alliance for Public Education, now known as the Nashville Public Education Foundation, NPEF. And whereas at NPEF in 2022 Public School Hall of Fame event, they posthumously, got Angie over here, that helps, honored Simmons with the Nelson C. Andrews Distinguished Service Award in recognition of her incredible career and service to the people and schools of Nashville. And
whereas in 2007 and 2008, Simmons served as special assistant to the director of Metro Nashville Public Schools, and whereas from 2008 to 2012, Simmons represented District 9 on Metro Nashville's Board of Education, and whereas Simmons was an active volunteer and served on many government and nonprofit boards and commissions, including the Land Trust of Tennessee, Greenways for Nashville, Metro's Greenways and Open Space Commission, the International Storytelling Center, the Maddox Charitable Foundation, the Adventure Science Center, Metro Parks and Recreation, Metro Historical Commission, and accreditation committees of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. And whereas Simmons was a dedicated neighborhood leader and chaired the Cultural and Natural Resources Committee of the City of Forest Hills, identifying ways to improve the appearance of roadways and public spaces and monitoring the maintenance and preservation of the city's parks and green spaces, stone walls, and cemeteries. And whereas Simmons was a resident of Richland West End neighborhood for 3 decades, and her initiatives helped build a close-knit community among neighbors and a safe place for children to play by hosting block parties, turning the neighborhood into Halloween Central with pumpkin displays and single-handedly stopping speeding drivers. And
whereas she was a longtime active parishioner of Christ Church Cathedral, the cathedral parish of the Episcopal Diocese of Tennessee, where she served on the vestry and various committees, and whereas Simmons was known to be an accomplished reader, cook, a consummate professional, and an exemplary mother, wife, grandmother, sister, and daughter who will be dearly missed by many friends and family. And whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council honors the life of Kay Louise Snyder Simmons and recognizes her many years of service to Nashville's community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record as honoring the life and service of Kay Louise Snyder Simmons. This resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it. Mr. Simmons, you're very welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Keith Simmons. I was married to Kay for 50 years. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Henderson for spearheading this, coming up with the idea, and seeing it through. So, Angie, thank you so much. And I want to thank all of you as members of council for taking your time to adopt this resolution and to listen to it be read tonight, and to devote so much time and thoughtful energy to the service of our community. What you do here is so important, and I hope you understand how much you're appreciated by all of us who are not sitting here with you every night, but thank you so much for what you do. Kay was a ball of energy. I attest to that because I tried to keep up with her for 50 years. And whatever she invested in, and you've heard the list here, it was all in, 100%, tons of energy, tons of commitment. She never wavered a minute if she committed to something. And that's why she was so successful. She was sort of one of a kind. And she felt deeply that she should invest in this community and make it better. And that's pretty much what she did her whole adult life. And so we're all very fortunate to have had time with her. I have with me tonight, I should have thought of this before, my daughter Jennifer McGugan, our oldest child. Lauren Beam, our middle child, couldn't be here tonight. Schools are starting, you may have heard that, and parent meetings are taking place. And then our son, Barton Simmons. And I speak for them and for their husbands and for Kay and my 9 grandchildren. I was sitting here tonight just waiting to do this and thinking about it, and we have been unbelievably blessed in our family, undeservedly over the moon blessed. We had some bad luck with Kay's disease. But overall, we've got 9 healthy grandchildren, 9 healthy, happy children and families, and they're all right here in our city. And that's a big deal. So thank you for what you do, for making it so that our family is here together. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. Simmons. Thank you so much, Angie.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you.
Sure, special.
Mayor, you want to say it?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
You want to stand right here so we can see Kendall? Is that everybody? Christian want to come out? Okay.
You can go.
A proclamation recognizing the Martin Luther King Jr. High School Girls and Boys 2022 and 2023 bowling teams. Whereas bowling is a game of... Okay, bowling. Whereas bowling is a game of calculation and skill, but it's also a sport of leisure, camaraderie, and humor. And whereas bowling has a way of strengthening friendships through hard work, excitement, and team building, and whereas 18 MLK students, many of whom had never bowled outside of an occasional birthday party or gathering, embarked upon a journey requiring grit, teamwork, and determination. And whereas Coach Ron Mosley, also known by his comedic moniker Run Run, led the girls team to a victorious season with only 1 year of experience as a bowling coach. And whereas Coach Brian Stewart, a lifelong bowler with 55 years of bowling experience, started bowling at the age of 6, attributes bowling to keeping kids off the street, led the boys team. And whereas the girls bowling team finished their undefeated season 8-0, and whereas the girls bowling team was the runner-up for the district championship and went on to beat East in the semifinals finals, advancing to the regional championship. And whereas the boys team finished their 6-2 season, winning the district championship and advancing to the regional finals. And whereas the team was led by captains Kendall Hayes, Wilson Lauren Watts, Jalen Broughton, and Philip Morton. And whereas Kendall Hayes went on to qualify in the state Division I tournament and was the only Metro athlete in the tournament, ultimately finishing 23rd in the states. And whereas the team comprised of Kendall Hayes, Wilson Lauren Watts, Amy Rodriguez Calva, Adori Price, Shay Camaraderie, Juniper Morton, Lauren Barnes, Fern Spence, Janiyah Williams, my precious daughter Janiyah Williams, Jalen Broughton, Philip Morton, Malcolm Jackson, Jack Burke, Robert Dye, Lucas Myers, Adriano Prevescu, James Roberts, Declan Jones, and honorary member Christian Broughton. And whereas these students represented MLK well, were leaders both on and off the lanes, displaying sportsmanship, character, and integrity, and had fun doing it. And now, therefore, I, Delicia Porterfield, District 29, council member of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, do hereby recognize the Martin Luther King Jr. High School girls and boys bowling teams for their determination and congratulate them on a historic season. Signed this, the 15th day of August 2023.
Thank you, Metro Council. This is very impromptu for me. I wasn't expecting to speak, but I just want to just let you guys know how awesome this team is. They took on our direction and just did what we asked them to do. And with my captains, they were truly awesome. And I want to thank my parents, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be where we are. But I want to thank you so much for just taking out this time, this space, and honoring us in what we do best. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this is a copy for MLK and a copy for Coach Mosley. Okay. Councilman Druffel, are you ready for your presentation?
On, Charles. I get to start. You want to start?
Sure. You want me to read the top?
Yeah, go ahead and start. Go. Yeah, there you go.
This is a resolution recognizing Chef Max and congratulating him as a 2023 International Food Service Manufacturers Association Silver Plate Award winner. Whereas Max, you're going to have to tell me your last name.
Nuffle.
Nuffle. I love this. Thank you. Whereas Chef Max Nuffle was born in Switzerland in a family that was passionate about food and dining experiences. And whereas at the age of 15, he became an apprentice in a Swiss culinary tradition and learned classic skills for food preparation and his trade. And whereas affectionately known as Chef Max, which I affectionately call him, he has been with the Music City Center since it opened in May 2013. And
Whereas before coming to Nashville, Chef Max traveled the world, honing his craft, working in luxury hotels in Europe, Canada, and the United States. He has previously worked for Intercontinental Hotel, Hilton Hotels, Canadian National Hotel, Pentagon Food Services, the International Monetary Fund, Amarok, Anton Air Food, the Westchester County Club in Rye, New York, and Bellhaven Country Club in Alexandria, Virginia. And
Thank you. Whereas Chef Max has embraced the LEED certified Music City Center by using fresh local ingredients as a rule, working with sustainable vendors, leading his teams to respect the land and sea and the communities it represents. And whereas Chef Max leads the bee team in harvesting honey on the center's rooftop, while delighting visitors and convention attendees with artful presentations not often seen at this scale of delivery in the convention and event industry. And whereas he is a member of the Nashville State Community College Foundation Board of Trustees and is committed to fight hunger and volunteers on many opportunities to further people, students, and the community he lives in. And
whereas this year, Chef Max was awarded the Silver Plate Award from the International Food Service Manufacturers Association in the Travel and Leisure category. Whereas this year marked the 69th annual Silver Plate Awards, which is the industry's most iconic food service celebration. And whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council recognize Chef Max Scoble on his substantial contributions to the Nashville and Davidson County and congratulate him as a 2023 Silver Plate Award winner. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County that go on record as recognizing Chef Max Scoble, congratulating him on the 2023 Silver Plate Award and extending him the best wishes for continued success. Just a personal note, if you've ever been to the Music City Center and they have a lunch or dinner for $5,000, this is the guy that puts it on. Truly an amazing accomplishment. Every one of those meals is exceptional. I've been there before. So please help me and congratulate Chef Max. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Tom Truffle. At the Metro City Council, I wanted to say I'm very proud to stand here in front of you today. I want to thank, and I'm proud to be a resident of the East Nashville, and I have the honor and privilege to be the chef of the Music Center since it opened in May of 2013. It's a pleasure to be able to welcome local, U.S., international groups and events to this amazing venue. It's also a privilege to represent Nashville and to make sure that people don't get hungry. We donate our food. We do a lot of sustainable practices. We are very diversified, and we make sure that we work with a lot of nonprofit as well in the town. And I know that it's very dear to you, and I want to thank you for what you do every day to make the city better. I will make sure we put it on the plate, and we welcome people, and we make it great. It's a privilege to be a chef, and I appreciate every day under the leadership of Mr. Charles Starks here, who inspires me daily at the MCC. We cook to represent this amazing city and region, diverse in cultural attribute and diverse in cultures. Thank you again for recognition, and respectfully, I share it with my staff tomorrow and forever cherish this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Finally got it done.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks.
Joy.
At this time, I would like to invite the family of Ms. Sheila Rigsby to come up front. While they're making their way, I'll go ahead and let you know that I first met her about roughly 2013, 2014. when we began working together at the Old Navy at Opry Mills. Since then, I saw how hard of a worker she was, how determined she was. And also, when I first announced I was running in 2019, she was the very first person to not only sign up for my social media, she was also the first person to donate. You beat out my mother by about 5 minutes. So with that, I would like to go ahead and present a resolution. A resolution honoring the service and conduct of Sheila Rigsby, District 13's Neighborhood Watch Coordinator. Whereas Sheila Rigsby, a Nashville native who has passionately served her community for many years, whereas in the spring of 2019, Ms. Rigsby restarted the District 13 Neighborhood Watch program and became the Neighborhood Watch Coordinator. She has been the Neighborhood Watch Coordinator ever since. Whereas Ms. Rigsby had a goal of educating the public by inviting the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department, Fire Department, and Metro Water Services to present about government services and personal safety at Neighborhood Watch meetings. Whereas Ms. Rigsby's Neighborhood Watch Facebook page is used by many in District 13 to stay informed about crime, weather, and elections, and share helpful safety tips for the community. Whereas in addition to running the Neighborhood Watch Facebook page and holding meetings, she has provided Neighborhood Watch safety content for the District 13 newsletter. Whereas outside of her Neighborhood Watch duties, she has served her community by volunteering with various organizations, including organizing book drives for the Metropolitan Police Department's Little Libraries. And whereas she has also invited candidates and representatives to meet constituents and hear about their concerns at Neighborhood Watch meetings. And whereas Ms. Rigsby has worked diligently for the community, all while being a full-time student and fully employed. Whereas it is fitting and proper for the Metropolitan Council to recognize Ms. Rigsby for her tremendous contributions to District 13 and the Nashville community. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government in Nashville and Davidson County. The Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record as honoring the service and conduct of Sheila Rigsby, the outgoing Neighborhood Watch Coordinator for District 13. The Metropolitan County Council is directed to prepare a copy of this resolution to be given to Sheila Rigsby. This resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it.
That's good. You're good. You're good.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
1, 2, 3.
At this time, if she is willing to, I'll let her say a few words.
Thank you so much, Councilman Bradford. And I would also like to take the time to thank all the residents of District 13 and everyone that's pretty much supported me these 4 years. It's been an honor serving y'all, and I look forward to serving the community more in the future.
All right, are there any announcements from any council members? I am not seeing any, so that ends the announcement period. Oh, sorry. Oh. Should have known, Councilman Bradford.
Yes, you should have. Just a reminder that the final coffee with your councilman for this term is this Saturday at 9 a.m. at the Dunkin' Donuts on Brawley Parkway.
Councilwoman Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll go ahead and get this out the way because we may be here tonight. Just want to say I want to give a heartfelt thanks to District 28 and Southeast. Tonight concludes my last meeting to serve you, and it's been an honor and a privilege. We've endured many things. We've endured floods, church shootings, Waffle House shootings, movie theaters held up, neighborhood accidents, drownings, community fires, but we endured because we were truly a community. We rallied around each other. We supported each other. When neighbors were hungry, neighbors did food drives. when children had no coats, no shoes, no gloves, neighbors did drives so that these children wouldn't be cold during the wintertime. In those 8 years, we led the largest community meetings on average than any other district here in the city. We had historic investment in our neighborhoods and in our schools. Our district became one of the fastest growing job markets for here in the city. We did that all because of you. To the Metro departments, you truly made this council member look good. Whenever I called, you answered. When the need was there, you actually serviced the district. No complaints. You were always there. I want to give a big shout out to, not going to do department heads because a lot of them aren't here anymore, but just to the departments as a whole. The codes department, you helped for us to revitalize some of our most blighted neighborhoods in the district. I want you to know that that work that you did over these 8 years, those neighborhoods are thriving and doing well. Small businesses are coming back to the district and investing in our community. We took pride in cleaning up our community. We knew that when we rallied together, our district made the city as a whole better. We knew Nashville will only be as strong as District 28. And we truly worked towards that over the last 8 years. To the Metro Water Department, when we knew it was going to rain, you diligently sent out those notices, and we were able to proactively communicate to our neighbors to let them know to be prepared for any flooding in advance. The neighbors really appreciated that. Public Works, now NDOT, when we were advocating for bike lanes, and many across the city indicated that Southeast Antioch, District 28, those neighbors would not utilize those bike lanes. You stood with us because the community saw this as a need. And to this day, many neighbors and communities are connected now because of those bike lanes. To the Sheriff Department, Darren Hall, man, you're a champion. When trees was knocked down and neighbors did not have the resources to move these trees off their private property, you answered the call every time. When we were short for our budget years, and I was scrambling because I did not want to take money away from Metro employees. I did not want to take money away from Metro schools. You answered the call, Sheriff Hall, and I'll forever be grateful for that. The Metro Police Department, we know that depending on where you are, you're either loved or hated. But it would not be sincere for me to stand up here and say that our district does not appreciate everything that you do. You do more than answer calls for service for District 28. Because our needs for public safety extends far beyond that. When community services fail for some of our seniors, it's been our police officers that have stepped in to provide those services for our seniors. For our at-larges that came and rallied with the Southeast delegation, for the Waffle House shooting, for the church shooting, where we had the community come in and rally behind us, where we got national support, you were there.
for Metro Parks, for revitalizing and investing in our community center that had not seen investment for over 20 years. We thank you for that. Keeping our greenways clean, we thank you for that. We truly have a place now where community can actually play. And lastly, I want to thank the mayors. Mayor Berry, you continued the vision of investing in Southeast. You did not just run on Southeast was one of the fastest growing areas in the city. You continued to invest in that in our community. Mayor Brawley, we are actually doing an unveiling because of you for our Mill Ridge Park, because you continue to invest in Southeast. Mayor Cooper, you also continued to invest in Southeast when we did the groundbreaking on the 9th Police Precinct. To my colleagues, we may not have always agreed, but one thing that I do know is that all of us are serving our respective districts with the best heart, with the best love, and the highest level of service that we can provide. So District 28, I love you. Southeast, I love you. I'm leaving you in great hands. I'm asking that the love that you show for me and the grace, that you please extend that to your next council member, David Benton. And Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I just want to remind people that today is the last day to register to vote for the September 14th runoff election. You can visit govotetn.com, get that process started and get registered. It is important to take advantage of your franchise here in Nashville. And then I will follow my colleague, Councilmember Vercher, with just a brief message of thanks to my constituents in District 19 who have trusted me to steward that great district over the past 8 years. It has been the privilege and honor of a lifetime. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really brief. We have 2 more community meetings in District 29 for the remainder of this term. So I want to invite all of the residents of District 29 to the Murfreesboro Pike Sidewalk Project, and that will be Monday, August the 21st at 6 p.m. at the Smith Springs Community Center located at 2801 Smith Springs Road. We will be talking about an upcoming sidewalk project on Murfreesboro Pike to connect to an existing sidewalk. So we would like everyone to come on out. We know how important these infrastructure investments are. So everyone in the community that's able to come on out and hear about that. And then we also have a community meeting on August the 28th at 6 p.m. that I want to invite our District 29 community, District 29 community, as well as our District 13 community, because this area will be in District 13. We did have a community meeting last month about the Couchville Pike community plan, and this is the follow-up meeting so that constituents can get more information. So again, that's on August the 28th at 6 p.m. So we're asking everyone to come out. It will also be at the Smith Springs Community Center, still located at 2801 Smith Springs Road. And with that, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Stiles.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to announce that we are finally going to reveal the final plan for the formerly Global Mall and Hickory Hollow Mall, August 24th. That is the Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Southeast Community Center. I hope you all will make yourselves available and come out and see how we're going to be revitalizing the entirety of the site. It is going to look completely different when we are finished with artist housing, senior center, regional transit center, performing arts center for Antioch, life sciences, a lot of great community needs. And so we'd love to have you out and take a look at the plan.
Councilwoman Suara.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I want to go ahead and invite everyone next week, Thursday at 10 a.m. On the campus of American Baptist College. We will be unveiling the stamp for John Lewis that was just commemorated by the post office. And so the John Lewis Way Committee, in partnership with ABC and its sorority Phi Beta Sigma, will be doing unveiling. And so we invite you to ABC campus on Thursday, August 24th at 10 a.m. And I also want to, before I sit down, just say congratulations to the Thelma Apple family on the dedication of the Rosa Parks U.S. Post Office today, which is one of only 12 in the state that is renamed after the legendary Senator Thelma Apple. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sepulveda.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I do want to invite everyone to the 10th Annual Labor Day Parade and Celebration on September 9. It's a great opportunity to come and support workers, those that make this city run. Also, starting September 15th will be Hispanic Heritage Month, so you'll hear a lot about that from me later on. But just want to invite the community to Mexico en el Corazón, which is a Mexican cultural and tradition dance and mariachi that is being featured at the Nashville Symphony on August 24. It's a free event to the entire community. Tickets are available Friday at 10 a.m. on the Nashville Symphony website. Those go within an hour or two, but it is a free event in which we feature nearly 50 Mexican artists showcasing our culture. That's it.
Are there any other council member announcements? I do have one announcement for District 2. Next Tuesday is the 4th Tuesday of the month, so we'll be having our District 2 community-wide meeting, same location, the William D. Bodenhamer Building, 2231 26th Avenue North. That is where the North Precinct is, in the community room at 6 p.m. There is a Zoom link, tinyurl.com/D2AUG22ND. Again, that's tinyurl.com/D2AUG22ND, and that is next Tuesday at 6 p.m. All right, that concludes the announcement period.
Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 98th and final scheduled business meeting of a four-year term. This is the 21st council meeting of 2023. That includes 5 special sessions this year. Tonight's agenda is 59 pages long, containing 130 items. Because this is the final meeting of a four-year term, the agenda is somewhat shortened tonight. There are no first and second reading ordinances, just bills on third reading along with resolutions, elections and confirmations, and a public comment period at the very start of the meeting. Council has been considering a change in the rules to extend such public comments to every meeting and all committee meetings. The matter has been deferred several times to get the rules changes in sync with the new law passed by the legislature. If the council doesn't pass this measure tonight, it'll be up to the new council to deal with the issue when it begins its meetings in October. The council will consider 13 appointments and reappointments made by Mayor John Cooper to several city boards and commissions. By the way, the mayor is supposed to be here tonight early on to speak right after the beginning of the council meeting. Those his appointments tonight include 7 appointments to newly restructured and renamed Community Oversight Board, 2 appointments to the Board of Health, 1 appointment to the Hospital Authority, 1 to the Fair Board, 1 reappointment to the Employee Benefit Board, and 1 to the Metro Planning Commission. The council itself will hold an election to fill 2 vacancies on the Auditorium Commission among 4 nominees recommended by council members. Any nominee deferred or not confirmed tonight will have their nominations considered rejected by the council, with the nomination and confirmation process passing on to the new mayor and the new council. All those approved tonight will serve multi-year terms as unpaid volunteers. On tonight's final agenda, there are 42 resolutions and 88 third reading bills, many of them rezoning measures. Under resolutions, RS 2023-12 2342 approves full implementation of the licensed readers program technology by the Metropolitan Police Department following a 6-month trial pilot program. The effort has been and remains controversial, especially after a report by Metro Police about the results of the test period, which have been attacked by the city's Community Oversight Board and defended by Metro Police Department. Look for significant debate on this matter again and a lot of questions. The resolution was deferred at the last council meeting on August 3rd. We expect new amendments to be offered tonight, which, if approved, could impact the final council vote. The measure did get through both committees tonight, so it's not going to be deferred, at least by committee, but would not be surprised to see there be additional efforts to try to defer it tonight. Again, if the resolution is not approved tonight, the future of license plate readers in Nashville will be up to the new council and the mayor. There's also now a threat from a major leader in the Republican state legislature to pass a bill to force Metro to have a license plate reader program unless Metro approves this particular resolution. This could open up yet another chapter in the feud between the state and the city. One other resolution to watch tonight, which was deferred on August 1st as well, is RS 2023-2340, approving a memorandum of understanding between the United States Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Government for the city's participation in the E-Verify program, which has often been controversial regarding immigrants and undocumented individuals in the country. Elsewhere on the agenda, 3 previously deferred resolutions would provide almost $800,000 in grant funds to 3 local nonprofit groups for violence interruption services and community safety programs. The largest grant is $750,000 to the Why Can't We Wait group. Why We Can't Wait group. There's also 2 late filed resolutions for the council to approve additional community safety grants. The council will also have to suspend the rules to consider those last 2 resolutions. Resolution RS 2023-2369 will approve $19.5 million in American Rescue Funds to allow the Community Foundation to create and administer the Housing Catalyst Fund, which will be a loan fund dedicated to the creation and preservation of affordable and workforce housing in Davidson County. Under memorializing resolutions, one would support municipal leadership on food waste reduction and encouraging a Metro government and community-wide target of 50% reduction in food waste from 2017 levels by 2030. Another resolution requests Nashville Department of Transportation to install signage to discourage panhandling and encourage charitable giving. Other resolutions honor the life of the late Benjamin Taylor Coward, an audio engineer who became one of the earliest and strongest supporters of what has become the Nashville Soccer Club. He was a drummer among supporters in that particular fan section. The council also will recognize the artistic and cultural contributions of Dr. Ann Brown, who for several years was director of the Metro Arts Commission. Finally, the council will honor Angie Thompson for her leadership as the director of the Behavioral Health and Wellness Division at the Metro Public Health Department. We'll also honor the Hillsborough High School girls flag football team on winning the 2023 championship in the inaugural season of that particular league, and also recognize the 13th annual Bianca Page Day. Ms. Page was a longtime favorite on the drag circuit and a well-loved figure among Nashville's LGBTQ+ community. The council will also consider a late resolution honoring the late Father Charles Strobel, who founded the Room in the Inn program to provide shelter and other services to the homeless. The resolution endorses and approves a recommendation by Mayor John Cooper to honor the legacy of Charles Strobel by naming the city's first permanently supportive housing center after him. The resolution is late filed, and because Father Strobel passed away just a few days ago, the council will have to suspend the rules in order to consider the measure tonight. Other late filing memorializing resolution would also honor the Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th until October 15th. On third reading, BL 2023-1869 would set up rules and regulations regarding the renewal of the entertainment transportation certificates for party buses and other entertainment vehicles downtown. Based on public need and public safety, the city's Transportation Licensing Board could reduce the number of permits if it finds that necessary. The matter has always been controversial, and it could be so once again tonight. Another third reading, BL 2023-2106, would clarify all types of amplified movies, including music must be limited to certain decibels to ensure adequate public health and safety. The bill was amended at the last meeting to make sure the measure would not cripple or kill downtown live music shows, particularly in the downtown area, the Lower Broad. Gig performers filled the chambers 2 weeks ago to demand the bill be defeated, but they support the bill now because it only provides that music speakers would no longer be allowed to be pointed outside or to the outdoors area, but be kept within the buildings themselves where the performance is going on. So now the gig performers seem to support the bill because it only prevents that from happening. So there was so much noise created downtown that police officers couldn't hear what was happening there, and including a recent gunshot that went off down on Broadway. It appears the ordinance will be able to get 21 votes for final approval tonight. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then on the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on tonight's meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll gavel tonight's council meeting into order shortly.
twice and then pass it. We're good.
I'm on you.
Go ahead.
You good? You go ahead.
Oh, you start, and then I say something.
Is it?
Go ahead. Okay, right here. One more time. There you go. That's right. There you go. All right. Took a little coordination, and I'm sorry that we are 55 minutes late. We'll talk about that later. Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, August 15th, 2023, the last meeting of this term. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation tonight is brought to us by our own council member, Zach Young.
Father, we come before you tonight in our final act of this term. In fact, tonight is the culmination of 4 years of this council and this mayor, and ends one chapter for many of us as our city and county prepared to begin a new one. Father, we thank you for the blessings you have bestowed on this county and the people who serve it. We thank you for the fact that not a single innocent life was lost on Christmas Day of 2020. We thank you for the bravery our first responders showed that day and every day since to keep our community safe. We thank you for everything our medical community did for us these last 4 years in the face of a scary worldwide pandemic that has completely altered our lives in permanent ways. Father, we're grateful for the kindness and compassion the people of our county and our neighborhoods repeatedly showed one another in the face of natural disasters that wrecked our neighborhoods, destroyed homes, and tore many lives apart. And we are certainly thankful that those of us in this room were somehow able to survive these last 4 years. Father, it wasn't easy at times, and it was a 4 years like none other in the history of our metropolitan government. It was a 4 years that undoubtedly will have far-reaching consequences for decades to come. But Father, it was also a 4 years that this body made bold, wise, and thoughtful decisions to cement our place in the history books of our town. Father, we are so grateful and so proud of the swift, unanimous action this body took to restore the elected voice of our community when others tried to take it away. We are grateful and proud of the very tough decisions that had to be made in this building to keep the lights on, our employees paid, and the trash picked up. And Father, we are grateful to serve on a body that recognizes that everyone has a place in our community, no matter what, because Father, we know that everyone belongs. But now, Father, we come together in prayer for what is next. You have guided and protected us these last 4 years, and now it's time we ask you to continue that guidance and protection to those who will fill our seats these next 4 years. We pray that those who will fill these seats choose compassion and inclusivity. We pray they will understand that a foe on one issue is likely a friend on another. We pray that even when they don't get the outcomes they want, they will maintain civility and compassion for one another, because it is easy for emotions to run high and grab control of us at times in this room, and I am certainly someone guilty of that. So, Father, we pray that those who will fill these seats after us will seek to do better and will be better. We pray tonight that those who come next will treat colleagues and the public with dignity and respect, rather than being abrasive or rude just to prove a point. We pray that those who come next will appreciate the dedication of the staff that serves this council. From the clerks and even to the attorneys, we are grateful for the hard work that is often thankless and unrecognized. And we thank you, Father, for all of them. Ultimately, tonight we pray that those who fill these seats will do what their heart says is right. It is easy to succumb to fear, anger, and even the unknown, but in trying times, it is my prayer that they will seek guidance from you and from the heart inside them. Father, we hear tonight are so incredibly grateful for the opportunity we have each had to serve our community and our county. And I know that I am personally grateful for those who have sat in these seats with me these last 4 years. So in closing, Father, I ask that you continue to extend your grace and mercy on those of us here to guide us, to correct us, and to protect us. And we pray this, trusting and believing in you. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can y'all stay here for just a second? Okay, y'all may be seated. So we had 3 people that came up and banged the gavel tonight to get us started. The first person, Ethan, who I think hit the gavel the hardest, maybe the hardest of all term. Ethan is a 10th grader at FRA.
Yes, sir.
Correct? We have Aaron, who's a senior at Battleground Academy. And we have Grace, that's a senior at the new James Lawson High School. So Grace, Aaron, Ethan, thank you all very much for doing it. Job well done. Watch your phone. Got it? All right. All right. Without objection, we will suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from, got a motion for August the 1st, 2023, properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, who is now over there, are there any messages from the mayor? And I think my understanding is that the mayor is bringing his own message. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the City Council, the Metropolitan Council, everybody in the back, everyone here, it is my distinct honor to recognize and introduce our mayor, Mr. John Cooper.
Thank you all. It is good to see. So good to see everybody. Let me get these microphones straight. Things have changed a little. Here we are. Can you hear me? The back. Here we are at the end of the term, the 15th since Metro was established. And we have accomplished together many historic things. I think Zach recognized some of that in his prayer, but many historic things clearly leaving the city better than we found it. And that's the goal of all mayors and councils. And we did this while we had a tornado, a derecho, civil unrest that attacked this courthouse, bombing, mass shootings, and COVID. And it was a term where crisis, the word crisis, was used more often and in more ways than maybe any period in Nashville since the Civil War. But that did not stop your work, our work, and we've done so much together. The first historic thing was to fix the finances of the city. We went from the state controller's letter threatening to take over the city's budget, citing insufficient reserves and an unbalanced budget, to now having the strongest balance sheet and the highest credit rating in our city's history. We secured over $100 million in redirected revenue from tourism to invest into our city. We have the lowest tax rate of any city in the state, almost every town in the state. And our pension plan is fully funded. The lowest tax rate, the strongest financial shape, and yet we're able to pay an $18.50 minimum living wage to our employees. That is excellent financial management. Now, the second historic thing that we used our financial strength to do was not only to invest in our neighborhoods, but particularly invest in schools. And we've increased per student funding by 46%. That in 4 years is the most by any city ever. That's amazing. And we did this without any meaningful additional funds from the state. Now, if Nashville were a state, Nashville would be top 10 in the country in per student funding, while our state is routinely bottom 10. We did this great thing on our own. Our level 5 schools are now on track for a period of sustained improvement and excellence. Teacher turnover is down in Nashville, despite being up nationally. Over $500 million in capital improvements, best paid teachers in the state, huge pay increases for support staff, pre-K classrooms rolling out across the whole district, paid family leave, a new substitute teacher program, improved playing fields, laptops, and an internet for every child. So let us all tell all returning council members and the next mayor, continue this work. Nashville is the Athens of the South, and it will start at pre-K. And these investments must be sustained to meet our goals of improving achievement in all 170 schools. Now, the third historic thing that we did is dramatically fix the functionality of our departments, particularly public safety. We have added 596 new public safety positions. Today, I swore in my 474th new police officer in this term. Our fire department is fully staffed for the first time in over 2 decades, and police pay is up 34%. But also, our Partners in Care and REACH programs are de-escalating crises and helping residents struggling with mental health issues without police action. Modern equipment, the new 9th Precinct, starting work on an astounding new juvenile justice campus, which is going to better serve our at-risk young people and their families. Chief Drake, Chief Swan, Director Martini, Judge Calloway, and this council, you have a lot to be proud of. Now, fourth, there is transformative progress in the field of affordable housing. We opened a dedicated division of housing and added housing staff. We tripled our investment in the Barnes Fund, but the Barnes Fund is no longer our only housing tool. We established a mixed income pilot program to incentivize development of affordable housing to the private sector, and with your vote tonight, we're launching a $20 million catalyst fund for preserving affordable housing. We're adding 5,000 affordable housing units in the pipeline this fiscal year, and that is all made possible with your work. Now, while other cities were forced to use federal relief funds to fund core city operations, our financial stability allowed us to lead the nation in spending federal relief funds on housing. We spent 56% of our American Rescue Plan funds on housing, compared to the national average of just 10.5%. Now, fifth, this council has taken on the work of housing our most vulnerable. Last year, together, we declared Nashville a housing first city, introduced a $50 million plan to house the homeless, unprecedented in our city's history. And in the past 16 months, Metro has housed 454 chronically unsheltered residents. And since 2020, we've increased our permanent housing inventory by 88%. And so with your vote tonight, let's affirm our intention to name Metro's Permanent Supportive Housing Center, which is going to be opening this spring, after Father Strobel, a community hero. And now, sixth, we know that transportation is a big component of affordability. Now, in our first year, we created a transportation plan approved by this council, and we've consistently delivered funding to implement that plan. We increased MTA funding by 54% this term to meet our plan's Better Bus funding goals. And we increased WeGo's inventory of covered bus shelters by over 40%. We created the Nashville Department of Transportation. NDOT has a traffic planner, is opening our first traffic management center, and has a satellite traffic management center. We've funded 100 neighborhood traffic calming projects for pedestrian safety. We've reduced neighborhood speed limits to keep your family safe, and developers are now prohibited from blocking our walk with construction. And finally, we are integrating transportation into how we think about city planning. Legislation on your agenda tonight requires developers guarantee that the transportation improvements they promise actually get delivered. Now, both long-term housing and transportation goals require a big vision. The East Bank delivers that vision. The north-south transit spine, the new boulevard, is the most important infrastructure improvement in Nashville since Briley Parkway. Bus rapid transit with dedicated lines, a platform for mass transit to get to the airport, 21,000 local drivers no longer having to get on the interstate to get around Nashville, reconnecting neighborhoods, a huge opportunity for housing on a transit corridor, the creation of affordable housing on public land, a $1 billion opportunity for minority and women-owned businesses, a new Cultural Arts Center for TPAC and the School of the Arts, new parks, 10 miles of Greenway, and a new Oracle footbridge connecting east and west, paid for by Oracle. Nashville is creating an exciting live, work, play environment on 330 acres of underutilized land. So we're poised for our most successful decade yet. We can have a success loop. But this success has to include everyone. And leading this city takes everyone. And Deputy Mayor Haywood and I are pleased that our boards and commissions are now the most diverse in Metro history. Thanks to progress made this term, African American representation on our boards now perfectly reflect Davidson County's demographics. And our Hispanic and Latino representation is at a record high 5% and climbing. Now, as mayor, and I know you as council, want to thank all of our board and commission members for their service to Nashville, and we do. They are part of our journey in being a great city. So now, of special note for you tonight is we have designated a portion of the corridor downstairs leading to the parking garage as commemorative space so that legally, as of tonight, August 15th, members of the council may sign their names onto this wall as a commemoration of their service. Join me by adding your signature to this commemorative space. Sign your work tonight. So it's been 4 years of both crisis and great achievement. We can all be proud of what we've accomplished together. Beyond crisis to achievement in finance, education, public safety, housing, homelessness, and transportation. It has been my honor to serve with each and every one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ms. Brenda Haywood, our deputy mayor, is going to say something, but Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Mayor is trying to leave, the question is, do you just want us to sign our name, or are we allowed to write other things that we want to say? Mr. Mayor, he's still not listening. So okay. So, Mr. Mayor, the question is, do you just want us to sign our names on the wall, or are we allowed to write other things that we might want to say? Or other notations. You may need to get some paint. All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, our deputy mayor, Ms. Brenda Haywood.
Oh.
Oh, wow. First of all, I just want to thank you for your service, for your unwavering dedication to the city of Nashville. I want you to know, just in conclusion, I want you to know that the mayor has a resolution identifying this particular year, 2023, as our 60th anniversary for Metro Nashville. Each one of you will get a copy of this. Then we also want to say that you will find a little medallion on your desk. I think I saw someone open theirs earlier, and he says, "Oh, this is nice," and I was really happy about that. So the mayor wanted you to have something that would commemorate the 60th anniversary. So I just want to say thank you. I've served in this capacity. I know how much of yourself that you have to lend to this service field. Your family has to sacrifice. You have to sacrifice. And we do not overlook that or take that for granted. So without any further ado, we would like to applaud you for all you've done over the last few years. Give yourselves a hand, and may God continue to bless you really, really good.
All right, we're going to get this area taken care of in the front so our clerk's office can get back there. A couple of things. Well, let's start with this. Because we've just had an election and we do have a runoff election, we do have some people maybe in the back that are running for office, and if they would like to come to the back, introduce themselves, name, and what they're running for, we'd be happy to do that. Come on up, Olivia.
My name's Olivia Hill, and I'm running for council at large. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else in the back? All right. All right, Mr. Clerk, you all setting up? Okay, I've got a couple of small things. I was told that the Planning Commission will not be meeting on September 4th due to the upcoming election, so just make a note of that. As I always say at these meetings, please always remember the people in the world in your thoughts and prayers, including the people of Ukraine. We don't hear much about that, but that is still going on. So many problems in so many places, including right here in Nashville. So please, as we all continue, keep hoping for peace. And a couple of big thank yous. I know we've got a pretty long agenda, but before we forget that, I want you to join me in thanking Mr. Pat Nolan on his last broadcast tonight. Right? Mr. Nolan? So Pat has been doing this for many years. He took a break, and then he's been doing it again. And I'm sure this will be the most important thing he says at the end of this meeting about what was done at this meeting. Is that right? Just the recognition of you. Whatever. All right. But anyway, Pat has been a tremendous asset to this group, explaining to people as they turn on the Metro Council what are the highlights, and then going back over it after. It was a way of communicating information to people, and we certainly appreciate all your professionalism and your expertise. Mr. Young, Councilmember Young.
Just a procedural question. I guess that means that job is open now for hire. No. And as Mr. Jameson tries to leave the room, I was going to nominate him so he can continue to spend his nights here.
I think that's why he left.
I think so.
Also, so that we don't miss this, we owe a big thank you as we get to the end of this term to our council staff, clerk's office, the IT department, Nashville Network, the building security, the administration, the budget office, the planning staff, the Spanish translators, and everyone else who makes this place operate and has made this place operate for the last 4 years. And Director Darby, a big thank you. You came in the middle of this thing, and you've helped us hold this together. So, members of the council, please join me in thanking all these wonderful people. right. All right. Okay, so we are ready to go on to the agenda, but before we get to elections and confirmations, we have an item. It is item 25. It's on page 12 of your agenda. This resolution, if approved by this body tonight, apparently approves an agreement that must be postmarked by midnight tonight. So we're cutting it pretty close. So in order to make sure that there is plenty of time to make sure that we get it in the mailbox before midnight tonight, I would like to move it up unless there are any objections. I'm going to read the bill or the resolution, and then I'll ask if there's any objections to moving it to the front. It is by Councilmember Evans, Roten, Pulley, and Hancock. It's item 25, RS 2023-2382, resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the United States Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure for the acceptance of a strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation. It's a SMART grant from U.S. DOT to NDOT to install LiDAR and video camera technologies at key intersections and mid-block segments for near-miss data collection. All right. Well, so Councilmember Evans, I think, well, let me make sure. Any objections to moving it up so we can get this matter squared away right now? Did I hear an objection? Wait a minute, I hear somebody talking. A gallery? Any objections from the council? Okay. All right. Seeing none, without objection, we're going to hear this thing right now. All right. Councilmember Evans, you are on, it's item 25, and it is RS 2023-2382. You are recognized.
Thank you. May I have committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Budget, Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right. And Councilmember Pulley, Transportation. We are on item 25, RS 2023-2382. Item 25.
Transportation recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Evans.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval, please.
All right. So Councilmember Evans is moving approval of RS 2023-2382 for passage. Properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2023-2382 for passage, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. So we're going to have to go on the board. Mr. Clerk. You ready? Okay. All right. We are voting on RS 2023-2382 for passage. If you're for the resolution, you'd vote aye. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Parker, Vircher, Porterfield. Missing your votes. Okay. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 32, no 7, 0 abstentions. The resolution passes. Do we need to do anything else? Okay, we'll get it processed. Mr. Clerk, do you need any, do we need to do anything? Okay, all ready? All right, thank you. Okay. People who are getting ready to drive to the post office. All right, we are now back on Elections and confirmations, all right? So we're on E1, we're back on page 1. We are ready for reports from elections and confirmations. Councilor Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have several tonight. And so why don't we start with the Community Review Board appointment of Ms. Mary Beard for a term expiring on October 31st, 2024. The appointment of Judge Retired Joe Brown for a term expiring on October 31st, 2026. You'll notice a theme, they're all on Halloween. Then we have Mr. Andrew Goddard for a term expiring on October 31st, 2024. Ms. Alicia Haddock for a term expiring on October 31st, 2025. The appointment of Mr. Walter Holloway for a term expiring on October 31st, 2025. And Mr. Sean Whitsell for a term expiring on October 31st, 2026. All of those were 6 in favor, 0 against.
Do you want to take those up right now?
We can do that, or because the next one of Mr. Mark Gwynn, we need to ask legal what position we would be in. He did not appear before the committee today, and so I would like to get a ruling on whether he would go into effect automatically or whether we need to take action upon him tonight.
All right. I tell you what, Councilor Murphy, are there any ones that are we need to take individually? Are there some more that are okay to be approved tonight?
For this one? Well, that's why I just read. I mean, we have plenty more, but
right.
on just Community Review Board.
What about if you can just give me the one?
You want me to keep rolling?
Yeah, keep rolling over the ones that have been approved so we can do that in one motion, and then
Gotcha.
We'll go back to the other ones.
Employee Benefit Board reappointment of Mr. Curtis for a term expiring on June 30th, 2027. 5 in favor, 1 against, no abstentions. I believe that I can speak for because it looks like the administration has gone to take things to the post office, but the administration has sent us a letter to withdraw the Fair Commissioner Board appointment of Ms. Fallon Fiat Scott for a term expiring on April 6, 2026. Believe we all have a letter in our email to that effect, and I can ask Mr. Dietz to go on the record for that if needed, since he appears to be the only administration person here. We also had the Board of Health appointments of Ms. Rebecca Whitehead for a term expiring on July 9th, 2028. 6 in favor, 0 against. Board of Health appointment of Ms. Carol Ziegler for a term expiring July 9th, 2024. 6 in favor, 0 against. Hospital Authority Board appointment of Dr. Allen for a term expiring on September 6, 2028. 6 in favor, 0 against. Planning Commission appointment of Ms. Kathy Leslie for a term expiring on March 31st, 2024. We have the Auditorium Commission we can get to later. And with that, those are all the approvals that we had before us tonight.
Okay. So, Councilor Murphy, I think this is what we're going to do. You had the ones that you mentioned that are ready, all were 6 and 0 except for the Employee
Correct.
Benefit Board,
Correct.
which was a 5-1. Let's do all the unanimous ones first, and let me make sure I've got those correct. I've got E1, appointment of Miss Mary Beard, the appointment of retired Judge Joe Brown, the appointment of Mr. Andrew Goddard, appointment of Miss Alicia Haddock, appointment of Mr. Walter Holloway, appointment of Mr. Sean Whitsell. And then I've got Board of Health. Those were all for the Community Review Board. These are the Rebecca Whitehead for Board of Health, Carol Ziegler for the Board of Health, Dr. Lavelle Allen for Hospital Authority, and Miss Kathy Leslie for the Planning Commission. Are those the ones that were all 6 and 0?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Lee, before we get a motion, Councilmember Lee, for what purpose?
Yes, I have a question, a point of inquiry. I guess I would like for the hospital authority to be done separately. How do I do that, or what would I do for that?
For the hospital authority, we'll take it off this initial motion, and then we'll come back to it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So hope everybody's clear We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 individuals that will be up on this initial motion. Those were all approved 6-0. The only one that was approved 6-0 is the hospital authority pick, and we're bumping that one off. We'll take that one separately. So, Councilor Murphy, if I can have a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Got a motion to approve. We're doing 9 of them. They were all approved by the Rules Committee 6-0. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the initial motion? Seeing none, all ready to vote. All those in favor of the initial motion say aye. Aye. Those no. That one passes. Okay, let's go back and pick up the ones that we did not take on the initial motion. So the first one is E7. It's Community Review Board. It's the appointment of Mr. Mark Wynn for a term expiring on Halloween 2026. Councilmember Murphy, you asked a question, I think, of the lawyers on this one. I'll come back to you. Councilmember Murphy.
So this is obviously, as we've talked about, the last meeting of this term, and we know that appointments, if not taken up by this body, can automatically be appointed. And this is a community review member who was not able to appear today. And so if we defer them, what happens? Is it an automatic appointment?
It has the effect of being an automatic appointment because the 60 days from the date of the letter will have run. And according to the charter, that would be a presumptive appointment by the council.
I think I just received a carrier pigeon from the administration table saying that they would like to withdraw this appointment at this time. You can check their carrier pigeon. I sent it back.
Where was the pigeon? Right.
You can't see it. Don't ask.
The administration.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Yes, it would not be our intention to get someone in by subterfuge by the passage of 60 days. So if we can withdraw him, we would be grateful.
Okay, so this one is withdrawn, Councilmember Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We are now on E8. So E7 is withdrawn. E8, Employee Benefit Board, the reappointment of Councilmember Allen.
Just a technical question. If someone is withdrawn, does that mean they can be brought back later, or does that take them out for a year or something like that?
They can be brought later, but the withdrawal refers back to the date of appointment. So it does the withdrawal does not expand the mayor's time period within which to make an appointment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are on E8, Employee Benefit Board, the reappointment of Mr. G. Thomas Curtis for a term expiring on June 30th, 2027. Councilmember Murphy, the vote, I believe, was 5-1 in
Correct.
favor.
5-1, and I'd like to move to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy moves for approval of this reappointment, properly seconded. Discussion. Councilmember Lee, your button is still pushed, but I don't think it's not on this one, correct? Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm respectfully voting no on Mr. Curtis because he voted against gender affirming care on the benefits board. He has come and appeared before us twice. He's very knowledgeable on finances. He's been very straightforward with the way he feels that his position on this has evolved since the vote, and I appreciate that. I just feel like we're a big city with a lot of wisdom in it, and that we would be better served to appoint somebody whose default position is inclusivity and that we can count not just on gender affirming care issues in the future, but others that might come up that might not have as high profile of supporters to help convince folks to change positions. So that's why I'm voting no with a great deal of respect.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Porterfield. All right, I'm going to go back. Yeah, usually when somebody's spoken, but you really haven't spoken on this one. All right, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Murphy, and then I'll go to Councilmember Porterfield. Hold on.
Thank you. I wanted to give the body just a little bit more background on the fact that this appointment was up last meeting, and we deferred him to this meeting because we had just barely a quorum in committee, and I wanted to have more of our rules committee there. prior to the last committee meeting and today, I reached out and spoke to many of the advocacy groups that represent our diverse communities and our LGBTQ friends and neighbors and colleagues in Nashville. And a lot of them did have heartburn originally with the appointment of Mr. Curtis. But the fact is that while originally he did oppose the request before the benefit board, he had a change of heart, a change of mind. And as he shared with us at the last committee meeting and today on the record, that he would be voting in favor. When the vote came back up the second time, I'm forgetting how many months ago, at the benefits board, he had already planned a trip out of the country and so could not be at that meeting, but had told the administration he would be voting in favor. And so as chair, I felt that it was my responsibility to share that communication that he had and that conversation that he had with us. It was not an easy conversation that he had in the Rules Committee last meeting or this one. I appreciate his commitment to serving Nashville and coming back to a difficult committee and letting us question him pretty hard. While do I think his answers were perfect? Maybe not. Do I think that I may have answered things perfect at times? Probably not. Do I have votes that I may regret over the last 8 years? Let's all be honest. We've all learned and evolved. And when we learn and when we do better, when we know better, we do better. And so in talking to other advocacy groups in our community, they feel comfortable with this appointment. And so I feel comfortable with this appointment. That is not to say that I am okay with his past votes by any means, but I think that we all deserve a little grace to learn, evolve, and grow and do better as we go through life. Because if we just appoint members to our boards and commissions that are not willing to grow, learn, and evolve, then I have concerns about the boards and commissions that make recommendations to this body and to the Metro government. And so with that, I understand everybody needs to vote their conscience tonight, but I feel that he has truly evolved on this issue and has a better understanding of it beyond just the fiscal impact. And I believe that when it comes back up, hopefully under the next administration, that it will come back up and he will vote yes, as he has told us twice on the record now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm also going to be a no vote, and I think my colleague, Councilmember Rosenberg, did a great job of explaining some of those concerns. And I do thank the Rules Chair, Councilmember Murphy, for sharing that insight, and I do think that there has to be space for growth and redemption. So I'm very thankful that after reflection, this individual has changed their stance. But when we are dealing with a constituency as large as the population that we have here in Nashville, we need people with a strong moral compass that are going to get it right the first time. And it's not certain that that's going to happen. So I do have concerns. If we want to make sure that this is a place that's welcoming for everyone, we need to make sure that we are voting in that manner. And votes have consequences. And this is a consequence of voting against the people that you're here to represent. So I'm going to vote no, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
All right. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. No one has thought about this more than the five of us on the LGBTQ caucus. We regretfully don't have a moment to be able to perhaps vote as a block. We'll see how that happens. So I'm speaking for myself. And that is, I am confident that Mr. Curtis will vote for health care benefits that are inclusive, and have heard him speak on this occasion. You're talking about votes that we've regretted. I regret renaming Lifeway Plaza after Lifeway. This is something that actually affects lives. And I think that we have to believe people when they say they've changed.
I have to believe my family members when they say that they've changed. So this is a hard thing to do on our very last meeting. But there's nothing in my soul that tells me that this man is not a man of his word, and that when this comes before the board again, that he will vote in favor of inclusive benefits. And for that, he'll get my vote tonight.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to talk on this one? All right, Mr. Clerk, here's where we are. We are on a confirmation or it's a reappointment of Mr. Thomas Curtis for a term expiring on June 30th, 2027 for the Employee Benefit Board. We are ready to vote. If you're for the reappointment, you would vote aye. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk? Okay, ready to vote? Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. We're voting on the reappointment of Mr. G. Thomas Curtis. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 22, no 13, 3 abstentions. The reappointment passes. Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is the appointment of Ms. Phelan Scott. That one has been withdrawn. And the last one before we get to the Auditorium Commission is the Hospital Authority. Councilmember Murphy, I'm coming back to you. This is the appointment of Dr. Lavelle Allen for a term expiring on September 6, 2028. And the vote of the Rules Committee was 6-0.
Correct. 6 in favor, 0 against, and I renew my motion.
Okay, so Councilmember Murphy renews her motion, properly seconded. Now we're on discussion. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
It is my understanding that somebody is already in this position, and this is happening a little soon. I don't understand why it's happening this soon, so I'd like to make a motion to defer this.
All right, so this is a motion to defer this appointment. Obviously, this is the last meeting, so you can defer it one meeting or forever. So it's a deferral of a meeting, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to defer. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I initially was going to support a deferral, but I would like to make sure that I get this on the record from Director Darby, because this individual because the mayor submitted this on April the 1st.
August.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, what was it? August 1st, thank you. August 1st, the 60 days would go into effect October the 3rd. So a deferral would be no action by the council, meaning that the person would then take the seat. Is that correct?
Yes, the deferral has the effect of a presumptive approval by the council after that 60 days has run from the date of the appointment.
So if we want to support the current individual staying in the seat to finish their term as we typically do, then we would need to vote against this deferral at this time, correct?
So this is for an appointment of a new member and not a reappointment.
Correct, but there is currently a person that is sitting in the seat.
So if you.
And their term is not up.
So if you voted for the deferral, then that person would stay in the seat until the 60 days has run and this becomes a presumptive appointment.
Correct. So I'm going to vote against the deferral. And I believe Councilmember Lee is I believe we have the same goal in mind here, but the deferral will actually hurt what we're trying to do. So I'm going to vote against the deferral, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote against it.
All right. Since there seems to be some, I'm going back to Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to make sure that I understand that. So that if it's deferred because of the timeline between the very next meeting, it won't be in time for us to do on it, and this person will, and it will automatically be in effect. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there is a presumptive approval if the council doesn't take action to approve or reject an appointee within 60 days of the appointment letter. The appointment that 60 days will run October 1.
Okay, all right. Then can I make a motion to withdraw my motion to defer?
I think you can just withdraw your motion.
Okay, as long as the secondee does the same, correct?
I think, yeah. It's
Okay.
clear. So you're withdrawing your motion to defer. So we are now back on the resolution for the appointment of Dr. Lavelle Allen for a term expiring September 6, 2028. Here, take that first thing. All right, let's see who's in the queue. Councilor Murphy, do you want me to come back to you? Councilor Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Rules report again, just to recap. So again, this was someone who was approved by the Rules Committee, 6 in favor, 0 against. There was a deferral motion in committee. It was not seconded. And then it was 6 in favor, 0 against in favor. This is not unusual for us to appoint someone for unexpired terms. We hear that all the time. In fact, the Planning Commission appointee is for an unexpired term of a current member on the Planning Commission. So this is not unusual, especially if the current member of a board is going to expire in between our terms, right between tonight and when the new council is sat in October. And so this is not necessarily something that is strange or unusual or out of the circumstances that we've done time and time again over the past 4 to 8 years. This gentleman, Dr. Allen, really impressed me because one of the things that I asked him about is that he leads a, and I'm gonna get the exact term wrong, but one of the things that he works on is healthcare providers who are struggling and who may otherwise lose their license, working on ways to keep them and get them help. I don't want to say PTSD because didn't say PTSD, but it was similar to that. And so we are in a healthcare provider shortage in Tennessee and across the country. And so this type of work is very innovative and it is much needed in the healthcare profession. I was extremely impressed by his overall resume that was before us. All of you had access to that beforehand. And many of you know I am provider biased when it comes to APRNs and nurses. And I was extremely impressed by this physician. And so I just wanted to kind of recap the conversation that we had in committee, that not only was he impressive, but that we all supported his nomination coming out of that committee. And so with that, I would just like to, ask everyone to support him, because this is not this doesn't need to be deferred or voted down simply because it is worded unusually in some way or another. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I think it might be because this is the last meeting, so I'm not going to speak a whole lot. Multiple minority caucuses have fought, some spending their entire 8 years to work towards stabilizing General Hospital and getting the board aligned. There's finally synergy on the board. Supporting Dr. Allen isn't about credentials here. Supporting Dr. Allen fragments the synergy of the board that many council members in this chamber, that that's worked diligently to get this board to the point to where it is. Mr. Manson is the chair of the board. His term has not expired. I ask colleagues to vote against this appointment of Dr. Allen. We do not need our last meeting to be that we are disrupting the synergy of the board. Not saying that Dr. Allen isn't well qualified, but typically this isn't handled in this type of manner. So colleagues, I ask that you vote against Dr. Allen, let Chair Manson finish out his term and the work on the board and with the General Hospital. And then my last comment as it relates to this, usually when there's appointments to any type board, those departments, CEOs, department heads, the boards, they are informed of any type new recommendation for appointment. This did not occur with General Hospital. And then I'm gonna sit down on this because I've stated this before. Practice always ends up becoming different when we're talking about General Hospital. That's just one example. Let's stop targeting entities that serve certain demographics or that have leadership that looks like me. And again, I hate to really get up and state this because no fault to Dr. Allen, no fault. But colleagues, this isn't appropriate at all. I ask that you vote against this appointment. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to echo the comments by my colleague, Councilwoman Vercher. I also want to understand from the administration why it's necessary to do this appointment now. Going back to my colleague's comments about the synergy of the current board, and as someone who has fought tooth and nail all of my term for Nashville General Hospital, and to get that hospital to be respected and its leadership respected, why this appointment now when the board has just reelected Mr. Manson as the chair of the board? And this is no disrespect to Dr. Allen at all. Why are you making this choice?
I don't know if Tom Jerkovich is here with us, so I don't have the detailed background that he has. I know that the current position expires in about 3 weeks on September 6th, and this is our last chance for nominations for this term with council input. That's as much as I know. I've read the credentials of Dr. Allen, and I notice he's obviously very, very impressive. But beyond the fact that this is our only chance for a nomination with council approval, I think that's the explanation.
So why not a reappointment of the person that's currently in the seat?
I really would have to. I can try to find if I can find Mr. Jerkovich and find out the background, but he handles the nominations. There he is. Sorry.
Hello, I'm Tom Jerkovich from the mayor's staff. I don't have an answer for why the current member wants to be appointed. It's really the mayor's prerogative. They look at a lot of different issues. In terms of the timing, it's not at all unusual to appoint someone just prior to the term expiring. And with it falling in the close of one council session and the opening of another council session, the timing makes perfect sense. Dr. Allen, as you know, I think comes from a longtime Nashvilleian prominent family. Went to both TSU and Meharry. His brother's AD at TSU. A very well-connected family. I think he's perfectly well situated to serve on this particular board as a native Nashvilleian, an eminent physician, and one with deep family ties in the community. But exactly why the decision was made to replace one person or not replace another is inherent in the mayor's prerogative and the council's prerogative for confirmation. But there are a lot of activities coming up. I know at General Hospital, in terms of a new hospital, in terms of budget issues, in terms of the way in which it's run and operated. And I think a decision was made that the infusion of someone of Dr. Allen's caliber, his familiarity with the city, and his academic and professional credentials made him an excellent fit for what the Hospital Authority Board needs at this point. That's my understanding.
Mr. Vice Mayor, again, if you have been a person that's had to fight for Nashville General, you know how difficult that is. And despite, claims from the administration that there's not a bias against Nashville General, if you work to support them, you know there is. And I was just asked not to disrupt the board and to vote no.
I was going to let you finish just because I think people are trying to figure out where this one is. You get your questions answered?
Not to my satisfaction, and because of that, I think that we need to leave the board as is and vote this candidate down. And again, it's no disrespect to Dr. Allen.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I stand and echo the sentiments of my previous two colleagues. And to be very clear, Councilmember Virtue stated this, Councilwoman Toombs has stated this. I'm also going to state it. Looking at the resume of Dr. Allen, he looks to be an upstanding individual, and he seems to be amazing. So this is not against Dr. Allen to the point that was just made about needing this individual at this time. There is another seat that is coming open in November. So if the administration wanted Dr. Allen to serve, we could look at that seat for him in November if the administration is willing to withdraw the nomination at this time so that he can come back before us before November. And I'm sure that many people that are returning would love to consider him for that seat. However, for this seat that is currently held by Mr. Manson, who was just reelected as the board chair. We have been fighting for more stability for Metro General Hospital, not just this term, but the previous terms. The Minority Caucus has focused on this year after year after year and term after term. Nashville General is the people's hospital, and it needs the support of the council. We do not need to disrupt their body in the midst of them looking at the options for a new hospital. This is not the time to disrupt their body. Mr. Manson's term is not expired. So I'm asking my colleagues to vote this down unless the administration is willing to withdraw Dr. Allen, who seems to be wonderful. The administration is willing to withdraw him. We can consider him again in November. The administration is not willing to withdraw him. I'm asking my colleagues to vote him down.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I can give you all historical information in regards to General Hospital as well as Hubbard Hospital and the issues that we've had. What this really amounts to is divide and conquer. Breaking it down to a smaller complex to still get the original desire. And the desire is not in favor of General Hospital, not General Hospital that's on Albion Street. These problems that we have had with General Hospital did not happen when it was on Hermitage Avenue. It is time for us to stand up for what is right. Richard Manson is an advocate, a strong advocate, and a strong voice for Nashville General Hospital. We know that there have been numerous attempts to close the hospital, to disband it. It has been on attack. The CEO has had trouble since being hired. And they've made leapfrog advances at the hospital. And instead of us focusing on the good that they've done, we want to attack everything that we can find, whether it's consultants, staffing, auditing, you name it. It is so unfortunate when we are in a city that is the most diverse in the state. The culture has changed, but the politics have not. I expect for us to have the courage to do what is right and make sure that we have a hospital that is essential to this city, take care of those who are underserved and forgotten. It is the teaching hospital for Meharry Medical College, and they need a place to be able to learn and practice health care for all people. Please vote this down. Dr. Allen, it is nothing towards you. I'm sorry that you had to experience it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to say thank you to Dr. Allen for stepping up to be considered to be on the board. Our board is a volunteer basis, and people just serve at their own will. They don't get paid for it, and every time people come up, we need to acknowledge that. But the two reasons why I'm voting against this is two. Number one is the disrespect to Dr. Mason, who stepped up and decided that he wants to serve, and we appointed him. And we did not wait for his term to finish before bringing someone else in his place. That is a big disrespect. Not even just for serving, but also is the chairman of the board, for God's sake. I mean, if we have something, then we should address that. So as somebody who serves on the board, as somebody who knows what it takes to give your time willingly, I think it's a disrespect, it's a slap in the face to Dr. Mason. And we think we have to correct that. The other thing that I see also is that this pitching one against the other, we have to be very careful when we bring a black man against another black man that are both equally qualified. I think we have to stop doing that. It puts everybody in a corner as to who's to support. And we shouldn't be doing that. So we have a qualified black man. Why are we bringing another one? I think we should vote to say we cannot do that. And then the third reason, which I think we all should consider, is the stability. You all have served on a board. You know what it's like when there's turnover, when new people come in. We have a board that has a chair that has its activity together. Voting somebody else in will be disruptive. So for those reasons, I'm asking everyone to please vote against this nomination. And to Dr. Allen, again, I'm going to repeat what everybody said. It's not about you and what you bring to the table. We're grateful that you're willing to serve. But the way this is being done, we have to consider the other person on the other side. And I said, please, let's retain the person that we have and vote no against this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Darby, I want to clarify something you said earlier. If this body votes this down, what happens next?
The appointment will be voted down, so this person will not be appointed. The member who's currently sitting will serve out the remainder of their term and hold over have a holdover period of 60 days until a new appointment is made.
So,
and a rejection of this appointment would mean that the appointee would not be eligible to serve in this position for 1 year, or be reappointed to serve for 1 year.
So Mr. Manson was just re-elected chair of the board. If we vote this down, Mr. Manson will hold over. So I'm looking at the Hospital Authority board schedule here. So he will stay on and chair the board at their September 28th meeting?
He would yes, his position would hold over for a period of up to 60 days. The mayor would be eligible to make an appointment from 60 days of August 1, and then that appointment would come up before the council for consideration at its presumably October 3rd meeting if an appointment was made before then.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. All right, so all we're doing is we're on the previous question. We're not voting on the appointment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yes.
Opposed say no. Previous question prevails. We are on the vote, so let's explain where we are. We're on E12. It's the Hospital Authority. It's the appointment of Dr. Lavelle Allen for a term expiring on September 6, 2028. The motion is to approve by Councilmember Murphy. Came out of the Rules Committee 6 in favor, 0 against. So what we're doing is we're voting on that appointment, all right? We'll need to go onto the board. Mr. Clerk? Ready? Okay, so two things. One is if you're for the appointment of Dr. Allen, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. It needs 21 votes to pass, so just remember that, okay? Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 18, noes 18, 3 abstentions. So my vote doesn't make a difference because it needs 21 votes. Okay, it needs 21 votes to approve. So it fails. So the motion to approve the appointment fails. Okay. All right. The last thing we have on the agenda tonight for elections and confirmations is the Auditorium Commission. All right. So, Councilmember Murphy, I'm going back on that one.
Hopefully this one's easy and I don't need to give a full report, but happy to do so if needed. But we were on the qualifications of the nominees for Mr. Carlson, Mr. Knight, and Ms. Minke. They were all approved, 6 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Nelson is disqualified because there was no questionnaire and he did not appear before the committee. So again, qualifications were all approved, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, so there were 3, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Knight, and Ms. Minke. Is that right? Yes. Okay, so you know what? Should have done this before we got to that one. We've got some approvals that we have already passed, and this is going to take a little while. So what I'd like to do is just go back and recognize those individuals that we have voted for, and so that they can stay and watch us vote, or they can leave if they want to. All right. So and then I'll come back, and then we'll start voting on Auditorium Commission. Let's go back, and these are appointments that we have confirmed. Ms. Mary Beard for the Community Review Board. Ms. Beard, if you're still here, if you would stand up and remain standing. Retired Judge Joe Brown for the Community Review Board. There's Joe Brown, the judge. Community Review Board, Andrew Goddard. There he is. Alicia Haddock for the Community Review Board. Ms. Haddock, there she is. Mr. Walter Holloway, I saw him. If he would please stand up. Sean Witzel. Sean, are you still here? There you are. Okay. Community Review Board. Let's see. Mr. Thomas Curtis for the Employee Benefit Board. There he is. There's Mr. Curtis. I've got Rebecca Whitehead for the Board of Health. She may have finally gotten tired and left. Okay. Carol Ziegler for the Board of Health. Ms. Ziegler, there she is. And my good friend Kathy Leslie for the Planning Commission. Ms. Leslie, thank you. Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking these individuals for serving. All right, Councilmember Murphy, get back over here. Councilmember Murphy. There you go. All right, so we have got, let's make sure we're ready to go. We have got 3 appointments for the Auditorium Commission. It's an election to fill 2 positions. They were all approved. The 3, Christopher Carlson, Adam Knight, and Nancy Menke, were all approved 6-0. We have to fill 2 out of the 3 remaining. We have passed out, I believe, paper ballots now. So you will be voting on 2. Only vote for 2. All right, once you finish voting, raise your hand. We'll come collect them, and then we're going to go through the process where the clerk will read the names of the council members and the people and the individuals selected. Councilmember Roberts, only 2. Okay. The Ryan Nelson. Don't worry about it. Remember, you can only select from the top 3 on the board. Mr. Christopher Carlson, Mr. Adam Knight, and Miss Nancy Menke. What? But thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Young, back in your chair. Thank you. Okay, all ballots in. So what we're going to do is have the clerk read the name, the council member, and then the individuals that the council member voted for, just by either say yes or just make sure that we've got this correct. Mr. Clerk, proceed ahead.
Councilmember Mendez selected Nancy Minky and Adam Knight. Councilmember Hurt selected Ryan Nelson and Christopher Carlson.
Okay.
Councilmember Allen selected Nancy Minky and Adam Knight. Councilmember Suara selected Minky and Carlson. Councilmember Hall selected Ryan Nelson. Councilmember Toombs selected Adam Knight and Nancy Minky. Councilmember Gamble selected Christopher Carlson and Adam Knight. Councilmember Swope selected Christopher Carlson and Nancy Minky. Councilmember Parker selected Carlson and Minky. Councilmember Withers selected Nancy Minky and Adam Knight. Councilmember Benedict selected Minky and Knight. Councilmember Van Rees selected Minky and Carlson. Councilmember Hancock selected Carlson and Minky. Councilmember Young selected Nancy Minky and Adam Knight. Councilmember Hager selected Adam Knight and Christopher Carlson. Councilmember Evans selected Knight and Carlson. Councilmember Bradford selected Minky and Knight. Councilmember Syracuse selected Minky and Carlson. Councilmember Welsh selected Knight and Minky. Councilmember Sledge selected Knight and Minky. Councilmember Cash selected Minky and Knight. Councilmember O'Connell selected Carlson and Knight. Councilmember Roberts selected Knight and Carlson. Councilmember Taylor selected Knight and Minky. Councilmember Hauser selected Knight and Minky. Councilmember Druffel selected Carlson and Minky. Councilmember Murphy selected Chris Carlson and Adam Knight. Councilmember Pooley selected Carlson and Minky. Councilmember Johnston selected Carlson and Minky. Councilmember Nash selected Carlson and Knight. Councilmember Vercher is not voting. Councilmember Porterfield selected Knight and Carlson. Councilmember Sepulveda selected Knight and Minky. Councilmember Rutherford selected Minky and Carlson. Councilmember Stiles selected Adam Knight. Councilmember Lee selected Carlson and Knight. Councilmember Henderson selected Knight and Minky. Councilman Rosenberg selected Carlson and Knight. Syracuse, Minky, and Carlson. I don't have a room. I don't have room. Okay.
Okay, these are the vote totals. So Mr. Christopher Carlson got 21 votes. Mr. Adam Knight got 25 votes. And Ms. Nancy Menke got 24 votes. So the two members to fill the two vacancies on the Auditorium Commission are Mr. Adam Knight and Ms. Nancy Menke. So congratulations. And if you all would stand just so we can recognize the both of you. There you go. And since all three of you were back there, if you all want to stay for the rest of the meeting, you're welcome to, or you can now leave. Okay. I think I got the message. All right. All right, so we're now on item F. This is on page 3. It's a proposed rule amendment. It's a proposed amendment to Rule 28 of the Metropolitan Council Rules of Procedure. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized. Councilmember Murphy.
I would like to move the amendment, please.
All right, so we are on it's a proposed amendment to Rule 28 of the Metro Council Rules. It will not go into effect until the next term, if that's what the council wants to do. Councilmember Murphy, it has been through rules, so it's already been approved. Councilmember Murphy is moving the proposed substitute, is that right? Okay. Yes. By Councilmember Rosenberg. It's in your packet. Councilmember Murphy moves the proposed substitute. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
So since this is my only chance to demand rules of the future council, I guess I'm going to move approval.
Okay. Does somebody want to go explain what the...
I would defer to Councilman Rosenberg.
All right. Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This addresses the public comment period and ensures that folks don't have to sign up on the Thursday in advance to be able to speak in committee. It also gives the council office authority to figure out accommodations that are needed. Is that it, Ms. Darby? Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. You've heard an explanation. Are there questions about the proposed substitute? Okay. All right. Councilmember Murphy has moved the proposed substitute. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the proposed substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Proposed substitutes on. Councilmember Murphy, you are now on your proposed rule changed as substituted.
That was move approval.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy is moving approval of the proposed amendment to Rule 28 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the proposed rule change? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the proposed rule change, which has been, it's a substitute now. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The proposed rule change to Rule 28 as substituted passes. All right. All right, we are now on public comment period. It's that's section G on the agenda. It's page 4. It's pursuant to chapter number 300 of the Public Acts of the State of Tennessee for 2023. Because of that act, time is now reserved for public comment on legislation that appears on this agenda. Members of the public were required to sign up in advance, and I believe, have you got the list? Okay. We had 10 people sign up to speak, and I'll go through that list. And if we limit it to 10, you've got 2 minutes. You'll speak at that back microphone. And if for some reason somebody is not there, we'll go to person number 11, 12, and 13. We have 13 people on the list. First person to sign up is Nicole Williams. Ms. Williams? Okay, so she is not here. Second person is Christopher Slobogan. Christopher? Okay. Next person up is Mr. Christopher Dickerson. Mr. Dickerson, come on up. You will be speaking on, it's RS 2023-2342, which is the license plate reader bill, and you are speaking, I believe, in support. Mr. Dickerson, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Sergeant Chris Dickerson, and I'm a supervisor with the Metro Nashville Homicide Unit. I joined my colleagues and to talk to you about the license plate readers. Our detective team investigated a murder of Vishal Patel last November at 4890 Lebanon Pike. Thanks to information from witnesses, we were able to arrest the two 15-year-olds who were involved in this horrible, horrific act. They were from Kentucky, and just hours before that, well, days before that, they were riding around in a stolen Kia SUV. This stolen Kia SUV would have been, well, the license plate for which had been entered into National Law Enforcement Database in regards to the stolen Kia SUV would have had an LPR reference. I was able to assist with part of the interviews with the two defendants in the case, and I learned that they traveled to Nashville 2 days before Mr. Patel was actually killed. I agree that the presence of the LPR technology in the Donaldson Hermitage area may have enabled us to apprehend these teens prior to the homicide. As of right now, I'm grateful that some of the apartment complexes in Nashville actually have private LPR systems. One of them provided the police department with crucial tag information in regard to the murder of Mr. Arthur Henderson, which actually occurred in the Fallbrook Apartments on November 18th of 2022. With that tag information, we were able to corroborate the name of the homicide suspect and arrest him hours later as he traveled between Clarksville to Nashville. I thank you for your time, and I would also let you know that Mr. Patel's family member, Mr. Jack Patel, is here, and he would like to speak on behalf of Mr. Vishal Patel's family. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. So are you Jack Patel? You're actually number 8, so we'll get back to you in just a second. All right, thank you. Morgan Hartgrove? Okay. Ms. Hartgrove, you're also speaking, well, you're speaking on Bill 2023-1869. Okay, Ms. Hartgrove.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Morgan Hartgrove, and I'm with the law firm Thompson Burton, located at 1801 Weston Avenue, 37203. I'm speaking today on behalf of my client, Old Town Trolley Tours of Nashville, and I have Steve Burris, who's the general manager, with me today. We're here to ask for your support for the amendment to BL 2023-1869, which allows the Transportation and Licensing Commission to limit the number of ETV permits allowed to operate downtown. As you know, ETVs encompass both party buses and sightseeing vehicles. We support the amendment to this bill, which carves out sightseeing vehicles and allows council to enforce permit reductions against party buses, the vehicles that cause congestion problems. Importantly, the data that supports this bill assume that the subject vehicles go a maximum of 15 miles an hour and have reduced acceleration and deceleration speeds. And there were 2 routes per hour per ETV permit, factors which are applicable to party buses but not sightseeing vehicles. Whether or not the data supports reducing party bus permits is something that you'll have to decide tonight, but the data does not support the idea that we need to reduce sightseeing vehicles. Specifically, the amendment excludes vehicles that have forward-facing seats, require passengers to be seated while the vehicle is moving, and travel at a fixed route, and don't allow passengers to consume alcohol on board. Unlike party buses, sightseeing vehicles travel at the speed of traffic with seated passengers. They have predictable traffic patterns, and they don't have passengers actively consuming alcohol on board. All the factors that make these vehicles less of a traffic congestion issue. Old Town Trolley meets all of these criteria. We cater to families, and we tell Nashville's history. We don't contribute to the typical problems associated with entertainment transportation, and we ask that council vote in favor of the carve-out amendment to help protect those that tell the story of Nashville's history. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hartgrove. Next speaker is Angus Purdy. Mr. Purdy is speaking about the license plate readers, and he is listed as opposing them. Mr. Purdy, you're recognized.
was told a while ago by a colleague of yours to expect tonight's LPR vote to go the same as the previous vote. This is before y'all had even seen the report on the pilot period. So I come here fully expecting that I know how each one of you is going to vote, which kind of makes my speaking to you feel performative or theatrical. I'm speaking anyway in the hopes that some of you actually listen to the people. We were promised equitable distribution of this technology during the trial period. MNPD has already shown an inability to follow the parameters that council set forth for the pilot program. This technology was overwhelmingly placed in Black and brown communities. My district, 18, which is disproportionately represented on this body, received 0 LPRs during the pilot program. It is among the safest districts and also one of the least policed. We've long been telling you that reactive policing doesn't create the safest communities. Properly meeting the material needs of Nashvillians is the only way to ensure crime reduction. LPRs are a reactive technology. In light of anti-sanctuary city state legislation, we cannot be confident LPR data will be kept out of the hands of ICE. This will put our undocumented neighbors at increased risk. This technology has been used to target people seeking out-of-state abortions. It has triggered false positives. I think it's safe to say that our state officials have been acting in an authoritarian, dare I say, fascist manner. We recently witnessed the state attorney general gaining access to private medical records. These same state officials want you to vote yes tonight. Your vote will tell us whose side you're on.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eli Foster. Eli Foster, also speaking on license plate readers and opposed.
My name is Eli Foster, and I live on Gloucester Lane in Bellevue, Tennessee, 37221. I wanted to start by saying thank you. All of you have served Nashville over the last 4 years, and I appreciate your service. I want to give a special shout out to my council member, Dave Rosenberg, who is an advocate for affordable housing, but not in the room right now, environmental protections, and local public schools. Thank you, DR 35. I'm here tonight in opposition to RS 2023-2342, the license plate reader resolution. In 1981, Republican strategist Lee Atwater was interviewed about his Southern strategy. Lee Atwater successfully implemented this strategy for Presidents Nixon and Reagan. His strategy was straightforward. Following the civil rights movement, policy and laws could no longer be written with racist intent. Think white water fountain only. However, the impact of a law could be written in a neutral sounding way, but have negative racial impact. Therefore, the law hurts black folks more than white folks. We have seen this Southern strategy play out right here in Nashville. The building of I-40 right through the heart of the thriving black community in North Nashville. The intent was neutral, but the impact hurt the black community. The incarceration rate of historically black North Nashville, 37208, was the highest in the nation in 2018, according to the Brookings Institute. The impact is hurting the black community. That brings us to the resolution to allow license plate readers. According to our Community Oversight Board, black individuals were disproportionately represented in LPR-related arrest and use of force incidents involving an officer. It is clear that the intent of the LPR may be neutral, but the impact is hurting the black community. Nashville, let's put the Southern strategy of Lee Atwater in the past. I am urging you to vote no on the LPR resolution because the impact will hurt our black community.
All right, thank you, Mr. Foster. Our next speaker is Davy Tucker.
In December, the Metro Human Relations Commission unanimously voted not to approve the LPR ordinance as written because of concerns of the continued over-policing of black and brown communities. Are you going to use data or antidotes? Data should help drive you toward a much richer decision. We keep hearing things such as desperate doesn't equal discrimination. But as you just heard, your intent may not be that, but what is your impact? I listened today, even in the discussion here, and I heard, and I'm sure that the person did not mean it to hurt me, but I heard them say, poor people commit more crimes, and minorities make up a lot of poor people. Sociologists and criminologists will refute that method of policing, and that's what drives and continues over policing. The technology is neither good nor bad. It just is. But it's how you use it. It's how you use it. Now, law enforcement are the experts. The police are the experts within law enforcement. But the public is the expert in public safety. It's your duty to please assuage the public's concerns. Take the time to assuage them. Look at the data. There are none at I-65 and Brentwood, and you go either way. There are none getting in and out of Green Hills. Again, poor people commit more crimes, and minorities make up that. It's either biology.
Reverend Tucker.
It's either biology
Reverend
or it's
Tucker,
public policy.
I need to cut you off. Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Patel. Mr. Patel? And you are speaking on license plate readers, and you're in support. Mr. Patel, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jack Patel. I'm a businessman, supervisor at the local utility, and also president of Omiyadam Temple that's under construction, a nonprofit entity. I am for the LPR, and here's why. As Detective Dickerson just spoke, about 6 months ago, I had to deliver that eulogy for Vishal Patel. He was a businessman, caring father, and a loving husband. This didn't have to happen. This wife didn't have to be widowed, and this 7-year-old daughter needed her dad at her wedding to walk her down the aisle. But that's not going to happen now. Two 15-year-olds committed this murder, and 2 days prior, as detectives said, they were robbing other businesses nearby. And maybe, just maybe, they could have been caught if the LPRs were there. This family is shattered. Wife got out of the business and moved to another state and with her 7-year-old. In my humble opinion, LPRs are good for Nashville, and I'm also hoping that they won't be misused. And who knows, those with bad intentions, they may get caught with their prior history, and another life could be saved. And respected members, that life could be one of your loved ones as well. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Tom Turner. And Mr. Turner is also speaking on LPRs, and he is listed as supporting. Mr. Turner?
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. My name's Tom Turner. I'm president of the Nashville Downtown Partnership. I live and work in Nashville. Many thanks to all of you for the last 4 years, and especially to those of you who served 4 before that and have agreed to serve another 4. Thank you for your service. I am speaking in favor of RS 2023-2342, a resolution reauthorizing the license plate reader program of the Metro Nashville Police Department for the purpose of crime reduction and resolution. Nashvillians support the use of license plate readers to improve public safety throughout our community, and downtown Nashville property owners, business owners, and residents overwhelmingly support the use of license plate readers to improve public safety. During the pilot program, there were no complaints filed or reported for abuse or misuse of license plate reader technology, only the reduction and resolution of crime. Again, we support the resolution and all of your efforts to improve public safety in Nashville for all citizens. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Kathy Carrillo. Don't want to speak? Okay. Next speaker is Chief John Drake. Is the chief here? Okay. Next speaker is Jill Fitchard. Jill. Okay. Ms. Fitchard, also on license plate readers and would be listed as opposed. Ms. Fitchard, welcome.
Hello, I'm Jill Fitchard, Executive Director of the Community Oversight Board. We heard from MMPD council members, community leaders, and groups, as well as the COB regarding the passage of LPRs. The COB reported on LPRs over the last 2 years by bringing in nationally recognized subject matter experts and stakeholders like the local ACLU and public defender to discuss the workings, pros and cons, and the effect they have on communities, especially communities that are impacted the most, the marginalized and disenfranchised communities of color. We have, as pointed out in the informational report, the lack of transparency and accountability by our police department related to LPRs. The fact that MMPD purchased and is currently using a new surveillance tool called Fusus without the knowledge or input from the community is indicative of this lack of transparency. We are concerned that the city of Nashville is moving towards using facial recognition technology. And because of MMPD's purchase of the powerful surveillance tool Fusus without a public discussion, we believe the legislation should be deferred until we have more information related to a cost analysis of LPRs that shows the benefit to Nashville residents that outweigh the cost. And we want information on how LPR data is stored in the Fusus system and if that information is subject to the Metro Code regarding surveillance technology, its ability to use biometric tracking, and any next steps to educate the community on this disturbing technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fitchard. And the last person signed up to speak is David Keeley.
Is it okay if I split some of my time with Mr. DePriest?
No, that's, I don't think that's allowed. You had to sign up individually. Oh. So just you. So we're going off the sign-up sheet, and what's your name? You're not listed on the sign-up sheet. So the way this works is that we have a system where people sign up. Did you sign up online? Okay, so there's, excuse me? So you have to be, in order to follow our rules, excuse me, in order to follow our rules, you have to sign up and you have to show up on the sheet. I can't give you other people's time. So you're not listed as having signed up, so I can't let you speak. But I can let the Mr. Keeley speak.
Okay.
Mr. Keeley, you're recognized.
My name is Dave Kiley. I am the Assistant Director of Metro Nashville Community Oversight. You wouldn't have known that. We already spoke some during the committees today, so I just want to briefly address that. MNCO is not here to tell you that LPRs are good or bad. We are here to talk about the application and the process that and what has resulted from that process. What we've heard today so far has not given this council any kind of cost-benefit analysis as to the application implementation of this technology. We have no idea what this is going to cost. And the hit rate that we're looking at right now for this quote-unquote successful program is that they had, during the pilot program, 71 million license plates read. Of those, 1,316 verified hits for a verified hit rate of 0.0018. From that same pool, we have 112 arrests for an arrest rate of 0.00016. And so, with all due respect to the police department's position, our concern is that they are not engaging with this data. They are similarly not engaging with the community's concerns about the racial and class disparities that are abundantly clear from our report, which you've all been provided and which we hope that you will read. We've heard nothing, and they were asked, about what the policies will be to ensure that there are not further racial and income-based disparities in the application of this technology. That, coupled with the fact that we know that FUSIS is coming, right? They already pulled it from this session, but they are going to ask for it. And so before you take the first step in what is going to be a county-wide system of mass surveillance, we ask that you ask them to answer these fundamental questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Okay, so that concludes our public comment period. And we are now ready to proceed on to our consent calendar. Okay, I'm on page 4. We are on section H of the agenda. This is consent resolutions and resolutions. I'm going to go through all items that are on our consent calendar, and then just let me know if anything needs to be bumped off that I have on there. These are items on the consent calendar. Item number 3, RS 2023-2347 is on consent. 2361 is on consent. 2362 is on consent. 2363 is on consent. 2364 is on consent. 2365 is on consent. 2366 on consent. 2367 is on consent. 2368 is on consent. 2370 is on consent. 2371 is on consent. 2372 is on consent. 2373 is on consent. 2374 is on consent. 2375 is on consent. 2376 is on consent. 2377 is on consent. 2378 is on consent. 2379 is on consent. 2382 is on consent. 2383 is on consent. 2384 is on consent. 2385 is on consent. 2386 on consent. 2387 on consent. 2388 is on consent. 2389 is on consent. 2390 is on consent. 2391 is on consent. 2392 is on consent. 2393 is on consent. 2394 is on consent. 2395 is on consent. 2396 is on consent. 2397 is on consent. 2398 is on consent. And 2399 is on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off? Councilmember Parker.
Item 37, 2394.
2394, it's item 37?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Item 37 is knocked off of the consent calendar. Anything else, Councilmember Swarr?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Item number 10, 2367.
Item number 10, RS 2023-2367 is knocked off of consent. Okay. Anything else? Councilmember Bradford?
Item number 32.
Okay, item number 32 is off of consent. That's RS 2023-2389. All right, anything else? Councilmember Van Rees. Oh.
It's 2396, number 39, please.
Number 39, 2396. Anything else? Councilmember Murphy, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. Okay. Anything else? All right. All right. Here we go. RS 2023-2347 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Roten, Withers, Pulley, and Hurt. Resolution approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services, and Clark UMC Community Development Corporation to provide public water service improvements. Item number 4, RS 2023-2361 by Roten, Syracuse, and Allen. Resolution appropriating $28,250 from a certain account of the Community Safety Fund for a grant to Rocketown of Middle Tennessee. Item number 5 by Roten, Syracuse, and others, RS 2023-2362, resolution appropriating $59,442 from a certain account, Community Safety Fund for a grant to Rafa Institute for Napier and Sudicum Community Safety Program. Item number 6, RS 2023-2363 by Councilmember Toombs, resolution amending resolution number RS 2022-1307, which appropriated funding from the American Rescue Plan Act to the Community Safety Partnership Fund to support evidence-based community solutions to interpersonal violence. Item number 7, RS 2023-2364, Roten, Welsh, and Hancock. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to an Adult Drug Court and Veterans Treatment Court Discretionary Program grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to the Metropolitan Government through the General Sessions Court. Implement a DUI court for participants convicted of misdemeanor DUI offense. Item number 8, RS 2023-2365, Hancock, Roten, and Allen. Resolution authorizing Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement to payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes respect to a multifamily housing project located at 333 Rio Vista Drive. Item number 9, RS 2023-2366 by Parker Roten, and Allen. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement to payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes respect to a multifamily housing project located at 590 Joseph Avenue. RS 2023-2366, that one's off. Item number 11, RS 2023-2368 by Councilmember Roten and Withers. Resolution approving an amendment to an intergovernmental license agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the USA, acting through the Department of Defense, and a certain property located at 1414 County Hospital Road, owned by the Metropolitan Government for limited military training purposes. Item number 13, RS 2023-2370, Roten and Welsh. Resolution amending RS 2022-1860 to change the implementation strategy for collective or shared equity housing activity from an RFP to a designated set-aside and Barnes funding round. RS 2023-2371, Item 14, Roten and Benedict. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Johnson Control, Inc. to provide medicine services, maintenance, and upgrades. RS 2023-2372, Roten, Benedict, and Welsh. Item number 15, resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Community Foundation, Middle Tennessee, to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Information Technology Services Department to fund the position of Digital Inclusion Officer. Item number 16, RS 2023-2373, Roten, Benedict, and Welsh. A resolution approving Amendment number 2 to a sole source contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Tyler Technologies, Inc. to increase the value of the contract. Item 17, RS 2023-2374, Roten, Hurt, Welsh, and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the TSU Library and Archives, or Tennessee State Library and Archives, to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Public Library to target library materials to persons having difficulty using a library and to provide special services to children and the underserved. RS 2023-2375, Item 18, Roten, Hurt, Welsh, and others. Resolution appropriating a total of $576,345 increase the individual grant amounts from the Nashville Public Library to specific nonprofit organizations for the expansion of free and high-quality after-school and summer programming through the library's Nashville After Zone Alliance Out-of-School Time Coordinating System. Item number 19, RS 2023-2376, Roten, Syracuse, and Hancock. Resolution approving a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan Government to the Board of Health. Update emission inventory software. RS 2023-2377, item number 20, Roten, Syracuse, and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 2 to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health to conduct immunization record audits for child care centers, drop-in centers, and group child care homes. RS 2023-2378, item 21, Roten, Druffel, Welsh, and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Social Services Commission to provide nutrition services for older or disabled adults and transportation services for eligible persons. Item number 22, RS 2023-2379, Roten, Syracuse, and Saguaro. Resolution accepting a grant for the Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Program to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Family Safety to offset funding reductions in the current contract to ensure the continued provision of services in Nashville's family safety centers. Item number 26, RS 2023-2383. Toombs, Roten, and Pulley, resolution accepting a donation from Dickerson Nashville owner LP, amount of $20,000 as a contribution towards infrastructure improvements at the intersection of Dickerson Pike and Lemuel Road. RS 2023-2384, item 27, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley, resolution authorizing BPH Fund 2, LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 419 Broadway. Item number 28, RS 2023-2385, Councilmember Roten is the sponsor, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of April Curry, Old South Construction LLC, Aspen Construction LLC, and MRB Developers LLC against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $150,674.47. with $76,695.67 to be paid from the Judgments and Losses Fund and $73,978.80 to be paid from the NDOT Sidewalk Fund. That's by Councilmember Roten. Item number 29, also by Councilmember Roten, RS 2023-2386. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of James Knight and Jason Mays against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, the amount of $224,343.91, $215,460.70 to be paid out of the Judgment and Losses Fund, and $8,883.21 to be paid out of the NDOT Sidewalk Fund. RS 2023-2387, Roten, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claims of April Parker against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, the amount of $51,000 meant to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2023-2388, Councilmember Syracuse, a resolution amending ordinance number BL 2023-1690 as amended to extend its effective date to January 1st, 2024. Item number 33, RS 2023-2390, Roten and Pulley, resolution accepting a hazard mitigation grant for the State of Tennessee Department of Military, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Water and Sewer Services to allow for the reimbursement of previously awarded funds. Item number 34, RS 2023-2391, Roten, Withers, and Pulley and Roberts, resolution authorizing the Director of Public Property or his designee to exercise an option agreement for the purchase of a flood-prone property located at 720 Heights Street. Item number 35 by Councilmember Roten, RS 2023-2392, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Maricruz Oliveras Rodriguez against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $100,000, Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2023-2393, Hancock, Rutherford, and Allen, a resolution supporting municipal leadership on food waste reduction, encouraging a Metropolitan Government and community-wide target of a 50% reduction in food waste from 2017 levels by 2030. RS 2023-2395, item number 38, Welsh and Stiles. It's a resolution honoring the life of Benjamin Taylor Cowherd. Next one is number 40, RS 2023-2397 by Councilmember Evans. Resolution honoring Angie Thompson for her leadership as Director of Behavioral Health and Wellness Division at the Metro Public Health Department. Item number 41, RS 2023-2398 by Councilmember Pulley. Resolution recognizing the Hillsborough High School girls flag football team on winning the 2023 championship in the inaugural season. And item number 42, RS 2023-2399 by Councilmember Sledge, Withers, and Bradford. Resolution recognizing the 13th annual Bianca Page Day. Those are the things on the consent calendar. Okay. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Does anything needs to be bumped off the consent? Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Yeah, could we pull number 4, please?
Let's see. Number 4? Okay. All right. Number 4, 2361 comes off. Anything else needs to be bumped off of consent? All right. Seeing none, we've got committee reports due in. Let's see. Affordable housing. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
Yes. Affordable housing approved, 8 in favor, 0 against. 2365, 2366, 2369, and 2370.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved 2023-2347, 2362, 2363, 64, 65, 66, 68, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 13 in favor, 0 against, 2382, 2383, 84, 85, 86, 87, 90, 91, and 92, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Withers.
I'll try to take it on behalf of
It's
my colleague.
23, 71, 72, and 73.
71. Government operations recommended approval of all three of those items, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. And while you're standing up, you want to do planning and zoning?
Sure thing. I think that the items that we have left on consent are item 20, RS 2023-2368, 2384, and 2391. And planning and zoning recommended approval of each of those, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Human Services, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Human Services 2023-2378, 540 against. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Hurt, very stylish tonight. Councilmember Hurt, you recognize. Public Facilities.
Thank you. Public Facilities voted 6 in favor, 0 against for RS 2023-2374 and RS 2023-2375.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2023, 2361, 62, 63, 76, 77, and 79 and recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Public Rules, Confirmation of Public Elections.
Thank you. We had Resolution 2393, 2394, 2397, 2398, and 2399, all 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. And then Councilmember Pulley, take us home.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation recommended approval of RS 2023-2347, 2383 through 84, 2388, and 2391 through 92, 9 in favor, 0 against, and I recommend approval, I move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, let's go back and pick up those that we didn't have on consent. First one is item number 1, RS 2023-2340 by Councilmembers Roten and Hancock. Resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the United States Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for participation in the E-Verify program. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance moved for an indefinite deferral, which was approved, 6 in favor, 2 against, 5 present not voting.
Give me the vote again, if you don't mind.
6 in favor, 2 against, 5 abstained.
Okay. And Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Where are we?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Item
sorry.
number 1, RS 2023-2340.
The committee recommended indefinite deferral, 6 in favor, 0 against. Thank you.
What was the vote?
6 in favor, 0 against.
6, okay, 6-0. All right, Councilmember Roten?
Move for an indefinite deferral.
Okay, the motion is to defer indefinitely. Okay. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? All right, seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's deferred indefinitely. All right, we're on number 2, RS 2023-2342. Councilmember Syracuse, Johnson, Gamble, and others. A resolution approving full implementation of license plate reader technology by the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department following the July 22nd, 2023 conclusion of the pilot implementation. Councilmember Syracuse, I understand that there was lots of healthy debate in the committees this afternoon, like 3 hours worth. So anyway, just letting people know. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
You've got Transportation Infrastructure, Councilmember Pulley. He's still in the committee. There you go.
Yeah. Transportation recommended approval of the proposed Amendment 9 in favor, 0 against, and recommended approval of the resolution as amended, 8 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety, both the amendment and the resolution as amended, voted in favor, 7 in favor, 1 not voting.
7-0 and 1. Okay, Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, you're on your resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move the amendment, please.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse is moving the amendment to RS 2023-2342. Properly moved, properly seconded. Back on your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the amendment does three things. Well, briefly, procedural question. We have an amendment of the amendment, but I need to move this first and then that. Is that correct?
It doesn't matter because the amendment of the amendment is just simply a late amendment, which would add one sentence to the language of the previous amendment. So if you adopt that one first, then you don't need to move the first amendment. But.
So can I just go ahead and move the amendment of the amendment, and then I'll explain that to include the amendment?
All right, so there's a late filed amendment, correct?
And I need to suspend the rules to take up the amendment of the amendment.
Okay. All right. So let's figure out where we are. So you moved the initial amendment to RS 2023-2342, properly second. Now you've got a late filed amendment to the amendment. You will need to suspend the rules. It was late filed. Did you get to rules? Did not. Okay.
It'll have to be a double suspension of the rules.
It would be a double suspension of the rules. We've done that before. All right, so Councilmember Syracuse is moving to suspend all the rules to get the amendment before us tonight on the resolution. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? I see 3 hands. All right, so, okay, so you can't put the amendment on, the amendment to the amendment. Now you're just back on your amendment.
Back on just the amendment. I'll give that with an explanation. Is that already on the floor?
Yeah, so you are properly on your amendment to RS 2023-2342.
Okay, so the amendment does 3 things. It clarifies that this isn't the last step in this process, that there are 2 more resolutions that the next council will have to take up, one for procurement and the other for an appropriation. The second thing that it does is
Councilmember Syracuse, can I interrupt you for just a minute? I missed something. Councilmember O'Connell, you need a point of personal privilege, and I'm sorry I just missed it.
Oh, that's okay. You caught them as they're going out the door. Maybe they're still here. Yeah, there they are.
If they want to stick their head back in here.
Sure. Sticking their heads back in might be my 2 daughters and Dr. Whitney Boone attending their first council meeting. So that's Violet and Haley. I think Haley may have come to committees once before on an afternoon where Whitney was at a faraway clinic. But yeah, Tuesdays are my long night, and Thursdays are her long night, as she's usually in other counties taking care of kids at other clinics. So I'm grateful to them for letting me do this job for the past 8 years. So thank you.
All right. And Councilmember O'Connell, I would let your children speak, but I've spoken to them, and I'm scared we wouldn't finish before midnight tonight. All right. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I saw them out the door, and I thought I better get them.
Very worthy. Thank you.
Councilmember Syracuse, proceed ahead.
So the second thing that the amendment does is that it states that the vendor contracts have to comply with federal, state, local law, and MNPD policies, and includes a termination clause that kicks in if there's a credible indication that there's a breach or some sort of unintended disclosure. And then finally, it does provide that the MNPD policies will require consultation with the community advisory groups in each precinct to determine where LPR devices would be located. The intent overall of this amendment is to bring greater clarity, transparency, and an attempt to be a little more collaborative with community groups. So with that, I move approval of the amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of amendment number 1 to RS 2023-2342. Again, it was properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of questions for Ms. Darby, if I could, please. Ms. Darby, does this amend the ordinance on LPRs in any way?
The amendment?
Does the amendment amend the existing LPR ordinance?
No, the amendment would amend the resolution that's before the council tonight.
Okay. Is it, and then am I correct that it's just recitals?
The amendment adds recitals, correct.
and they don't have the force of law so that nobody's actually required to comply with them.
The amendments don't have the force of law. The amendments do make reference to other laws that are enforceable on their own, but the amendment itself and the recitals do not have the force of law for this resolution.
Thank you. Y'all vote for it, vote against it. It really doesn't make a damn bit of difference because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's words on a piece of paper to make people feel better about a bill they're uncomfortable with and should be uncomfortable with. Really, it's nothing. It doesn't require anything. Anybody who says it's going to do this or create this or do that, it's just wrong because it doesn't. It's recitals. It's nothing. So I hope we don't spend a lot of time on the amendment. Add it, don't add it. Let's move on to the real resolution, please.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the resolution.
Okay. Councilmember Sepulveda.
I'm on the resolution.
Councilmember Nash.
On the resolution.
Councilmember Saguaro. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
Calling the previous question on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Swope is calling the previous question. We're not voting on the amendment, just the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on Councilmember Syracuse's motion to approve amendment number 1 to RS 2023-2342. Okay. I think we're going to have to do this by machine. Okay, just as we're getting that ready, let me tell you where we are. So motion to approve RS 2023-2342 for passage. Councilmember Syracuse has moved an amendment to RS 2023-2342, again, properly seconded. We had discussion. Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. We are voting on a motion to adopt amendment number 1 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ready to go? Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would, open up the machines. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 27, no 7, 5 abstentions. The amendment passes. Okay. All right. We are now on RS 2023-2342 as amended. Councilmember Syracuse, you are recognized.
Move approval as amended.
Okay, he moves approval as amended. All right, so we've got people in the queue. Let me go back. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rise to say that I think this is this conversation, which we know has spilled out over more than a year and originated in a conversation about drag racing and street racing, which it no longer applies to, gives us the full picture of difficulty of making delicate decisions about the implementation of public safety technology, but also the necessity of privacy. And I think it's worth giving credit to the administration for kind of taking some concerns that arose as a result of the pilot and working those into the amendment, but that is all forward-looking, and I think that leaves us still with an inconclusive period here. We didn't really have a full-blown community conversation to address concerns that the pilot process raised, including some of the guardrails that still aren't in place. I think as I think about the program after the pilot period, it's not that I'm actually opposed to license plate readers. In fact, with the downtown partnership, downtown is a great example of a place where this technology is perhaps most necessary. But I think when we get to mass surveillance at a fixed level with concerns about equitable location. Even more concerning is the where I come to it from as a computer scientist, knowing full well that without proper guardrails, I think the questions to ask about the data we have right now is, would this technology, which is not just elegant little pictures of license plates, it's full recognizable vehicle photography that if cracked could actually allow for recognition of vehicles moving across the county. And you'd want to know if taken over this pilot period, photography was allowed a bad actor to say who is coming or going from cancer treatments, who is coming or going from other private health concerns, including mental health concerns, who is coming and going from divorce offices, who is coming and going from anything that reveals fully legal but also appropriately private activities in their lives to be later revealed by a bad actor. And I think it is possible to get this balance right between the potential for improved public safety outcomes, but also the privacy that each of us should enjoy. And I'm interested in hearing the rest of this discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Real quickly, I want to read into the record the organizations that signed on to a letter asking us to vote no. The Community Oversight Board, Public Defenders, American Muslim Advisory Council, Conexión Americas, API Middle Tennessee, IMF, NAACP, Nashville Branch, Nashville's People's Budget, Open Table, SEIU, Stand Up Nashville, Tennessee NAACP, Walk Bite, to name a few among the several community-led members who have concerns. I want to reiterate something that was said in the committee meeting, and that was just stated during the public comment. 71 million plates were read, 112 arrests. That's 0.00016% arrest rate. And then from the verified hits, which was 1,316, that's 0.0018% rate for verified hits. My question to you, colleagues, is that worth our privacy? Is that really what we want to head into the future of the city? Because honestly, what's next? The state already requested medical records from Vanderbilt. Who's gay, who's not, who's going to political rallies, who's going outside the state to get an abortion. All of this is next. This is not out of the question. This is the next front line of what we will be talking about for the decades to come. We were given some examples of how LPRs have helped the community. I want to read a couple for you as well. Law enforcement agencies have used LPRs to surveil Muslim communities in New York City. Police targeted mosque parking lots and nearby streets with LPRs. A police lieutenant in Washington pleaded guilty to using license plate readers' data to blackmail patrons of a bar frequented by members of the LGBT community. The AP found countless instances of police abuse of database, ignoring safeguards and policies ordered to track love interest and journalists. A study published by the U.S. Department of Justice found significant lower levels of trust in police among subjects who encountered mentions of law enforcement using license plate readers. There are several examples of how this has been misused in communities. And I also wanted to state one more thing, and then I'll probably ask to speak again. So the state passed HB 2315 that says we cannot require ICE to have a warrant. So if they request data, if they go to MMPD and they're like, give me your data, we cannot legally tell them no. The 10-day does nothing. I would urge you to vote no.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Call the previous question.
Councilmember Nash just called the previous question. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. All right. There's a lot of screaming. On the board. Okay, remember, we're not voting on the resolution. We're simply voting on the previous question. If you're ready to vote, you'd vote aye. If you're not, then vote no. Ms. Clerk, open the machines. Yeah, that's your little card. Wait, do we have? $39. Number for 39. Thanks. Councilmember Vercher. Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 20, noes 19. The motion fails. All right. All right, we're back to the board. All right, Councilmember Sawara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I came across a quote from a man named Shane Stokes. Mr. Stokes says, privilege is not knowing that you're hurting others and not listening when they tell you. I've always said that not every politician is bad, but there are a lot of ignorant politicians. When something does not impact you directly or people close to you, you may not really know how it feels. And that is a privilege that a lot of us in this room have, that some people don't have. That's what we're talking about here. And when we start, we talk about listening to everyone in our community. And the people that are most impacted negatively by this are telling you this is not the way to go. The data is shown that it's not being used much, so then why are we not listening? Because it's not impacting us. That's our privilege. I want to refer to two things today that actually made me got up to speak. One was a statement by a colleague on the floor about poor people as we're talking about LPR. That is the perception that somebody like me is scared about, that people have made up their mind that minorities are the ones that are committing crimes, and they're the ones that we need to lock away. It's not what the data says, it's how we look at it, and we already have that in our mind. How could we be objective? For somebody who represents an area where there's a lot of minority, and somebody who was a former law enforcement person to say that, is very scary. And that's what I need you guys to please think about, is that how does this impact the people that you serve? I know what it's like to be randomly selected every time I go to the airport. It's always random. And I have a TSA pre-check. But because of the way that I look and what I sound like, the data picks me all the time. And that's what we're talking about here. The other thing that I want to remind all of you is what Mr. Eli Foster spoke about, the impact. You may not meant it to be harmful, but look at what the data is showing. Where it is, the people that is impacting, the people that is hurting. So I ask all of you to check your privilege and listen to the people that are being impacted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. As was previously stated, we started this conversation almost 3 years ago, and the goal was and still is to be able to help our officers apprehend criminals, to prevent silver alerts, amber alerts, violent crimes, making sure that we're not utilizing this tool for expired tags, expired insurance. It is very clearly in the legislation it's not to be used for surveillance, any facial recognition, and our surrounding counties currently utilize these tools, and they're very successful. We did a 6-month pilot. That is not a full rollout. That was a 6-month pilot to place them in certain areas to find out if these would be a useful tool for Davidson County. Now, some of the data that came back seems skewed because we didn't have a full system in place. So you can't look at that information and make a full determination. These tools work. I know I received an email from Assistant District Attorney Jenny Charles, and I had an incident in my district of a car being stolen on April 3rd in a carjacking, and on April 6th, an LPR hit on the car, and that is how they were able to apprehend the individual. This works. If Ronald McDonald committed a crime tomorrow and we had LPRs, then just, if he gets apprehended, that's what it is. It's not based on race or who we like or who we don't like. It is based on people that are breaking the law and our ability to be able to apprehend them. I would truly encourage colleagues to remember that the function of this tool is in the name. It's a license plate reader. And if you're going to the bakery every day at 7 a.m. and if you're not committing a crime, who cares? It's for the license plate that goes by and for the car that's stolen, for us to be able to apprehend those individuals. That's what we're looking at here. We are not looking to police or surveil individual communities. I appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am speaking in support of the implementation of the license plate readers. As it's been stated, the data has shown us that out of 71 million reads, there have been 112 individual arrests, 103 of local that have local criminal history. But out of those 103, they have a shared total. Those 103 individuals have a shared total of 829 arrests, meaning that they have our habitual arrest records that accumulate over 1,593 charges of violent felony charges, robbery charges, burglary charges, drug charges, gun charges, etc. So this is precision policing. Also, the data shows that the guardrails that we have put in place with the legislation to have two-step verification has caused that we have no misreads that were reported during the pilot period. We also have no complaints of abuse that were reported during the pilot period. I understand and agree with the concerns that the community has about surveillance or targeting people. I'm a black mother of 2 black adult sons, and my husband and I have had the talk with our children, and I still worry today about interactions that they may have with the police. But this tool takes the bias out of policing. It takes the decision away from the police on who they're stopping based on what a person looks like. This tool focuses on a license plate that has been involved or has been identified and being involved with a crime, a violent crime, a felony crime, or something having to do with silver alerts, amber alerts. So I believe that the guardrails that we have put in place with this legislation have helped. I believe that the data shows that. I've had many conversations with community members about this license plate reader technology, and there's broad support for it in my community. And for those reasons, I'm supporting this legislation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There are obviously a lot of concerns with this legislation and with the use of license plate readers. This conversation did start with my colleague who wanted to address a real issue that we're having in Southeast Nashville. It is a real issue that our constituents are facing. And when this was initially brought forth in our Public Safety Committee, the MMPD told us, the initial conversation, they told us that this tool would not help with drag racing. And asked the question today, how many arrests have been a result? There is a license plate reader at the corner of Murfreesboro Road and Bill Road, right in my district. How many arrests have resulted from drag racing, from LPR hits? They could not provide that data. There's too many questions that the community has. The community has been very vocal. Councilmember Sepulveda read off a list of organizations that have stated that they are against this and stated that this is going to disproportionately impact minorities. We are being asked to trust MNPD, the same department that when we said, when I believe it was Councilmember Benedict passed legislation that said signs needed to go up before the cameras went up, that did not happen in some places. Cameras went up before signs. We've already seen instances where MNPD has done differently than what we have legislated, but we are being asked to trust them to the point of if Ronald McDonald commits a crime, the LPR is going to get it. Well, guess what? If the LPR is only at McDonald's and is not at Burger King and is not at Pizza Hut or any other place, it's not going to catch those crimes. And these cameras are disproportionately in communities of color. If you look at the vehicle stop data, vehicle stops are happening all over this county, but the LPRs are only clustered in low-income communities and communities of color. That's going to have a disproportionate impact on our community. A report was sent out. There was an article that was just put out, Metro officers more likely to use force against people of color. Well, guess what? We know what the issues are, and we have had communities saying that they have these issues. I was recently at an IMF meeting, and the pastors and the ministers there were sharing their concerns, that we have people that will come to the meetings and listen to the concerns of the community and still walk away without any attempt to address it. So we do not have enough information at this time to justify us moving forward. We have another council that is coming up shortly that can vote on this legislation when we have more time to continue to vet this. So, Vice Mayor, I am requesting a one-meeting deferral.
All right, so there is a request for a one-meeting deferral. It's properly seconded, so we are now on a deferral motion. I've got a long list of people still in the queue, so I think I'll take hands. I saw Councilmember Rosenberg. We're on a motion to defer. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Porterfield is correct. Setting aside the embarrassing numbers of successes that we've had, none related to silver or amber alerts, and noting that we don't know how many of those arrests would have happened anyway. I know, discussion of the failure of license plate readers isn't going to move a lot of people in the room, but I do want to point out two reasons why a deferral is important tonight. And is the proper move. Number one is that we just went through a pilot program where we identified where the deficiencies lie, like a pilot program is supposed to do. And if you support, I know a lot of you supported the pilot program because you wanted to see how things worked and figure out what does and doesn't. And we found some things that didn't. Some of those were attempted to be addressed in a non-binding resolution recital. But given no force of law, what makes sense is to extend this program, if you want to extend it, through an ordinance that also corrects those deficiencies that everybody in the room agrees with. The second thing is that the majority leader of the Tennessee House made a statement last week that should perk up everyone's ears, where he said if he doesn't like what the cities do on LPRs, the state is going to step in. If y'all think passing an LPR law that has what many in the room see as protections in it is going to be enough for this supermajority, you haven't been paying attention. They are going to come. They are absolutely, no matter what we do, going to bring LPR legislation that strips away any requirements about where these things are placed, how long data is retained, who you can and can't share it with. Everything that everybody points to as making them comfortable with LPRs is going to be gone at the hands of the legislature, and we can't do a thing about it. The wise thing to do is to take a breath, see what happens. The cameras are off right now. As it is, we should breathe and get this done correctly, allow the next council to approach this as they see fit. I, am disappointed I won't get a say in that debate. I think about 50% of you are not. But I really think that there's no question that the wise move is to allow this to be addressed in a more comprehensive way. If you want to have the LPR program, I'm not for it, and obviously. But there's a right way to do things, and there's a haphazard, careless way of doing things. And passing this tonight is haphazard and careless. please support the deferral.
Right. Councilmember Sledge, you recognize.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to speak in favor of the deferral motion. And a recent debate we had this week has kind of made me think about this in terms of timeline. It was mentioned that we've talked about this for years, but what we're talking about the pilot implementation is 6 months, right? We just indefinitely deferred a bill about the use of E-Verify for Metro, which many of us had the same data concerns, frankly, and who had access to that data. And what we were told in committee yesterday was that HR has been studying the use of E-Verify for 5 to 6 months. And HR was not coming forward with E-Verify to us in the last meeting. There's a separate issue about an individual in NDOT. They didn't feel like it was ready. They didn't feel like they were ready to come to the council for consideration of implementation of a program that would have had profound impacts on a large number of people regarding their personal data. And when I look at exactly what this is a 6-month pilot where we have definitely inconclusive pieces of data. I will say the one conclusive piece is the one that I had a lot of concerns with, which was this was not going to be equitably distributed. And it wasn't. On a heat map, I can't see my district because it's that many hits, that many LPRs, where in my area, where if I went west and I crossed 12th, home free. And I think we can kind of figure out what happens there. 6 months. We've had 6 months to do this so far. We have inconclusive data. We clearly want changes to the program because we're bringing amendments. If we want changes to the program, we've had a limited amount of time for something that we've already talked about will have a profound impact on our personal data collection and use, to Councilmember Rosenberg's point, because the use is coming next. We should take the same approach. We should vote for this deferral and allow for more conversation and analysis of the use of our personal data that changes dramatically from what we do currently, just like we did with the E-Verify program. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. On the deferral, Councilor Mendez.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer my time to Councilmember Sepulveda.
All right, Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. I'm going to speak in favor of the deferral. I agree with my colleagues that we just don't have enough of our questions that have been answered. This is a 6-month pilot that we just went through, and yet there were quite a few of our questions that weren't answered in committee. We don't know how much this is going to cost. We cannot disbar from the procurement process companies who are willing to share data with ICE. The community groups that are being created, that are being recommended, we don't know who they are. We didn't get that list today, and we aren't going to be able to get that list today. We don't know their demographic makeup. We don't know, if there will be interpreters. We don't know what the demographic goals are. Are there going to be 50% women? What is going to be the minority makeup of these groups? We don't know how MMPD will address LPRs being placed in majority non-white low-income areas. That wasn't entirely answered. Besides covering more of the county in LPRs. I'm sorry, there's just more questions than answers that we have here. And from the data that was shown to us, the data has shown us that we have over-surveilled our communities. The data has shown us that we have disproportionately distributed LPRs in low-income, non-white communities. The data has shown us that we do not have all the data necessary. The community meetings have shown us that we do not know how much of this is going to end up on the taxpayers. This meeting has shown us that ICE needs no warrant to request data. This meeting has shown us that we're not ready. It's been 6 months. We don't have all the answers. We're not ready. We need more time. We can't rush things at the end of council, and that has been a theme through this administration, through this council body. When we're given, we have to do this now, we are in charge of our own timeline. The community has concern. The community has shown up. The council members, my colleagues, have concerns as well. So I would urge all of you to vote for a deferral.
Right. Councilmember Hauser.
I have a question for the administration. If we defer this, does the pilot continue? Because if the pilot doesn't continue, then what's the deferral going to do but just have time pass?
Do you want to answer? Director Darby.
The pilot will not continue. The pilot was a 6-month period and it has ended.
So if we defer tonight, nothing happens till we decide to bring it up again?
That's correct.
Okay, we're on a deferral. Anybody else on, Councilmember Hart? Remember, we're on the deferral. If you want to be recognized, you've got to raise your hand. Okay, Councilmember Hart.
Thank you so much. And perhaps me speaking is to help me deal with this. Because tonight I was prepared to vote in favor, as I had shared previously, that my nephew was killed and his perpetrator was founded and identified by an LPR. The tools themselves may be unbiased, but when it gets in the hands of biased people, it creates a much greater risk. On January 22nd of 2022, I stood up and made a statement about bad behavior due to COVID. It was on that night that a council member referred to our citizens, our constituents, and neighbors as thugs. Tonight, that same council member said that crime is connected to poverty, and most are minorities, which is true. They're in poverty because the design was intentionally created to keep them in poverty. But what he said that really bothered me is that they are in poverty and they are doing this so they can have things. And that's not true. Because I know that my nephew had bad behavior and did bad things, but he was trying to get my sister out of poverty. And once you become a victim in the criminal game, it takes over. And the system breeds it on behalf of those people. So the system is to blame for this. This is an issue between opposition, support, or public safety, or policing and over-policing, and all of those things, I think, is not worth one person's life. And I do believe that we need to go back and look at the data, correct some of the things that has been identified in this pilot program, and get it right. Otherwise, we're doing our citizens a disservice, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I support the deferral.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the deferral, and I would encourage colleagues not to feel like, because we are at the end of a term, that, you know, we're just on the brink and we've got to decide something, and not to fall prey to folks at the state or otherwise in our community who would disparage the length of time we have taken discussing this. This is Pandora's box of a surveillance state in our city. We are 526 square miles. We have thousands and thousands of road miles. And in questions today in Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, it was difficult for me to ascertain from a cost-benefit analysis standpoint and just a kind of prospectively anticipating. So if we've had 117 cameras and that's not been sufficiently effective, and thus we're going to need more cameras, yet maybe we won't need more, and the cost per camera And, we really just got this data, colleagues, and we have heard from so many organizations and communities as to their concerns. And I would also ask us to be cautious when we have inboxes full of very just sort of breathless, uncritical support for something that shows us that, with no disrespect intended, that our constituents don't actually understand how these work and what the potential impacts could be, right? It just, when I look at my inbox, and I don't mean any disrespect to my constituents who have, and I think there is so much fear-mongering in our political climate these days, and I know that folks want a solution. But something that is this massive and has this many implications and is potentially fiscally imprudent, to just say that this is the fix based on it working in other communities, which are much, much smaller, colleagues, than we are. I live in the Metro USD, adjacent to a 3 square mile community that has these cameras all along the boundaries. There are blue lights everywhere, and it doesn't make me feel great, and I am very concerned about what this vote will mean for our city for decades in the future, and I encourage you to support the deferral.
I need hands. Anybody else on the motion to defer? All right, we're on the board. Mr. Clerk, we are voting on, it was Councilmember Porterfield's motion to defer, which was properly seconded. We ready? Okay, so if you're, obviously this is our last meeting of the term, so a motion to defer goes, it doesn't matter whether it's one meeting or whatever. So Councilmember Porterfield has moved to defer. If you're for the defer motion, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 15, noes 24, 0 abstentions. The motion fails. We are back on the resolution as amended. Okay. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're listed first. Have you spoken on this one? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to be voting against LPRs. The data shown the cameras have been distributed equitably. They've mainly been in, just to repeat on my colleagues, minority and low-income areas. We don't know what companies are being considered in the RFPs, and we don't know what their history is and how they've used data and whether they've used data responsibly in the other places where they've used the cameras. As Councilmember Henderson mentioned, Nashville is over 500 square miles. We're going to need so many more cameras. We don't know what the cost is. And we should, this is the Titans redo. We're just doing it over and over again. But a big thing for me here is that all of these things that we're doing, they're very, very small steps towards much larger pictures. You know, you don't notice sometimes as you're taking a small step, giving it a little piece of your privacy here, giving into something that is inherently racist and white supremacist over here. And it just becomes kind of normal and you just stop thinking about it. And pretty soon you end up in a fascist state, you end up in a police state, a surveillance state, you end up in a state, a place where you don't want to live and you can't have the life that you want and your children certainly don't want to grow up in. And I think something like this is another step towards that. Slowly giving up our privacy, slowly giving away to allowing ourselves to be surveilled constantly. And for me, giving up my privacy and submitting to a surveillance state so that we can find inanimate objects is just a truly bad trade-off. So I'm a no.
Okay. Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, sir. Am I on? Thank you,
Yes.
sir. I am going to kind of repeat a lot of things that I just heard, but it's only because I'm very disappointed in this. It's not what I thought it was going to be when it first came about, when we first voted on it, and I didn't vote yes on it then, but when we first had it, we were told it was going to be random places picked, and it was going to be a little here and a little there. And now I hear all of the talk about, well, it's just a tool, and a tool can't be racist or can't choose people. But where the tool is can be racist and can choose people. I understand, and I didn't realize this, that there was a bill passed, House Bill, I believe it's 212, and maybe legal can help with it or not, but it preempts local agencies and governments from passing policies limiting communications with immigrants and custom enforcement agencies, so that we don't have the ability to put anything in that says this information won't be given to those agencies, or that we can't keep any information on that and not give it out. So for that reason, this is not something that I see would be good for us. Although on the surface, it sounds like it's good, and I am so sorry, because I have talked to my police chief and officers, and I understand the way that they look at it, but I think it's because some of them are actually good at heart, and they don't understand how people who aren't can put this in places and do things to have the negative impact, as we were talking about earlier. But I would like, if I could, that be addressed about that House bill that prevents us from limiting the information if ISIS asks for information.
So I'm going to turn it to Director Darby, but I'm not sure if we know what bill we're talking about.
I'm not familiar with that bill, but I'm happy to look it up and read it.
Okay, so it would be a bill that if an agency like that asked for information or came to say, you all need to give us that information, that we would not be permitted. Oh, I'm sorry, I gave the wrong one. It's House Bill 2315. That's what it was.
Councilmember,
But thank you.
Did it pass? Do you know? Was it filed this past term?
In 2018.
2018. Is there a public chapter number?
I have no idea, and my colleague was giving me more information on that, and I think she's about to look it up now. But that still doesn't overcome my relentlessness about this, because we were told, okay, where is it? Can I just yield my time to her?
59. I have not. We have no more.
The bell is going to ring as soon as Dana hits the button. There you go.
Okay, well,
you can't yield now.
It did pass, and it is such a thing. So
can you tell me what the
973 public chapter 973,
and it passed in 2018?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Hurt, you had talked before, but you talked on the deferral, so you can be recognized.
I did. Thank you, Mr. President. I recall administration said earlier that we could just get cameras, and I know that I helped Haynes Park community get cameras probably about 10 years ago. Could the LPRs be put in the communities where the people said that they want them?
I'm going to have to refer to Director Darby, who's also trying to look up this bill, or Mr. Jameson. So the question is, can you just put up LPRs in places who want them? Is that it?
Yes.
Mr. Jameson?
private entities can operate LPRs within the sole function of the private entity, like a neighborhood, but the police are not allowed access to that information, and it's not coordinated with the police department. My comment about you can just purchase a camera, I apologize if I was not clear. I was trying to point out that in the majority of other cities that have LPRs, they don't have the restrictions that we do. They just buy the cameras and erect them.
Right, so I'm saying that can MNPD put the cameras in those areas where those communities would like to have them?
No, not under the current code.
Why not?
Because the current code prohibits that and would require, there's a list of things that are prohibited without council ordinance approval, including any agreement with a private entity for acquisition, sharing, data provision.
No, I'm just saying if you can employ them all over based on what we did with this pilot program, if there are specific areas that say that they would like to have them in those communities, why not just put them in those communities as opposed to installing them all over the county?
Just because we don't have the authority under the code to interact with private entities for the installation and placement of LPRs, just for individual private communities, absent council ordinance to that effect.
Okay, so you can create an ordinance for it. Could we not?
It's the last meeting.
Yeah, I know. It'll be next time. So that's even more reason why we should have deferred it. A lot of this is common sense to me, and I just think we need to listen to the people and adhere.
Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to yield my time to Councilmember Sepulveda.
All right, Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. I want to give a little perspective as to people around my age who have grown up online being surveilled that way and who are now going to experience surveillance while driving down the streets. We're talking about repercussions that your children, your grandchildren, their children are going to be facing for decades to come. We started this conversation off with racing, and now we have expanded the use. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that this is going to be expanded even further. I also want to talk to you all about what me and Councilmember Suara will have to deal with going forward from this point on if this is approved. It was correctly stated that ICE does not need a warrant to go and request data. That is something that me and my colleague will have to deal with because we are the only ones representing a set community group. It also means that, you know, this isn't out of the realm of possibility because we have seen this already happen before when ICE went to an MMPS school and requested data about a student. It was only not given to them because the student was a minor. Early on in my term, I was also called about ICE hanging around in the courthouse, and then I was forced to sit in a meeting about ICE with ICE by the administration and a staffer at the time who didn't understand the full picture of what this means for a community. These are the things that many of us are going to have to deal with moving forward because we are deciding to move forward on something like this when we have no protections for immigrants, no protections for minorities, no protections for community groups. And so I want you to sit with that and think about that. And as my colleague had stated before, sit with your privilege and reflect on what this will mean for some of us, because for some of us, this is the potential separation of families. This is the potential separation of people who have been here for a very long time who have only known this as home. It could mean that children could come home to empty houses, and where would they go from there? So I would urge you to vote no.
Okay. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized.
Well, I was going to defer my time to Councilmember Sepulveda, but since I think she's probably said it all at this point. I'm just going to briefly say, when we voted on this last time, I said that I was not going to use my vote during my time in the council to help build the building blocks of a government surveillance apparatus. And I know there's private cameras all over the place, but there's a difference between private cameras and publicly owned government cameras. And in the 6 or 8 months that have passed since that vote, it seems even more clear and obvious that this is not the end of the level of cameras publicly owned government cameras watching people. We got the piece of legislation that was drawn earlier. I agree with Councilmember Rosenberg that believing that our level of protections in this ordinance are going to remain without being preempted is, I don't believe that anybody actually believes that. I think everybody in the room knows in their heart that whatever level of protections we have here is going to be eroded and preempted like a gazillion other things. The influential members of the Republican supermajority have as much as said that. For me, with that high risk of preempting some of our protections, the squeeze isn't worth the juice. There's too much risk to civil liberties and not enough public benefit. And for that reason, I will again vote against continuing this program.
All right. Councilmember Young, you recognize.
Previous question.
Okay. Councilmember Young has called the previous question. We're not voting on the resolution. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the previous question has it, but we'll go on the board just to make sure. Okay. Mr. Clerk. Very good. All right. Mr. Clerk, we are voting on the previous question, just the previous question. If you're ready to vote, you'd vote aye. If you're not ready, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? All right. Close machines, take the vote. Ayes 28, noes 11. Previous question prevails. We are now getting ready to vote on RS 2023-2342 as amended by Councilmember Syracuse. Okay. It was properly moved, properly seconded. So we are voting on RS 2023-2342. We'll do it on the board. All right. If you're for the resolution, you'd vote aye. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Okay, you ready? Okay, we're ready to vote. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Councilor Vercher? We see you back there, yeah. Okay. Everybody's in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 24, noes 14, one abstention. Resolution passes. We're going to take a 10-minute. Is that? Do you all need a break up in the front? Yeah. A 10-minute recess. It is 10:30. We will be back at 20 till 11, and then we will finish our calendar and finish our term. Count. I can count you. All right, we have a quorum. We can proceed ahead. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. For a point of personal privilege, I just wanted to recognize, because my beautification commissioner is here joining us tonight. And guess what? He's still here. Mr. Deontay Harrell, is he up? Okay, I just asked him to stay here, and he just stepped out the room. So can we try this again in a few minutes?
Maybe. We'll see. And is he a new council member?
He is. He won seat 8.
And we have another council member, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have Councilmember-elect Jacob Coupin from District 19. And I think Council Lady Lee is grabbing Councilmember-elect Deontay Harrell from District 8. I can't sing to occupy the time. I'm not really good with jokes. The new 8, which is in Southeast Nashville now, which comprised of former District 33.
All right, well, if Councilmember Lee comes back in holding somebody, we'll know who it is, okay?
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, and, wait a minute, here we go.
Okay, thank you. So we have Councilmember-elect Deontay Harrell, who is, Council Lady Lee would like to acknowledge him.
Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just want to introduce you to him because he also won seat 8, but he's wonderful because he was my beautification person. And he's here, and he is getting used to being here all night, so.
All right, we are now ready. Let's get through the rest of this calendar. All right, so we are on item number 4, RS 2023-2361 by Council Members Roten, Syracuse, and Allen, a resolution appropriating $28,250 from a certain account of the Community Safety Fund for a grant to Rocketown and Middle Tennessee for Napier and Sudacum Community Safety Program. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval. Budget and Finance, approved, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health. We're on item 4.
Apologies, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Public Health and Safety considered 2361, recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Roten has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm a little uncomfortable with this because Rocketown is a faith-based organization and they do ministry-based programming. And I really don't think that is a appropriate expenditure of government money. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. Thank you.
All right. We are, anybody else? We are on the board, okay? Negative vote. By rule, we're on the board. Ready? All right. We are voting for the adoption of Resolution RS 2023-2361 by Councilmember Roten. It was a motion to approve, properly seconded. If you're for the resolution, you vote aye. If you're against, you vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. So you did. Everybody in? All right. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 29, noes 2, 2 abstentions. Bill passes, or resolution passes. All right. Next item on resolutions is item number 12, Councilmember Van Rees. I'm sorry, wait a minute, I missed one. I was so excited to get Councilmember Van Rees. Item number 10, RS 2023-2367 by Councilmember O'Connell, Roten, and Withers. Resolution to approve the 8th Amendment to a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County, and Square Investment Holdings, LLC, for office space in the Washington Square building located at 222 2nd Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Roten, can you handle this one?
I guess I can. Mr. Coopin left as well. I was going to ask him if he wanted to get a stab early at this, but I'd move approval. Budget and Finance approved, 13 in favor, 0 against. Move approval.
Okay. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Councilmember Roten is moving approval of RS 2023-2367 for approval, properly seconded. Somebody bumped this off the calendar. Councilmember Suara? Okay, Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to stand as a way to just keep everybody to remember the Morris building. One of the reasons why we continue to say that building is worth saving, in addition to the history, is also the space and the savings that the Metro can get out of it. And so for this particular lease that we're looking at, this is for a building that is 72,000 square feet at $27.08 per square feet. And the total rent that we're paying annually is $1.95 million. And so we continue to lease buildings when we have Metro properties that we can use, or properties like the Morris that we're saying that please save for its historical value, make a museum, but there's also opportunity to be able to use it. So I pull it as a way to say that every time we lease something, I'm just reminding us, I know that it might be late for some of us on this tonight, but for the new council, and the new administration, I'm saying that please save the Morris, and you can use part of it for office space, and you won't have to be paying $2.2 million to another entity. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Council Member. Anybody else on this one? Councilmember Roten, you're getting ready to say something.
I saw the main sponsor walked in. If he wanted to say something, if not, move approval.
Okay. So the motion is to approve RS 2023-2367 for passage. It was properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 12, RS 2023-2369 by Councilmember Van Rees, Roten, Welsh, and others. Resolution approving a $19,500,000 grant from the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee for the purpose of creating the Housing Catalyst Fund using ARPA funds. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized.
Let's ask for the committee reports, please.
All right. Let's see. Knew it went to budget. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved the proposed amendment, 13 in favor, 0 against, and we approve the resolution as amended, 8 in favor, 2 against.
All right. And Affordable Housing, Councilmember Hauser.
We approve the resolution as amended, 8 for, 0 against.
Okay. Back to you, Councilmember.
I'd like to move the amendment, and the definition of the amendment can be handled by council.
Okay. All right. So Councilmember Van Rees is moving an amendment to RS 2023-2369, properly seconded. Director Darby, an explanation of the amendment.
This is a housekeeping amendment that attaches Exhibit 1 to the agreement, which is an exhibit to the resolution. The Exhibit 1 contains the grant budget.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I move the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Van Rees is moving the amendment, properly seconded. We have people in the queue. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
On the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Mendez on the amendment? Okay. All right. So we are on the amendment. Anybody on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Van Rees, you're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you very much. I want to apologize to my colleagues for not being in committee yesterday, and I appreciate the vibrant discussion. I was able to watch the video of particularly the Budget and Finance meeting. There was a robust discussion, and I believe between then and now, most of the questions and concerns have been addressed, and with that, I ask for your approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Van Rees is moving the resolution as amended. It's been properly seconded. Discussion. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I do want to thank Councilmember Van Rees for reaching out to me and ensuring that she was able to answer any questions that I had. And I also want to thank Ed Kinley and Hal Cato, as I was able to speak to them as well. But I do want to stand and say that we have to ensure that we understand the impact that these decisions make, because this is an opportunity for us to really have some inclusionary housing if we are intentionally including all Nashvillians. I think that as a nonprofit organization that will serve as the administrator of these funds, I think that the Community Foundation could mentor a smaller nonprofit, offer them the opportunity to learn and build capacity, so when opportunities like this do come available, that they can clearly and effectively compete. I also spoke to some colleagues, and they were talking about how individuals can bid on these loans and apply for the loans. Small nonprofit and small businesses don't have the capital or the resources. And not only that, but if you look at the balance sheet of this nonprofit that I run, we have over $1 million in grants, but they're all reimbursable. Every 2 weeks, I'm trying to come up with a $40,000 payroll. And so my balance sheet would not look good, but I come somehow or another, I'm able to meet that payroll every 2 weeks. And I think that when you have cushion and capital that is available to you, it makes it a lot easier for you to be able to go out and get more. And when you've been a part of a system that has created this, it's kind of like playing Monopoly. If you go to jail and you sitting there and you're not able to go around the board and you've got others that are there, you're constantly put behind. It's always a game of catch up. So being able to help those small minority nonprofits and businesses, I think, is very clearly something that we should look to do and ensure that we provide opportunities for them as we provide wealth opportunities for others.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Mendez, recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. As always, I appreciate Councilmember Hurt's determination to make Nashville, everybody in Nashville, succeed better. I think that there was a good discussion yesterday about the role of the Community Foundation with this program, and we learned that they were a fiscal sponsor only with no discretion about how funds are spent and not obtaining a fee for services at this time. Even with that very limited role as a fiscal sponsor only without any discretion, I agree with Councilmember Hurt about the need to increase capacity for smaller organizations to be able to succeed also. This is a good program that will be able to take a big chunk of our federal relief dollars and get it in circulation to catalyze affordable housing, more affordable housing more quickly in Nashville. So definitely appreciate the conversation yesterday and encourage everybody to vote yes for this.
Right. Councilmember Saguaro.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to rise in support of this resolution. I do, too, thank Councilmember Hurt for making sure that we always stay on point. But there are two reasons why I'm very much excited about this particular bill. It's more so for some of the reasons that she has highlighted. And I think we need to do a better job, and I would ask the Housing Fund, the Bonds Fund, and all of this entity to do a better job of getting the words out. Because the purpose of this thing, the way that I look at it, is actually to help those small businesses. And what this program is supposed to do, one thing that I've heard from small developers is that they do not have the capital to leverage to get the bonds fund. And so being able to get this loan will actually enable them to get in that market. That's what this does. And so it's going to do what we want it to do. We just have to make sure that people are aware of it. Our 20% thing with bonds fund for small businesses will work hand in hand with this. The capacity building will work with it. And so I actually see this addressing some of the things that we've talked about as bottleneck or hindrances for small developers. And so I'm very excited about the possibility of this loan and what it can do and what we can make it do. We just have to make sure that we put it out there and people are aware of it and people are taking advantage of some of the things that we do have in place. And somebody who's very passionate about housing, I'm just grateful that this is another tool in the toolbox that allows us to be able to widen the gap and allow more people to participate and increase our housing stock. So with that, I ask my colleague to vote for this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you okay? All right. Anybody else? All right, we are on RS 2023-2369 by Councilmember Van Rees as amended. She has made a motion to approve, properly seconded. Anybody else? Ready to vote? All those in favor of the resolution as amended for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Next item is item number 23. RS 2023-2380 by Councilmember Roten in Syracuse. Resolution approving amendment number 1 to a sole source contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County, and Fusus Inc. to increase the value of the contract, extend the term of the contract. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance move for an indefinite deferral. 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended indefinite deferral. 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Roten.
Move for an indefinite deferral.
Withdrawn. Okay, that's fine. We were saying you could have just withdrawn and then we wouldn't have to have a vote. But now we've taken a long time just discussing it, so that's fine. So Councilmember Roten has moved to an indefinite deferral. You're blaming it on Councilmember Syracuse?
He was the one that moved for the indefinite deferral in Budget and Finance, so I had to go with that. So.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse has prolonged this meeting by saying that it's a move to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Syracuse, do you want to talk about it now? Okay. All right. So the motion is to defer indefinitely. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred indefinitely. We're on item number 24, RS 2023-2381 by Councilmember Druffel, Roten, Withers, Pulley. Resolution approving a construction agreement between CSX Transportation, Inc., and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, acting through NDOT, for the reimbursement of CSXT performed railroad crossing safety improvements at Davidson Road. So Councilmember Roten, I think, is handling this one. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval. Let's see, I'm first on the, I guess I can ask for committee reports, please.
All right. So Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval. There is an amendment, which is
right.
A typo, basically, but we recommended approval of the amendment as well as the resolution as amended. 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Transportation, Councilmember Pulley.
Transportation recommended approval of the amendment, 9 in favor, 0 against, and approval of the bills as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. And back to you, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against, and I would like to move the proposed amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Roten is moving an amendment to RS 2023-2381, properly seconded. Explanation of the amendment?
I think it's just a typographical error that we're correcting.
Okay, just a typo?
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your resolution as amended. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move as amended.
All right. So the motion is to approve RS 2023-2381 as amended for passage, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended for passage say aye. Opposed, no. That's when it's adopted. Okay. 32. Item number 32, RS 2023-2389 by Councilmember Bradford, Roten, and others. Resolution approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting through the Water Department to provide public water service improvements for MNAA's proposed development. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Got Budget and Finance. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Withers.
Planning and Zoning recommended approval. 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Transportation. Councilmember Pulley.
Transportation recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Back to you, Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had pulled this from consent because I needed to ask some questions with Metro Legal about some other items. And so after that conversation, I am prepared to go ahead and move this forward.
Okay. So Councilmember Bradford is moving approval of the resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. Next one is item number 37 by Councilmember Stiles, RS 2023-2394. Resolution requesting the Nashville Department of Transportation, NDOT, to install signage to discourage panhandling and encourage charitable giving. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Transportation, Councilmember Pulley.
94. That would be
item number 37.
Transportation recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. This is a sign that I've been working with NDOT on installing in some of our major intersections and close to on-ramps and off-ramps to encourage people not to put money outside of their window, but really to give to the organizations that we know are working really hard in town to individuals that are currently unhoused. So I would appreciate your support.
All right, we have people in the queue. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I appreciate the sponsor's intent with this, but, you know, when I look at this, I'm seeing us making a recommendation to NDOT to recommend that when Nashvillians see Nashvillians in need, when Nashvillians see Nashvillians who are struggling with food security, who are struggling with housing, that they should not help those people. What this resolution would do is request that we spend taxpayer dollars to erect signage telling Nashvillians to not help Nashvillians in need. I do not think this is the right approach. I think that I'm also concerned that putting this signage up could be construed by people as meaning that panhandling is illegal, which it is not. So if there's signs up that say, don't give, this is not the right thing, you know, it might in plain English not say that it is prohibited, but I'm afraid of encouraging interactions where people read the signs as though it's prohibited, and then they are aggressively trying to move people out of intersections and whatnot. Again, I appreciate the sponsor's intent here, but I don't think that erecting signage discouraging Nashvillians from helping our neighbors who are most in need is the right approach here. So I'm going to be voting no against this, and I hope that colleagues will join me in voting this down.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I likewise respect my colleague very much and appreciate where she, her intent here. But what I also want to highlight, I concur with Councilman Parker, is that we already have too many signs in our public right-of-way, colleagues. It creates confusion and distraction. I know that NDOT is inventorying our signage because we've kind of aggregated over time, you know, really too much signage out there. I think that this could unintentionally create confusion. We really do need folks paying attention to the rules of the road. And so I would respectfully encourage colleagues to vote against this, and that we can take this up next term and maybe a different approach to this. I just feel very strongly that we don't need to be putting up signs in the public right-of-way that create more potential confusion, both as to the legality of panhandling or not, and then also just sign clutter. It really is a thing, colleagues. There's good data about it, that it distracts drivers, and there's too much going on. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also opposed to this bill. The idea that we're going to ask people to pull out their phones while they're driving to take a picture of a QR code of a sign and give as they're driving. Not only is that extremely unlikely to happen, and studies show that it really doesn't, it would be a pretty bad thing if people did start going through a donation website while they're driving. Really, it's just going to increase vitriol towards folks who are just trying to do whatever they can to eat, and this just feels really hateful and unnecessary.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, I'm actually in favor of this because we want to direct individuals to give their money where it will actually benefit, rather than sticking the money out the side of the window. If on the signs it tells them where they can go to donate to the organizations that will help people, I think that's a good thing. So I am in support of this bill.
All right. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to speak in opposition to this bill. This, to me, some of the reasons have already been stated, but I just think about when somebody asks for help, I try to help them. And I don't think it's right for me to tell somebody not to help somebody. I don't think that it's right. The sign noise is an issue, but I think, you know, if these are Nashvillians who are in need, and to prohibit them or to suggest that NDOT needs to, you know, I guess a lot of what I have to say has already been said. I'm tired. So apologize for rambling here, but I'm opposed to this. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's unkind, I guess, is the best way that I could describe it. At best, it's unkind. And so I would hope that my colleagues come along with me and vote no on this. If there are, you know, concerns about it, let's look at it and let's look at it more thoroughly next term. So if the sponsor is open to a potential deferral to look at it next term, then I'd ask her to think about that as well. But I'm a no on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
Previous question. So we're voting on the previous question, not on the resolution, just the question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on RS 2023-2394 by Councilmember Stiles. She moved to pass, moved for passage. It was properly seconded. We'll put it on the board. If you're for the resolution, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clark? Ready? Okay, open up the machines. You're voting on a motion to pass RS 2023-2394. Councilmember Young, over there. Councilmember Vercher. We're voting on RS 2023-2394. It's a resolution by Councilmember Stiles about signs regarding panhandling. She's in. Okay. Mr. Clerk, close the machines. Take the vote. Ayes 5, noes 27, 3 abstentions. The resolution fails. Okay. Okay, we're on item number 39, RS 2023-2396 by Councilmembers Van Rees and Allen. Resolution recognizing the artistic and cultural contributions of Dr. Ann Brown. Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, I appreciate you allowing me to speak a little bit on this as it is our last meeting. And I know that Councilmember O'Connell and I have talked about this a long time, and then we kept forgetting to do it. And so I appreciate the folks at the Metro Arts Commission, particularly Cam West, who helped me make sure that we got this right. Ann Brown came to Nashville in 1968 and was a professor there at Fisk, but she was with the Metro Arts Commission from 1982 to 92. She created the Summer Lights Festival from 85 to 93. How many of y'all do you remember the Summer Lights Festival? But that's okay, very, very good.
I know that Councilmember Murphy remembers it.
Yes, exactly.
Particularly with a committee report.
Oh, hang on a minute, and then I'll get to that. The Fifth Avenue, the Arts, and then, of course, the Arts Company, and created the first Saturday creation for arts galleries. I appreciate your indulgence, and with that, I ask for a committee report.
Councilmember Murphy, it's finally your time. Rules Committee.
I do remember Summer Lights, although I was a small child. Because, Council Lady Van Rees is just a few. Anyway, we were 6 in favor, 0 against.
I see what you.
Right.
I moved here in '86, so it makes me a native.
All right, Councilmember Van Rees, on your resolution.
Yes, with that, I move approval and ask for the Murphy rule for all present being added.
So I got a motion to approve, Murphy rule apply, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just also want to build on what Councilmember Van Rees started here. I think for anybody who experienced any of the original idea of Fifth Avenue, the arts, before there was a Representative John Lewis Way, and we started to have conversations about how to enliven that corridor with galleries, both on the street and in the arcade, and was at the heart of all of those conversations. And I'm really glad that Councilmember Van Rees pushed us both to get this done here before our term concludes. Some of the last great conversations before what I think will be a fantastic renovation of the arcade, about the art crawl before there were art crawls in many other parts of the city, and really was just a leader for the arts community there. And I think it's appropriate that we recognize her legacy. So I'm just grateful to my colleague for doing so. Thank you so much.
All right. So Councilmember Van Rees has moved for approval of RS 2023-2396. Properly second. Murphy rule applies. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Late resolutions, we have 6 of them. The first one, item number I-1, by Councilmember O'Connell. It's a resolution authorizing Nashville Urban Venture LLC construct and install an aerial encroachment at 607 Overton Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't remember. I guess, do I need to suspend the rules or get committee reports?
You need to go to rules first.
Okay.
Did you go to rules?
I know rules considered it.
Councilmember Murphy. Sorry. There you go.
We decided this was an applicant error and that we are not okay with suspending the rules for it. So we will object to the suspension of the rules.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell?
I'm going to move to suspend the rules anyway.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving to suspend the rules to get this before us tonight. Is there any objections to suspension of the rules?
Order.
All right, so there's two hands, so the rules are...
I think I'll let the council member from District 12 explain that to the applicant.
Okay. All right, we're on item I2, RS 2023, with some X's. Councilmember Syracuse. This is a resolution appropriating $48,000 from a certain account of the Community Safety Fund for a grant to United Neighborhood Health Services, doing business as Neighborhood Health, for Napier and Tutica community safety programs. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Well, it's late filed, so it would have gone to rules. Councilmember Murphy, on the second one.
This is a traditional grant issue so we were okay with it. And I do apologize that I chose a second termer on that one because she evidently is going to have to pay for that, so.
Okay, so you were okay with this one going through?
Because it was a grant and that
Okay.
we have a long-standing tradition of being okay with grants.
All right, Councilmember Syracuse, you're going to need to suspend the rules to get this one in front.
I would like to suspend the rules, please.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse is moving to suspend the rules to get this one before us tonight. Any objection? Seeing none, rules suspended. You're on your resolution. And you got committee reports.
I do need committee reports, please.
All right, Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against. Renew my motion to approve.
Okay, so the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I2 is adopted. You're on I3. Late filed, a late resolution appropriating $20,000 from a certain account for the Community Safety Fund for a grant to Creative Girls Rock for Napier and Tutica community safety programs. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
I'd like to suspend the rules.
Councilmember Murphy.
Again, we have a tradition of being okay with grants. We're good.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse is moving to suspend the rules to get this one for us tonight. Any objections? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your resolution.
Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against. Renew my motion to approve.
All right, Councilmember Syracuse has moved for approval of the late file resolution. It's I3 in your packet. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Councilmember Pulley, you've got this one. It's late filed. It's honoring the life of Reverend Charles Frederick Strobel and requesting that Nashville's Permanent Supportive Housing Center be named in his honor. Councilmember Pulley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Before I go to the Rules Committee, I just want to recognize that this is Councilmember O'Connell's constituent, and I'm recommending that he be lead sponsor on this, and followed by, after strong urging by Councilmember Murphy, followed by the Catholic Caucus, and put me behind them. So I want that order, and I'm going to kick it over to Councilmember O'Connell in a moment. I want to move to the Rules Committee right now, and before I suspend the rules.
We just need to get signatures on it. Is that right? Okay. So what we're going to do is we'll take care of it after, but it's O'Connell, Murphy, and Pulley. Is that the...
After the Catholic Caucus, and then Murphy rule it. There's 4 people, I understand. Councilmember Murphy will address that.
All right, let me see if we can get the rules suspended first. So Councilmember Murphy, did this one come to you all?
Yes, it did. And so we discussed it, that it would be O'Connell and then myself and then Mendez and then Gamble and then Druffel and then Pulley and then the Murphy rule. And we were okay with suspending the rules. Oh, and then Syracuse. Swope, when did you become Catholic? We didn't have you in the caucus. You're welcome, though. All are welcome. Bob Nash in the Catholic caucus.
All right, so let's make sure we've got this correct.
I was trying to go by his seniority. Berkeley's in the Catholic caucus.
All right, we haven't even suspended the rules yet, so hold on. Who's going to handle the
Councilmember O'Connell is going to be the lead sponsor.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized. You need to, it would have had to go to rules because it's late filed. Okay, here you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy to get a report from Rules.
Rules Committee, did you all consider this one?
Yes, we did with the listing that I have listed.
Okay, and then did you also go ahead and get the committee reports? Did you have a committee report as well?
6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you need to move to suspend the rules.
We'll do so
for us. Okay, Councilmember O'Connell is moving to suspend the rules to get this late file resolution before us. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Okay, seeing none, Councilmember O'Connell, rules are suspended. You're on your, this is a very important resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell is moving approval of this late filed resolution regarding the life and the naming of this building after Charlie Strobel. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. Many of us were aware Friday was the going home ceremony for Father Charlie Strobel. And we were over at First Horizon Park and heard many important reflections. And my own path crossed with his when I was just in high school doing soup kitchens that I didn't realize were part of what would become a decades-long effort with Loaves and Fishes and Room in the Inn coming together to make sure that Nashville did a better job of taking care of the least of these. And Charlie eventually aspired and told the story of Luke 17:10 about his effort to be a worthless servant, where his masters were those who actually needed his efforts. And I think it's worthwhile reflecting on his life and how we can continue his mission. He was one of a few important members of my own civic conscience, and I'm very glad that this resolution not just honors his life, but that we also apply his name to something that I think he would be a very strong believer in, because it's an important new type of housing that Metro is putting our efforts behind. So really want to appreciate my colleagues, council members, Pulley and Murphy, for pulling this together. And it is certainly my own personal honor to be listed as lead sponsor and to be joined by everyone else. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving approval of this resolution, properly seconded. Murphy rule applies. Any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the late file resolution by Councilmember O'Connell say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Item number I-5 by Councilmember Sepulveda. This is a resolution recognizing September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Nashville, Davidson County. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
All right. Rules Committee, Councilmember Murphy.
We were okay with this since there won't be another meeting beforehand.
All right. And then the Rules Committee, did you all consider it?
6-0.
All right. Councilmember Sepulveda is moving to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your resolution.
Thank you. I do apologize for this being late filed. I had several proclamations and requests to the council office that I was backed up on for several events going on September 15th through October 15th. So I would hope that you would vote in favor of this. This is just honoring Hispanic Heritage Month again. It's the same as last year. Just wanted to make sure we had it in time for when Hispanic Heritage Month actually starts for the next council. And with that, I would ask for your approval and for the new Tombs rule.
All right. All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved for approval, properly seconded, and some rule will apply, which puts everybody's names on it. Any discussion? Councilmember O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make sure that Councilmember Evans' name is not on this.
Okay. Improper motion. All right. All those in favor of the late file resolution by Councilmember Sepulveda say aye. Opposed, no. The resolution is adopted, and everybody's name will be on it. Last one, I-6, is by Councilmember Syracuse. Resolution appropriating a total of $1 million from the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County through the Health Department to Nashville Health. Authorize the Metropolitan Health Department to enter into a grant contract with Nashville Health for a healthy Nashville study. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to suspend the rules, please.
All right. Councilmember Murphy, what happened on this one?
We are in support of Nashville's health, so we're all right with this
Good,
one.
that's a good thing. All right, Councilmember Syracuse is moving to suspend the rules. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your resolution.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Roden, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health and Safety.
Public Health and Safety considered and recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against. Renew my motion to approve.
All right, Councilmember Syracuse moves for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. All right. All right, we are now through with resolutions. We are on bills on third reading, and there are a bunch of them. All right. So let me go through the ones that are on consent. Item number 46, BL 2023-1858 is on consent. That's item 46. 1866, item 47 is on consent. 1894, item 49 is on consent. 1915, item 50 is on consent. 1988 is on consent. 1989 is on consent. 2010 is on consent. 2030 is on consent. 2034 is on consent. Item 56, 2035 is on consent. 2036 is on consent. 2037 is on consent. 2038 is on consent. 2039 is on consent. 2044 is on consent. 2045 is on consent. 2046 is on consent. 2051 is on consent. 2052 is on consent. 2055 is on consent. 2057 is on consent. 2058 is on consent. 2059 is on consent. 2060 is on consent. 2061 is on consent. 2062 is on consent. Item 78, 2063 is on consent. 2064 is on consent. 2065 is on consent. That's item 80. 2066, item 81 is on consent. 2067 is on consent. 2070 is on consent. 2071 is on consent. 2074 is on consent. That's item 86. 2077 is on consent. 2083 is on consent. That's item number 92. 2084, item number 93 is on consent. 2085, item number 94 is on consent. 2086 is on consent. 2093, item 101, 2093 is on consent. 2094 is on consent. 2097 is on consent. That's item 105. Item 106, 2098 is on consent. 2099 is on consent. 2100 is on consent. 2101, item number 109 is on consent. 2105 is on consent. 2106 is on consent. 2107 is on consent. 2108 is on consent. That's item 115. 2110 is on consent. 2111 on consent. 2112 is on consent. 2114 is on consent. 2115 is on consent. 2116 on consent. 2117 on consent. 2118 on consent. 2119 is on consent. 2120 on consent. 2121 is on consent. 2122 is on consent. 2123 is on consent. 2124 is on consent. And 2125 is on consent. Okay. I've got water. Just getting ready. Anything needs to be bumped off of the consent calendar? All right, here we go. First one up is item 46, BL 2023-1858 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance amending Title 17 of the Metropolitan Codes by deleting Section 17.32.020B3 and 17.40.510C, adding new language in those sections. Item 47, BL 2023-1866 by Councilmember Sepulveda. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from OR 20 to CS for property located at 5050 Linbar Drive, east of the intersection of Wallace Road and Linbar Drive. Item number 49, BL 2023-1894, Lee, Roten, Withers, and others. Ordinance approving and authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration or its designee accept a donation of real property consisting of 5.08 acres located at 0 Carruthers Road. Item 50, BL 2023-1915 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee, I need microphone.
I'm sorry. 1894 needed to be pulled off of consent.
Okay. All right. Item 49, BL 2023-1894 is being pulled off of consent.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 50 is on consent, BL 2023-1915 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for various properties located at northeast corners of Cleveland Street and Meridian Street. And then the BL 2023-1988 by Councilmember Parker, which can go with 52. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1003 Douglas Avenue, northwest corner of Douglas Avenue and Trevecca Avenue. And then the companion bill, BL 2023-1989, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1988. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Item number 53, BL 2023-2010, Withers, Pulley, Henderson, Sledge, and others. Ordinance amending Metropolitan Code of Law, Section 17.20.140, regarding access management studies. Item number 54 by Bradford, Withers, and Pulley, BL 2023-2030, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to ban existing public water mains, except new public water mains, replacement of existing fire hydrant assemblies, property located at 1 Terminal Drive. Item number 55 by Toombs, BL 2023-2034, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a portion of specific plan, property located at Old Matthews Road, approximately 420 feet north of West Trinity Lane, zone SP. Item number 56 by Councilmember Parker, BL 2023-2035, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a planned unit development overlay, property located at 110 Grizzard Avenue, north of Old Trinity Lane. 57, O'Connell and Sledge, BL 2023-2036. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling an urban design overlay district, property located at 1503, 1509, 1511, 1515, and 1570 McGavick Street, northwest corner of 14th Avenue South, and McGavick Street, zone SP. BL 2023-2037 by Councilmember Murphy. Item number 58. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan on properties located at 109-123 Bosley Springs Road, approximately 530 feet west of Harding Pike, and located within the Harding Town Center Urban Design Overlay District. BL 2023-2038. Item number 59 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RA to SP zoning for properties located at 2500, 2506 Buena Vista Pike and Buena Vista Pike unnumbered. Companion Bill BL 2023-2039, item number 60 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2038. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Item number 61 by Councilmember Murphy, BL 2023-2044. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by planning a contextual overlay district of various properties located along Wyoming Avenue, north of Utah Avenue, south of Idaho Avenue. Item number 62, BL 2023-2045 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 840, 848, and 852 Youngs Lane, approximately 89 feet west of Youngs Lane and Lathan Court. And the companion bill, BL 2023-2046, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2045. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Item number 66, BL 2023-2051 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 for properties located at 0 Manchester Avenue. 67, BL 2023-2052 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to RM20A NS zoning. Properties located at East Trinity Lane, unnumbered at 623 East Trinity Lane. Item number 70, BL 2023-2055 by Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district, property located at 320 44th Avenue North. Next item is item 72. Councilmember Parker, BL 2023-2057, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SP to R6A zoning, property located at 736 Douglas Avenue, approximately 125 feet east of Montgomery Avenue. Item number 73, BL 2023-2058 by O'Connell and Sledge, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from ORI to SP zoning for properties located at 1 and 7 Music City North, Music Circle North, southern corner of Music Circle North and Music Circle East. Item number 74, BL 2023-2059 by Councilmember O'Connell and Sledge, ordinance to authorize building material restriction requirements for BL 2023-2058. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials excuse me, to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Item number 75, BL 2023-2060 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to ORI zoning for a portion of property located at 15th Century Boulevard. Item number 76, BL 2023-2061. Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17, canceling a portion of planned unit development on property located at 25 Century Boulevard and a portion of property located at 15th Century Boulevard. Item number 77, Taylor and Toombs, BL 2023-2062. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RM40 to SP zoning for properties located at 106 Ackland Park Drive and Hillcrest Place unnumbered. The companion bill, BL 2023-2063 by Taylor and Toombs. Ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2062. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. BL 2023-2064, item number 79, Taylor and Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of an urban design overlay for properties located at 106 Ackland Park Drive and Hillcrest Place unnumbered, northeast corner of Hillcrest Place and Ackland Park Drive. Item number 80, BL 2023-2065 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS, IWD, and R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 2180 Nolensville Pike, 2182 Carson Street, southeastern corner of Coleman Street and Carson Street. Companion bill, BL 2023-2066 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance authorized building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-2065. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Item number 82 by Councilmember Toombs, BL 2023-2067. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS 7.5 to RM 15ANS for property located at 2505 White Street Pike. Item number 83, Taylor and Toombs, BL 2023-2070. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 5 to R6A zoning. Property located at 712 27th Avenue North, approximately 256 feet north of Clifton Avenue. Item number 84, BL 2023-2071 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing MUL to SP zoning for property located at 429 Humphrey Street, approximately 100 feet west of Pillow Street. Item number 86 by Taylor and Toombs. BL 2023-2074. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to OR 20A for various properties located along Clifton Avenue, approximately 205 feet east of 26th Avenue North. Next item, item number 89, Lee and Murphy, BL 2023-2077. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A and R15 to RS10 zoning for properties located at 3807, 3817 Hamilton Church Road and Hamilton Church Road unnumbered. Next item is item number 92 by Councilmember Evans, BL 2023-2083. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS 7.5 to SP zoning. Properties located at 1325, 1329, 1333, and 1337 Tulip Grove Road on the east side of Tulip Grove Road. And the companion bill, BL 2023-2084 by Councilmember Evans. Ordinance to authorize building material restriction requirements for BL 2023-2083. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Next item, item 94, BL 2023-2085 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing R2A to SP zoning for properties located at 3654 Hamilton Church Road and Hamilton Church Road unnumbered. And the companion bill, BL 2023-2086 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2085. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Next one is item number 101, BL 2023-2093 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing R2A to MULAN as zoning for properties located at 4037, 4051 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 1,600 feet south of Old Hickory Boulevard. Next item is item number 102, BL 2023-2094, Cash, Allen, and Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district of various properties located along Fairfax Avenue and Barton Avenue. Next item is item number 105, BL 2023-2097 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 to SP zoning for property located at 5629 Valley View Road, approximately 800 feet south of Old Hickory Boulevard. Item number 106 by Councilmember Swope. That's BL 2023-2098. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-2097. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Item number 107, BL 2023-2099 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5, R6, and R8 to RM20A zoning for properties located along Shelby Avenue and South 10th Street. Item number 108, BL 2023-2100 by Councilmember Evans. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from 1 and 2 family residential R15 to specific plan zoning properties located at 200 and 204 Mystic Cape Cove and 206, 219 Mystic Cape Cove. Item number 109, which is the companion bill, BL 2023-2101. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2100. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Next item, 112, BL 2023-2105, Leanne Murphy. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development located at Hamilton Church Road, unnumbered, approximately 335 feet east of South Shore Drive. Item number 113, BL 2023-2106, Syracuse, O'Connell, Pulley, and others. Ordinance amending Metropolitan Code of Laws, Section 9.20.010, limit amplified noise and enhance enforcement in order to ensure adequate public health and safety. Item number 114, BL 2023-2107, Rotenwell, Suara, and others. Ordinance establishing a program for the purpose of providing assistance to low-income elderly residents of the Metropolitan government for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Item number 115, BL 2023-2108, Johnston, Roten, and Suara, and others. Ordinance approving a lease between the Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools and Hispanic Family Foundation for the establishment of an EL enrollment site. Item number 116, Welsh Road in Syracuse and Porterfield, BL 2023-2110, ordinance approving a limited revocable license agreement between the Metropolitan government through the Board of Health and Koshisha Community Development to create, operate, and maintain a non-commercial community garden on the west side of Woodbine Clinic. 117, BL 2023-2111, Roten, Withers, Hurt, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the granting of a temporary overhead line easement, a permanent underground utility easement to Electric Power Board of Metro Nashville and Davidson County. Item number 118, BL 2023-2112, Roten, Withers, Horton, and others, an ordinance approving a Greenway conservation easement and a participation agreement between the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Parks Board and 301 Ben Allen LP for Greenway improvements. BL 2023-2114, Withers, ordinance to amend the GIS system and alley centerline layout for the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County by renaming Forest Avenue between Main Street and North 17th Street to Forest Avenue. That's what it was. Item number 120, BL 2023-2115, Cash, Roten, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance between the conditional approving the conditional abandonment of the public right-of-way of Just Neely Drive between Natchez Trace and 25th Avenue South. 121, BL 2023-2116, Roten, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing abandonment of easement and the acquisition of another easement on the same parcel of property abandoned by Hermitage Avenue, 1st Avenue South, and Peabody Street. Item number 122, BL 2023-2117, Roten and Pulley. Ordinance approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Nedro and Associates to provide flight and burger products, parts, and services. BL 2023 2118, item number 123, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance approving the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon easement rights located at 519 Eldon Street, formerly a portion of Hill Street. Item number 124, BL 2023-2119, Parker, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water mains, horizontal relocation of public water mains, and a doghouse sanitary sewer manhole for 4 properties located at 1505, 1509, 1511, 1513 Dickerson Pike. Item number 125. Bill 2023-2120, Withers and Pulley, ordinance of authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 3 properties located at 1121, 1127 Waller Road, and 3112 Codis Court in Williamson County. Item 126, Bill 2023-2121, Swope, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer manholes and easements for 2 properties located at Old Hickory Boulevard, Unnumbered, and Windy Pine Drive. Bill 2023-2122, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to amend an existing sanitary sewer force main and easements and to accept a new public sanitary sewer force main easements for 6 properties located at Victory Avenue, South 1st Street, Shelby Avenue, Titans Way, Russell Street, and Woodland Street. Item number 128, Bill 2023-2123, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to amend an existing public water main, accept a new public water main fire hydrant assembly for 6 properties located on Sevier Street. Item number 129, BL 2023-2124, Roden and Evans. Ordinance amending ordinance number BL 2013-395, approving an extension of 1 year to the initial term of the cable television franchise of Comcast of Nashville 1 LLC pending completion of the franchise renewal process. And BL 2023-2125, Murphy. Ordinance to amend chapters 10.16, 10.40, 10.44, and 10.72 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to include provider-neutral language. That's it. Does anything need to be bumped off that consent calendar? I'm letting you know that we've got a couple of committee reports due in, and it's also 5 till 12. In 5 minutes, it becomes Mary Jo Wiggins' birthday. Okay. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd also like to point out it's my birthday in 5 minutes as well. Thank you.
Okay, nobody told
So happy birthday to me. Thank you.
Councilmember. All right. I assume it'll be a new day so we can get some more cake. All right. All right. Got committee reports of all that, government operations. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we had BL 2023-1858 and 2106, and both were approved, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. You've got a bunch.
I certainly do, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's see if I can capture them all. So 2023-1858, 1866, 2010, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2051, 2052, 2055, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 64, 65, 66. We're on a roll. 67, then skipping to 70, 71, 74, 77, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, skipping to 2094, 2097, 2098, 2099, 2100, 2101, and 2105. And we approved each of those, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. And I got 1 for transportation infrastructure, assuming it's still on there.
Transportation recommended approval of BL 2023-2010, 9 in favor, 0 against, and a move of approval of the consent agenda.
All right. Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the 3rd reading consent calendar, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, this is the last set of bills. and we've got several coming in. Item number 43, Bill 2022-1399 by Councilmember Hall and O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS-15 to R-15 zoning for 4023 Meadow Road. Councilmember Hall. I know. Is an automatic deferral anyway? Okay. Councilmember Hall, this is a bill that got deferred a long time ago. It's a bill 2022-1399. It's my understanding that pursuant to Rule 43, it gets deferred anyway. Gets deferred one meeting. Okay. So you're going to withdraw? Okay. Yeah, then that's fine. You can do it that way. 43, BL 2022-1399, council member withdraws.
Yes.
Okay. And we're on item 44, BL 2022-1403, the same thing. Allen O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS-15, R-15 zoning. 3826 Fairview Drive. Withdrawn. Councilmember Hall withdraws. Okay. All right. We're on item number 45, BL 2023-1838 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to RM20A zoning for property located at Ewing Drive on numbered southeast corner of Knight Drive and Ewing Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Let's see. It looks like the committee reports are in. You have a substitute ordinance and a late file.
I have a late filed one. Yes. So
Okay.
I need to suspend the rules.
All right. So did this one go to Rules Committee? Councilmember Murphy, it's a late filed substitute on BL 2023-1838.
Womp, womp, womp.
All right. So it doesn't look like it went there.
It should have. I asked for a letter.
Oh, I think it did. I'm sorry. It did. It did. We were good with it. All good. Because she had community meetings and we appreciated it.
All right. So Councilmember Toombs, you're going to need to suspend the rules to get the late filed on.
Move to suspend the rules.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs has moved to suspend the rules to get a late filed amendment on. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules suspended, you're on your late filed substitute.
So the substitute contains several provisions that community members worked on with the developers, such as reducing the number of units to 20, adding sidewalks, working with NDOT for traffic calming, working with WeGo on a potential bus stop, and working on lighting in the area.
Right. So, so you want to move the late file?
Substitute.
All right. So Councilmember Toombs is moving the late file substitute. Properly seconded. Any discussion about the late file substitute? Seeing none, the motion is to approve. Again, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Late file is on. You're on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs is moving for approval of BL 2023-1838 as substituted for passage on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-1838 as substituted for passage on third reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third reading. Okay, next item is item number 48, Councilmember Pulley and Young, Bill 2023-1869. Ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 77, Article 1 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding renewal of entertainment transportation certificates of public necessity and convenience. Councilmember Pulley, you are recognized.
Move the bill to get it on the floor.
Hold on. Okay, so this is BL 2023-1869. You want to move the bill?
I want to move the bill, and then I want to move, I want to discuss an amendment and substitute, so just want to get it on the floor.
So Councilmember Pulley is moving 2023-1869 for passage, properly seconded. You've got an amendment and a substitute.
Yes, sir. Got an amendment and a substitute in the packet. They were timely filed, but this is third reading, so I'm going to have to move to suspend the rules. What I want to do before I do that is I do want to state that I will be moving the amendment and not the substitute. Substitute does contain language in there that sends it back to the council, and we've already weighed in on that, and I don't think the council, the body, has a desire to do that. So I will ask to suspend the rules in order to get the amendment on. We talked about the amendment at the last meeting. There were some legal issues surrounding the arbitrary and capricious nature of the amendment. We've since been able to work through that, and I'm happy to let our legal director, Ms. Darby, weigh in on this, but I understand the legal issues have been cleared up, and we can move forward with that amendment. So,
well, you're going to need to suspend the rules to get the amendment.
I just want to let people know what I'm suspending the rules for.
All right,
I'd move to suspend the rules.
Councilmember Pulley is moving to suspend the rules to get an amendment, because this is third reading and it's not Title 17, to get an amendment on the bill. Is there any objections to suspending the rules to get the amendment before us tonight? I see 3 hands. All right, so the amendment can't come on.
Okay, I'd move approval of the bill unamended.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley is moving BL 2023-1869 for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, the sponsor just said moving the bill as amended. It's not amended, right? It's just the bill?
I did not say that. I said it as unamended.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just the bill. Anything else?
Talking to him?
Okay, we're on the bill. It's BL 2023-1869. Ready to vote? This is on third and final reading. All those in favor of the bill, BL 2023-1869 for pass on third reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third reading. We're on Councilmember Henderson. Here, pick up your microphone.
I'm sorry, sir. I need to abstain on that, please.
No, we have to go on the board. All right, so we're going to need to go on the board on that one then. So, Mr. Clerk. Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, ready? We're voting on, it's a motion to pass Bill 2023-1869 for passage on third reading. It's properly seconded. If you're for the bill, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no, or you can abstain. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Councilmember Suara, Councilmember Stiles. And Councilmember Hurt. Voting on the bill, third reading. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 34, no 0, 1 abstention. Bill passes on third reading. All right, we're on item number 49, BL 2023-1894 by Councilmember Lee, Roten, Withers, and others. Ordinance approving and authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration or his designee to accept a donation of real property consisting of 5.08 acres located at 0 Carruthers Road for the site of a new fire station. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I would like to move approval of this, but I would like to have a brief say.
Okay, so Councilmember Lee is moving approval of this on third reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
This has had a lot of conversation in my community with my constituents. This is land that was given us that we could use for a fire hall. And we have been going back and forth. I've been talking to many people, but I have one important question that I want to put out to legal, I guess, or maybe to the administration. because I've been told several different things, and I want to get it straight, that if we pass this bill and this land is given to us as it is under the language of the bill, does it absolutely have to have a fire hall put on it?
Anybody know? Director Darby?
I understand what it's for, but the question is, does that have to do that if we find something else?
It will have to be used for a fire station, yes, unless presumably we could come back and adopt some new legislation at some point down the road that would allow it to be used for something else, but the donation's being given for a fire station.
Okay, because I was given some other information by some of your people. So then with that being said, Mr. Chair, I would like to defer this. Can I defer this?
Yeah.
Okay, then I move to defer.
Bill 2023-1894, Councilmember Lee is moving to defer that bill. Properly seconded. Discussion on the deferral motion. Councilmember Rutherford.
I want to just make sure that it was clear about Councilmember Lee's question, because I've been involved in this conversation as well, because it's in the Southeast. And that if this land is donated, that the question was answered that it has to be a fire station. It could also just sit there, right? It's not like that suddenly a fire station has to be built there. It could sit there for an indefinite period of time, at which 20 years from now, a fire station could be built. Is that correct?
Yes, I could have been more clear that it needs to be used for a fire station or nothing.
Councilmember Lee.
Okay. So that is fogging this up more, because I think you all know some of the conversation in it. So I'm just going to put this out, and then maybe you can help me clear it up so that I can understand it, break it down to a second grader. So I have a group that is looking for land in other places in the district that they think what we're looking at will fit better. And so we were at first under the concept that if we pass this, then things were going to be in motion and the fire station had to be there. But now I think what I'm hearing is that if we pass it, they can still look for land other places, and if they get something that is good, then the fire station can still go on that.
The acceptance of this property would not preclude you from locating another piece of land for a fire station. But the acceptance of this piece of property, this property would only be able to be used for a fire station, or it could just sit vacant.
Thank you.
But you could find another parcel for another fire station.
That's the question. If it can just sit vacant, that's what I was looking for. So I am sorry, Chair, I don't know how to do this now, but I don't want to defer.
Okay, you can withdraw your motion.
I withdraw the motion to defer, and I'm still moving to pass this then.
All right, so Councilmember Lee is moving to approve Bill 2023-1894 for passage on third reading. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of Bill 2023-1894 for passage on third reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're on the board. All right. All right, so we have to go back. So we're on Bill 2023-1894 for passage on third and final reading. If you're for the bill, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no, or you can abstain. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Okay. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. We're voting on Bill 2023-1894 by Councilmember Lee. Everybody in? Oh, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 31, no 0, 4 abstentions. All right, so the bill passes on third reading. All right, next item is '64. Okay. I've got 64. Okay, next item is Councilmember Parker. Item number 64, Bill 2023-2047. And it has a companion bill. We can take them together, 2048. 2047, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and RS5 to SP zoning of properties located at 110 Grizzard Avenue and 121, 131, and 133 Old Trinity Lane, approximately 450 feet west of Jefferson Pike. And then you've got a companion bill, item 65, BL 2023-2048. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2047. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning for 2047 considered the substitute as well as the bill as substituted. And then for 2048, just the bill itself. And for all of those, we recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute.
All right, on 64. This is on item 64, BL 2023-2047 by Councilmember Parker. He is moving the substitute on that bill. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is to apply the conditions that the Planning Commission put on the project when they approved it.
All right, so Councilmember Parker is moving the substitute on the bill, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the substitute on 2023-2047, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're on your bill as substituted on item 64.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
All right, we can do them together, I think. So Councilmember Parker would move BL 2023-2047 as substituted and BL 2023-2048 for passage on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 64 as substituted and plain on 2023-2048, both pass on third reading. Next item is item number 68. That's by Councilmember O'Connell and Sledge. And there's a companion bill. I think it's both got substitutes. O'Connell and Sledge, BL 2023-2053, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying the Historic Preservation Overlay District to various properties located along 3rd and 4th Avenue North, southwest of Dedrick Street Zone DTC. And the companion bill 2054, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2053. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill, and then I guess we'll comment once substituted.
All right, so let's get committee reports. Let's do them one at a time.
Sorry, yeah, committee reports.
2023-2053, committee reports, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee considered BL 2023-2053 as well as the substitute. We recommended approval of the substitute and the bill as substituted, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell, on the first one, BL 2023-2053.
Thank you. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved the substitute on 2053, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. After considerable discussion and review with multiple property owners on some of the boundaries, we continue to discuss with Metro Historic and found that we could probably, without damaging the integrity of the overall overlay here, remove some properties, and then also we included some forward-looking language here, speaking to concerns that we heard at the public hearing, where there are some property owners within the proposed overlay boundary who would like to see some adjustments made to the bonus height program that involve transfer of development rights and other opportunities to secure entitlements that would actually enable appropriate redevelopment under the terms of the downtown code. So hoping that this gets revisited swiftly in the next term.
So Councilmember O'Connell is moving the substitute on 2023-2053, properly seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You're on 2023-2053 as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval as substituted with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving approval of 2023-2053 as substituted for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. If we look from this room to the southwest corner of Public Square, you see from the intersection of 3rd Avenue North and Union, if you look down 3rd, you're looking in between the Stallman and Hotel Indigo. Just past those buildings are two other historic buildings. There's a old Federal Reserve Bank building, and on one side of the street in Cash and Ore on the other side. And both those projects actually recently went through an entitlement increase process that prompted a look down the street and across to 4th through the alleys to get to the arcade. And so we had been looking at ways to preserve character here and basically negotiated a couple of years ago a proposed expansion of an existing historic preservation overlay. Indigo Dream Hotel, which took advantage of some credits through the MDHA process. There are a lot of very good stewards of properties in this area, but we also had a lot of long vacant or underused properties, and I think there is an opportunity here to have a character-driven approach to redevelopment along the lines of what you're seeing with the arcade, so that someday you can move from Representative John Lewis Way through the arcade, through Bankers Alley, and eventually through Butler's Run, and explore through a boutique hotel district with Printers Alley kind of linking everything up. A lot of great urban alleyways in a historic district that is not along Broadway, but gets you from the river to an arts district. And that's the point of this overlay, and encourage colleagues to support.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving 2023-2053 as substitute for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2023-2053 as substitute for passage on third reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on third reading. You're on now on your companion bill, which is Bill 2023-2054. I'll read again. O'Connell, Sledge, and Hancock, ordinance to authorize building restrictions and requirements for Bill 2023-2053. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
You've got to get a committee report.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee considered Bill 2023-2054 as well as the substitute, and we recommended the substitute and the bill as substituted, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you got a substitute on this one too.
Yes, thank you, and I would like to move the substitute.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connell moves the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you.
I'd like to move the bill as substituted, please.
All right, we got to get the substitute on first.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So explanation of the substitute.
The substitute simply reduces the footprint of the overlay.
Okay. All right, so you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Any questions about the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. Now you're on your bill as substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval as substituted.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving Bill 2023-2054 as substitute for pass on third and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill 2054 as substituted for pass on third reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we're on item 71, BL 2023-2056 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance amendment Title 17 by change from IWD to MUGNS, probably located at 501 Main Street Drive, north of the intersection Main Street Drive and Great Circle Road. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Our favorite planning and zoning, Mr. Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee considered BL 2023-2056. There is an amendment. We recommended approval of the amendment and the bill as amended, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, Councilmember Toombs is moving the amendment on 2056, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
It's a amendment from planning staff to add a sidewalk requirement.
All right, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs moves for approval of 2056 as amended for pass on third and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on BL 2023-2056 as amended for pass on third reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we're on 85 by Councilmember Toombs, BL 2023-2072 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing IWD to MUGNS for property located at 210 Athens Way. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered Ordinance BL 2023-2072. There is an amendment which is identical to the other one, which is that it adds a sidewalk requirement at the recommendation of planning staff. The Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval of that amendment and the bill as amended, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the amendment.
Councilmember Toombs is moving the amendment. You've heard an explanation, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of 2072 as amended for pass on third reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say of the bill for pass on third reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on third reading. I've got item number 87, Bill 2023-2075 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from SP to MULANS for properties located at 1108, 1110, 1114 4th Avenue South. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered BL 2023-2075. There is an amendment. We recommended approval of the amendment, pardon me, and the bill as amended, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll move the bill and the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge is moving an amendment to 2075, properly seconded. Discussion of the amendment.
Same as the amendments that Councilmember Toombs had. It's for sidewalks.
Okay. You've heard an explanation of the amendment. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Move approval.
Councilmember Sledge moves 2075 as amended for pass on third reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-2075 as amended for pass on third and final reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on third and final reading. Number 88, BL 2023-2076 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing IWD to MUGNS for property located at 540 Main Street Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered Ordinance BL 2023-2076. There is an amendment. Our committee recommended approval of the amendment and the bill as amended, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, back to you.
I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs moves the amendment on 2076, properly seconded. Thinks it's the same amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Any opposition say no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs moves for approval of BL 2023-2076 as amended for pass on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-2076 as amended for pass on third reading say aye. Opposed, no. That bill passes on third reading. Next one is BL 2023-2078. It's item number 90 and 91. This is by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing MUGA and IWD to SP for properties located at 690, 1106, 1130, and 1400 Davidson Street, approximately 730 feet east of South 6th Street. That's item number 90. The companion bill is item number 91, BL 2023-2079 by Withers. Ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2078. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of building. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized on your two bills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I'll go ahead and get my own committee report.
All right, you can do your own committee report.
So the Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered ordinance BL 2023-2078, as well as 2079. On 2078, there is an amendment. And we recommended approval of the amendment, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We recommended 2078 as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And the reason for that is that another member joined us at that point in the discussion. And then for 2079, we recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Withers, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to, move the bill for discussion, but would like to add the amendment.
All right, so we're on item number 90, Bill 2023-2078. Councilmember Withers is moving an amendment to that bill. Proper motion, proper second. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. The amendment, which is in your packet, as well as linked on the agenda, this is overall, and I'll get to the bill itself a little bit later, but this overall is something that I've had a lot of discussion with the community about since January at a lengthy series of meetings. This item has been, was considered by the Planning Commission, where it was recommended for approval unanimously. I did have an additional community meeting and have had additional follow-ups with the Shelby Hills Neighborhood Association's board. And so this amendment captures a few additional conditions from that additional discussion following the Planning Commission recommendation of approval. One of those is that obviously this is a very large site and it will require a lot of demolition of warehouse buildings and then construction. So one of the additional conditions pertains to the construction scheduling. We don't know what that is yet, but it's a requirement that the project team work with the neighborhood association, provide a timeline for construction. When that does begin, it will be in phases, that they provide a construction parking plan, which we know is also important, as well as it requires the creation of a website to provide updates on the construction schedule so that folks can check that at their convenience. It provides an additional condition that the developer work with WeGo to encourage participation in the Easy Ride plan. This is an area where MDHA and the Martha O'Brien Center and myself, we have been really advocating for many years now to try to get additional bus service further into the interior of the neighborhood. It's not there yet, but obviously adding a very large number of housing units would help to make that feasible. And so I put in a condition that the developer shall work with WeGo to encourage those Easy Ride participation. Finally, another item that has been a consistent matter of discussion in the community is traffic on South 12th Street as well as South 14th Street. Those have been consistent concerns actually for several years, just as development has kind of gone on in the neighborhood. And so the final condition that I added in the amendment is that the developer shall work with NDOT to identify and install appropriate traffic calming measures along South 12th Street and South 14th Street between Shelby Avenue and Davidson Street at the developer's expense. So those are some additional things that I thought it was appropriate to add to the amendment and request approval of the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Withers is requesting a approval of an amendment to BL 2023-2078. Again, it was properly seconded, and you've heard the explanation. Any questions about the amendment? Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. And thanks to colleagues. And I do want to thank, we do have several neighbors who are here tonight. Again, I've had a lengthy series of community meetings. Many of these neighbors have participated in some or all of them, and I appreciate everyone's participation in that series, including those who are here tonight. Obviously, folks, if they're going to stay past midnight, they really care about their neighborhood, and I think that's genuine, and really want to thank them for their participation, which has already led to some modifications to this project over the course of those discussions that we've had since January. Very quickly, when Nashville Next was adopted in 2015, this particular area, Davidson Street, had a T5 mixed-use policy, which is like a midtown policy. Most of the rest of District 6 is a T4 or a T3 urban or suburban neighborhood. It's not feasible to build housing that would typically fit in a T4 neighborhood in an area that is primarily industrial warehouses and also has some other site constraints. So that seems to be the primary reason why the T5 policy was set. The thing about the T5 policy is that it does support, in addition to intense mixed uses, buildings that are very, very tall. That is part of the policy, but depending on context and figuring out what that context is has been a very lengthy discussion between myself and the neighbors, as well as between Metro Planning and Metro Parks. And so generally speaking, what we have gotten to is I had a series of meetings beginning in January that went all through February. I believe in Councilmember O'Connell was able to join us at one of those, but a little bit just of a visioning for the area overall to see what people wanted. And the number one thing that people wanted to see along Davidson Street was public access to the river and open spaces and trees and greenery. And it's difficult to do that in a dense mixed-use setting. And so the way to do that, which has always been discussed as a possibility, is to take the same amount of square footage for the area where the greatest height is being discussed. We're taking the same amount of square footage that could be built under current entitlements and stacking it up a little bit higher in order to create those open spaces. And that's always been a possibility, although we haven't always known what that would look like. So that discussion has resulted in significant reduction, in particular where this project is closer to houses. When this was submitted, it was 12 and 8 stories. In that area, that has been reduced consistently to 7. And then even in the area where some of the taller buildings are, we do have one building at the far west end closest to downtown that's farthest away from houses that remains at 20, but even the section immediately next to that, we've reduced that height. And so what's been discussed this whole time is that by maintaining the same floor area ratio but stacking it differently, if you lower the height, the buildings themselves get wider, and then you lose that open space and impervious surface area that's so important for the environmental concerns that folks have.
Right. You're ready to, you want to move your bill as amended for passage?
I do want to move it as amended. I do know some colleagues have some questions, and if it's okay, I want to give them an opportunity to ask those questions, sure. And then if I can just respond to those.
All right. So Councilmember Withers is moving Bill 2023-2078 as amended for passage on third and final reading. Properly seconded. There are people in the queue. Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Withers. I'm one of those people that have been sending him questions as I receive them, since we cannot talk to each other directly. So I wanted to make sure that folks have the opportunity to get the responses to those questions. And so one of the questions that is on here is that there's a question about if the developer conducted an archaeological, I guess it's supposed to be survey instead of surgery, and if not, what is the rush in passing the bill now and not wait for that particular one? The second question is that, yes, this is increasing housing stock, and we have a lot of housing, but are this property affordable, right? Is this something that people in the area will be able to afford? I mean, adding the building, but that people cannot afford to live in, it's a different thing entirely. So that's the other question. And then the final question, which is one that I find in almost all the emails that I get, comes back to the height. A lot of people said they do not object to having the development, but they still feel like the height is something that most people, at least the ones that contacted me, are not open to. So if you could address, we've reduced those in the front. What about the ones still in the back? And they go lower than 20 stories at this point, at least to be able to make sure the community have their voice. So Thank you.
Okay, sure. First of all, for the archaeology, if I can address that very quickly. Again, we've had discussion for this area all the way since January. We've had 12 community meetings of various sizes and various locations, mixed it up so different people could attend them in different settings. So the archaeology came very, very late at that request. It was not mentioned, for instance, at the Planning Commission. It was brought up. Mr. Wilkinson and I did spend quite a bit of time on Thursday and Friday speaking with the Metro Historical Commission director as well as the archaeologist for Metro. And while it is generally true that there has been a history of indigenous populations in this area generally, there is nothing on record that indicates that there is anything specific on this particular site that would warrant an archaeological survey per se. In our discussions with Director Walker, one of the facets that he did discuss is that because this is along the riverfront, it will require Army Corps of Engineer review. And so at that point in time, Director Walker believes that they would be able to work with archaeological surveys at the same time that they're working with the Army Corps of Engineers and other regulatory agencies for any excavations there. So Director Walker believes that they can survey it there, but there is nothing that is on file that the archaeologist has on this particular site that would warrant an archaeological survey. So that's number one. Number two, affordability, as was discussed in our committee yesterday, when the state preempted us for inclusionary housing, we are not able to condition a zone change on affordability. I will point out, though, as well, that in order to apply for potential future affordable housing, they have to have the zoning already in place. And so it's not to say that that is completely out of the question. It's just that we're not able to condition a zone change on affordability. And then again, for the height, I mean, this is kind of what I come down to is, again, only the portion that is furthest away from houses and closest to downtown remains at 20. The next phase we dropped, some of the neighbors said they're okay with 15. Even as it begins to get a little bit closer, we've dropped it down to 15 at that level as a max. Then it goes down to 7. And then for the rest of the way out, where it's across the street, literally from houses, it's at 7. We did have an email from one of the neighbors, the very, very first house, if you're coming down Davidson from Shelby Park, that neighbor sent an email. I know we get a lot of correspondence, but who lives at that house, who's wrote a very kind email that was enthusiastically in support of this project, and he believes that it's a benefit even though it's directly across from his house. So I believe, again, that if we reduce the height, what happens is that you either make the buildings wider, which means that you're losing that open space, which is what the community wanted and also necessary for the water treatment that we hope to have. But you're also potentially at that point, if you reduce height, you're losing housing.
Councilmember Sawar.
Thank you. Just a question on the archaeological survey. So if a project is approved or it gets started and then the Army Corps comes in and find out that an archaeological survey is needed and something is in there, then what happens?
If that happens, there are already state state regulations that are in place. If any remains or things like that are found, that is already protected by state law in terms of what that procedure is.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to, I am tired, as I said earlier. Having a hard time standing up here. Councilmember Withers has done a great job engaging with the community on this. As an East Nashville council member and someone who used to live on 8th and Woodland, not far from here, this is an area that's near and dear to me. I've lived in East Nashville since 1999 and Inglewood. And so this area is definitely not being put to its highest and best use right now. It is industrial, it's on the river. It is, an excellent spot for some housing density. Yesterday, I was in the planning committee for a bill that I've got coming up in a few minutes, and all of the questions that I've heard from the community were answered. And, the big thing about that we know that I'm not sure if the public has a good understanding of or a full understanding of is that land use is what the planning is about. But when it comes to things like affordability, since we are restricted by state law, we've found other ways to put that in place, but we can't do that until we get land use policy or a specific plan in this case put in place. So just this year, Councilmember Allen and I sponsored, and she did all the heavy lifting on the bill for the mixed income payment in lieu of taxes program, which is a phenomenal way. It's something I'm going to be working on in South Inglewood with a big SP that I've got there. That's an excellent way, once the plans are approved, for a developer to go after as low as 50% AMI housing units, apartment units. And this, to me, when you've got density like this, is the type of development where that makes sense. And I would hope that the next council member and the city and the Affordable Housing Office within the planning department would work with them to try to achieve affordable units. So I have heard, I think we all have, that there is support, there is opposition. The concerns about the opposition, I think, have been addressed. And, you know, the proximity to downtown, the East Bank, the interstate, additional transit coming, you know, I just think that this is the right place for us to have housing density. So I'm supportive of this as an East Nashville area council member. It's an area that, you know, if you live in Bellevue, you might not be familiar with this spot, but don't mean to pick on District 35, but, you know, this is a great location right next to downtown, and I think it's well thought out in the way that it scales down as it gets closer to the park. I also think about cities like, just a city like Louisville, where there's a walk along the river, and it's just a great experience to have that space near the river to walk and enjoy and activate the riverbank, which is what people have told us again and again and again that they want us to do as a city. So I'm supportive of this, and I would be glad to answer any questions, but I think Councilmember Withers has done a great job with this. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Withers, nobody else in the queue?
If there are no other questions from colleagues, like I said, I know this is a big change. It certainly is. We've heard a lot about it. Want to make sure that folks feel comfortable with this, but if there are no other questions, I'm ready to renew my motion to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Withers is moving approval of BL 2023-2078 as amended for passes on third and final reading. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-2078 as amended for pass on third reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Councilmember Porterfield, you have to abstain? Wait a minute, no. What are you telling me?
I just voted no.
Oh, you voted no? Okay. Okay. All right. So we are on the board.
I think I'm the only one, Vice Mayor. Do we have to go on the board?
Yes. Right. We are voting on BL 2023-2078 as amended for pass on third and final reading. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. If you're for the bill, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. We're voting on BL 2023-2078 by Councilmember Withers. Everybody's in? Okay. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 26, noes 2, 5 abstentions. The bill passes on third reading. Okay. We are now on item number 91, Bill 2023-2079. That's the companion bill by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for Bill 2023-2078. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on that bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. If I can give my own committee report.
I think we got it. 6-0.
Yeah,
you gave it
right.
before. All right. So you're on your bill.
I would like to move approval.
All right. So Councilmember Withers is moving approval of Bill 2023-2079 for pass on third reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? This is the companion bill. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2023-2079 for pass on third reading, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third and final reading. Okay. We are on item number 96 by Councilmember Withers, and it's also got in the companion bill. Bill 2023-2087 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from MUGA to SP for property located at 800 Main Street, approximately 210 feet west of South 9th Street, located in the Gallatin Pike Urban Design Overlay District and East Bank Redevelopment District. And then the companion bill, Bill 2023-2088 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to authorize building material restriction requirements for Bill 2023-2087. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. If I can go ahead and give the committee report.
All right, that's fine.
For 2023-2087, we do have an amendment. I do have an amendment. The Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval of the amendment, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then for that one, this is another one where we had a member join us. For the companion bill, it was 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, that's on 2088. Okay, we're back on BL 2023-2087. You have an amendment.
Yep. So I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right. So Councilor Withers is moving an amendment to BL 2023-2087. Proper motion, properly seconded. Back to you for a discussion on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is another one where this is a property that already had MUGA zoning. I'd worked with the applicant to put an SP in place, which went before the Planning Commission, was approved there. I did have an additional community meeting to address some concerns that were raised at the Planning Commission, and this amendment captures some additional conditions that resulted from that additional community meeting that I had. Some of those include a lot of, honestly, colleagues, a lot of the concerns related to blasting. This is a large site that has a lot of topographical change. There will be blasting that's likely required for excavation. And so a lot of the conditions really are about blasting, that it requires a certain amount of notice, not only for the residents, but for any church, school, or daycare within a certain radius. In addition, I have once again placed a condition that the developer shall work with WeGo for the Easy Ride passes. This is along the number 56 Gallatin bus line, so that would be a perfect place for folks to be taking the bus. A lot of times on the Woodland Street frontage in particular, we are having more and more businesses that are opening and having amplified music on outdoor patios. And so one of the additional conditions that I've added is that there will be placed a time limit for any outdoor amplified music or noise on the Main Street frontage. But for the Woodland Street frontage, the businesses that are there are not allowed to have outdoor amplification equipment at all. And then finally, while not all details are determined, this is primarily residential. Once again, it's MEGA, which allows short-term rentals. The SP itself eliminates short-term rentals, allowed about 375 housing units, but it will include some retail. And so the final condition that I added was that the developer shall provide easily accessible parking for the retail uses on the site. And obviously that'll be worked out in addition. So again, all of these conditions that I've added, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, all arose from that additional community meeting that I had with neighbors, and I would request approval of the amendment.
All right. right, so Councilmember Withers is moving approval of the amendment to 2087, again, properly seconded. A discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Thank you for that, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval of the bill as amended.
All right, so Councilmember Withers is moving approval of BL 2023-2087 as amended for passage on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-2087 passed on third and final reading as amended, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third and final reading as amended. And Councilmember Withers, you've got the companion bill, BL 2023-2088, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2087. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricting the construction of buildings. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I've already given the committee report of 6 in favor, 0 against. So this is just a companion bill and would move approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Withers moves for approval of BL 2023-2088 for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill passing on third reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on Councilmember Hauser's bills. Councilmember Mendez has to abstain on both of these. This is 98 and 99. Bill 2023-2089 by Councilmember Hauser. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 and R15 to SP zoning for properties located at 7456 and 7460 Charlotte Pike and 7481 Sawyer Brown Road. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
Yes, committee reports, please.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For BL 2023-2089, the Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval of the amendment as well as the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
Yes, and just a brief explanation of the amendment. This was simply because there was a clerical error, and Matt, you may want to speak to this.
The amendment just corrects the SP plans. The wrong plans were attached to the original bill.
Okay.
The wrong plan was originally attached to it for second reading, so that's all the amendment is putting the correct plan.
All right, so Councilmember Hauser is moving the amendment, properly seconded. You've heard an explanation of the amendment. Any questions about the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
I ask for approval of the bill as amended.
All right, so Councilmember Hauser is moving approval of BL 2023-2089 as amended for pass on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on it? If I read the caption. I want to make sure I read the caption just to make sure we've got it. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing R40 and R15 SP zoning for properties located at 7456, 7460 Charlotte Pike, 7481 Sawyer Brown Road. All right, so Councilmember Hauser is moving for approval of 2023-2089 as amended for passage on third and final reading. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill 2089?
Aye.
Oh, because it's an abstention. Okay, we're on the board. Thank you. We're going on the board on this one because we've got an abstention on it. Okay, ready? Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. We're voting on BL 2023-2089 as amended. Councilmember Hauser. This is for passage on third and final reading. Okay. Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Hancock, Councilmember Vercher. Anybody else? Hancock and Evans. Councilmember Evans is, where is she? Oh. You're not voting. Okay. Everybody in? All right. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 33, no 0, 1 abstention. Okay, bill passes on third and final reading. The next one is Councilmember Hauser. You've got your companion bill, BL 2023-2090, ordinance authorizing building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-2089. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Hauser, you are recognized.
Yes, a committee report, please, from planning.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers. This is the companion bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For Bill 2023-2090, Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
Yes, I ask for approval, please.
Okay, Councilmember Hauser is moving approval of BL 2023-2090, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill for passage on third and final reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on third and final reading. Okay. Item number 100. By Councilmember Rosenberg, BL 2023-2091, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending specific plan for property located at 8033 Highway 100, approximately 95 feet west of Temple Road. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
All right. Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For Bill 2023-2091, the Planning and Zoning Committee considered the amendment as well as the bill as amended and recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the amendment, please.
Councilmember Rosenberg is moving an amendment to BL 2023-2091. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
It just adds a couple extra restrictions, traffic study, and some architectural aspects.
Okay. You've heard the amendment. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval of the Wawa bill.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg is moving approval of BL 2023-2091 as amended for pass on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill as amended for pass on third reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third and final reading. All right. We are now on Councilmember Benedict. These are your two bills. Item 103 and 104, these will become disapproved bills. BL 2023-2095, let's take them separately. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS, MULA, and RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 4102 Gallatin Pike. 1103 McAlpine Avenue unnumbered. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized on that bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill.
You got a committee report, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We did have a discussion about this one in the Planning and Zoning Committee, acknowledging that the amendment did make it a disapproved bill. However, our committee did recommend approval of the bill, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you. So should I speak to this? This is going to have to be presented, right? Or not?
No, we don't show slides. It's just going to have to go on the board.
Great, perfect. So this is a 34-unit development on Gallatin Pike. It's a couple of acres of land, and we've been working on this since last October. We've had a couple of community meetings. We've had a lot of feedback, and the reason why this is a disapproved bill is last second reading, I put an amendment on the bill that removes an alley. There's an alley that NDOT and planning want, and it's just a one-way alley that they wanted put in about 90 feet off of Gallatin Pike. The main entrance and exit for this is already on Gallatin Pike. And to put that alley in would require removing 3 big trees. There's already trees. It's mostly a field, but so we're not going to lose a lot of the tree canopy there, but we are going to lose some. And these are 3 huge, good native trees that we wouldn't want to lose in that location. The other thing, the reason why the neighbors wanted to make sure that the alley was not put in place is because it would put more traffic on McAlpine. McAlpine is the second most dangerous street in the neighborhood street traffic calming program in District 7. In fact, it was attached to the budget with the surplus funds NDOT exhibit that was attached. So let's just go with it, I hear. So with that, I would ask for everyone to approve. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Benedict is moving for approval of BL 2023-2095 for pass on third and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just wanted to rise in support of this. I know Councilmember Benedict had a lot of feedback that I was able to see and really has been working to address that. With the entrance on Gallatin, it's not an entrance that would be going away, unfortunately. I know a lot of times we don't like to have entrances on or curb cuts on the arterials, but there's not really a likely scenario where that would ever go away. And so since that is the case, introducing a new curb cut onto McAlpine doesn't make sense. And as Councilmember Benedict mentioned, it also helps to preserve some trees, which is important. I know we're getting close to the end of the night, but because this is disapproved, Councilmember Benedict does need 27 votes. Just want to again remind folks that if this were not to pass with 27 votes, we would essentially revert to base zoning on this, which is we would lose a lot of that work that Councilmember Benedict has done with that. So really want to encourage folks to consider supporting Councilmember Benedict on this one.
All right. Other discussion on this bill? All right, seeing none, we are getting ready to vote on BL 2023-2095 for pass on third and final reading. We're on the board. It's a disapproved bill, so it's going to require 27 votes. Mr. Clerk? Ready to go? All right, we are voting on BL 2023-2095 for pass on third and final reading. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 34, no 0, 1 abstention. Bill passes on third reading. Okay. We're on the companion bill, which is item number 104 by Councilmember Benedict, BL 2023-2096, ordinance authorizing building material restrictions, requirements for BL 2023-2095. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to restrict in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized on that bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Planning and zoning recommend approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Councilmember Benedict.
Move approval.
Councilmember Benedict moves for approval of 2096 for pass on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that bill? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-2096 for pass on third and final reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, I think we've got 2 bills left. Item number 110 by Councilmember Gamble, BL 2023-2103. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to MUNA-NS for property located at 1259 Dickerson Pike. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered BL 2023-2103. We recommended approval of the amendment as well as the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment.
Councilmember Gamble moves the amendment to 2103, properly seconded. Discussion of the amendment?
Yes, this amendment adds a sidewalk requirement.
Yeah, it's a sidewalk requirement. Any discussion on the requirement on the sidewalk requirement? Seeing none, we're ready for the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Move as amended.
Councilmember Gamble moves BL 2023-2103 as amended for pass on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-2103 as amended for pass on third and final reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on third and final reading. And it looks like, is this the last one? Item 111, BL 2023-2104 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 and CS to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 7210, 7214, 7220 Old Charlotte Pike, approximately 225 feet west of Charlotte Pike, 2.9 acres. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, for my final committee report ever. The Planning and Zoning Committee considered BL 2023-2104. We recommended approval of the substitute as well as the bill as substituted, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on
Thank
your...
you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the amendment, please.
Or your substitute? So is it a
substitute?
Councilmember Rosenberg moves the substitute, properly seconded. Explanation of the substitute.
This changes it to a regulatory SP. It just removes some allowed uses under the proposed zoning.
All right. I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Sledge on the bill. All right. Councilmember, anybody else on the bill, on the amendment, on the substitute? I'm sorry. All right. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for the VFW. I think that maybe I should explain a little bit of the background of this property and actually the history of Bellevue in general. It's very fascinating. It doesn't cover that long. I should be able to do it in 20 minutes or so, but I guess I'll let everyone else be smart asses now. I move approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve BL 2023-2104 to pass on third and final reading as substitute. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was a little disappointed that this bill did not have an aerial encroachment attached to it, and I'd like to offer the sponsor my willingness to suspend the rules to get an aerial encroachment on it as a on-the-floor amendment.
Councilmember Vercher.
I don't want to speak on the bill.
All right.
I mean, what are we doing?
All right, we're on the bill.
Okay. Will you come back to me for personal point of privilege afterwards, Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Murphy on the bill.
I just wanted to get a detailed understanding of what would be going on here, please. Oh, and I'd like to make a motion for the Murphy rule for all of us to be co-sponsors.
Councilmember Rosenberg. All right. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to understand if the Bellevue council member is trying to make it East Nashville out there.
All right. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
Previous question. All right. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question. We are on the bill as substituted, BL 2023-2104, as substituted. All those in favor of BL 2023-2104 as substituted say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The bill as substitute passes on third and final reading. I've got a couple of people who wanted to be recognized. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. It is an honor and a privilege to stand here and to say to my friend who I've known for about 10 years or so now, thank you for your leadership and for your service over your 16 years to the Metro Council. You are the ultimate public servant. I know you always try to do what you feel is right, and I appreciate your service. And on behalf of the entire council, we appreciate your service, and I'd like my colleagues to join me in a round of applause for our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I, too, would like to thank you for your 17 years of service to Nashville and Davidson County. That's 8 years as a District 25 council member, 4 years at large, and 5 years as our vice mayor. Nelson Mandela stated, "There can be no greater gift than that of giving one's time and energy to others. And that's what you've done, Vice Mayor. I know oftentimes you sit in that chair and you criticize whether it's founded or unfounded, but you took the oath. And I want to say, just on behalf of my experience with you, I really appreciated everything that you've done, coming out to District 28, sitting in neighbors' homes, coming out to the community cleanups. It really meant a lot. And when our community experienced the tragedies that they experienced, you was always there. So just want to salute you, Vice Mayor, and just wish you the best, and maybe you can get some rest after tonight, because I'm back here with toothpicks holding my eyes up. And just want to say just a real heartfelt thank you for the service that you've done in serving the city of Nashville. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, last one. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I might add that you are the most thankless servant among us. You've been a friend, a confidant, a trusted colleague to everybody in this room, at least for 4 years, but some of us for much longer. And on the final night, I very much appreciate the honor you're giving me. I get to sign us out for this entire term, and I would make a motion to adjourn, sine die. Sine die.
Proper second. All in favor of the motion to adjourn sine die, say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned, sine die.
And so at about 1:15 in the morning, on Wednesday morning, the council has concluded a 4-year term, adjourning sine die. That means in Latin for good, unless there's some kind of emergency and a need for a special meeting. The council has concluded its business. It was close to a 5 hour and 40-minute meeting tonight. Actually, the council usually starts at 6:30, but it was starting about an hour late because the committee meetings before that ran long. Then they had some other things to come up, so the council didn't quite get started on time. But I suppose it's only fitting that the last meeting of this term would be after midnight in the wee hours of the morning. There have been so many nights with this particular council to deal with that, particularly during the pandemic. The council did begin its evening with Mayor John Cooper coming in to speak to the council. He's spoken to the council several times outside of the normal time when he comes in here with budget presentations or with the State of Metro address. But he came and talked about the okay, the council's in the process of taking a group picture. If that's what everybody, there'll be a little bit of a stage managing. I'm sure getting that done. The mayor talked a lot about the challenging and the historic things that they did over the last 4 years, despite some rather challenging situations what's been going on with bombings, the pandemic, and all the other natural health issues they had to deal with in terms of tornadoes and things like that. The council also considered 13 appointments and reappointments to various Metro boards and commissions made by the mayor tonight. Approved all of them except for one appointment to the hospital authority. There was some concerns that perhaps that wasn't the right mix for some council members. So the vote to accept that wound up as a tie at 18-18. The vice mayor did not break that tie because it needed 21 votes to pass to be approved, and so his vote, whether it was going to vote for it or against it, would have made no difference. So that particular nomination was not approved. All the others will go on to serve multi-year terms as volunteers on those boards. The council, on the biggest news perhaps tonight, they approved by a vote of 24 for, 14 against with one abstention to continue license plate reader technology being used by the Metro Police Department as a crime-fighting tool. This followed a 6-month pilot program. The effort has been from the beginning and remains quite controversial, especially after a report by the Metro Police that saw the results would be helpful. City's Community Oversight Board, many other community organizations and others did not like the idea. Let's talk about not enough guardrails being in it. So there wasn't enough guardrails in it to move forward. And so after some debate and a couple of attempts to turn off or cut off the debate. That didn't happen. And finally, the council did vote in favor. After trying to defer it, the vote was just reversed, and what the vote to be against deferral actually was just about reversed to approve it. And the resolution now goes down. This is not the end of this, and the new council will have to go through the rest of this once we go through a procurement process and a contract process, whoever's going to operate the program for Metro. So there's more to be done with this by the new mayor and new council on this, but this is where they're going forward at this point. Now, there was a threat made this week by members of the state legislature, some of the Republican leaders up there, that if Nashville did not go with a license plate readers program, the state might mandate it. There's still some people in the council who think that may still happen because there are some limitations in what Metro allows it to be done that perhaps the state legislature won't like. So again, we may be opening yet another chapter in the ongoing feud between the state and Metro government. One of the resolutions that the council decided to indefinitely defer tonight was again an understanding between the memorandum of understanding between the United States Department of Homeland Security and the Metro government. It would allow the city to participate in the E-Verify program, which has been often a controversial program regarding immigrants and undocumented individuals in the country. But this council decided to not want to deal with that again and definitely defer to the idea of having an understanding moving forward on that. The council did approve 3 previously deferred resolutions, which would put almost $800,000 in grants to 3 local nonprofits for violence intervention services and community safety programs. The largest grant was for $750,000 to the Why We Can't Wait group. There's also 2 other late filed resolutions for the council to approve additional, much smaller community safety grants. The council had to suspend the rules to do that, but they did do that tonight. Council also approved a resolution to approve $19.5 million in American Rescue Funds to allow the Community Foundation to administer the Housing Catalyst Fund, which is a loan fund dedicated to the creation and preservation of affordable and workforce housing in Davidson County. The council approved a number of memorializing resolutions tonight, as they often do. There was one they rejected tonight. It was one that requested the Nashville Department of Transportation to install signage to discourage panhandling and encourage charitable giving. A lot of councilmen didn't like that particular idea. So there's only 5 council members who voted for that, 27 who voted against it, and 3 who abstained. Council also considered a late resolution and approved it tonight, honoring the late Father Charles Strobel, who founded the Room in the Inn program, provides shelter and other services to the homeless. The resolution endorses and approves a recommendation made by Mayor John Cooper to honor the legacy of Father Strobel by naming the city's first permanent supportive housing center, which will be named after that. Should be opening up sometime in the spring. The resolution was late filed, so again, the council had to approve that without any dissent, and they did that. They also suspended the rules in order to approve a memorializing resolution that recognizes Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. On third reading bills tonight, the council gave final approval to a bill that would set up rules and regulations regarding the renewal of entertainment transportation certificates for party buses and other entertainment transportation vehicles downtown. Based on public need and safety, the city's transportation licensing board could have reduced the number of permits if they didn't can do that now that this bill is passed. This matter has always been controversial, and tonight actually it went through on consent counter. So for right now, there was not controversy on this tonight. It goes on now to Mayor Cooper for his signature. Another final third reading bill helped to clarify all types of amplified music. Live music in particular must be limited to certain decibels to ensure adequate public health and safety. The big change that was made in this that got everybody on board about it was to make sure that what happens is that for the indoor music speakers be pointed indoors, not pointed outdoors, because apparently doing that, particularly down on the Broadway area, was creating such a din of music that the police couldn't hear what was going on out in the street, including some gunshots that went off. So once everybody got on board, the bill passed again tonight on a general. I think it passed on the consent calendar. The council, as we said, is now in recess sine die. The rest of the council, 33 seats of this 40-member council have already been filled through the August 3rd election. We have 4 more seats to be filled on the at-large, on the 5 at-large members, and we have 3 district council races runoffs being held on the September 14th runoff. Once that's done, the bill and the election is certified, then probably sometime in late September there will be some kind of swearing-in ceremony, sort of a bring the family and friends thing here to the courthouse, and there'll be no business conducted that night. So the next meeting of the council, when the new council, when they come into business, will be on the first Tuesday in October. That'll be October the 3rd. Metro Nashville Network will be here at that time to provide live coverage. I will not be here. It was announced tonight by Vice Mayor Shulman that this is my last broadcast. I'm deciding to move on after this. That it didn't feel like I could take another 4 years of the late night hours, quite frankly. The Metro Nashville Network will be here on October 3rd to provide live coverage. And I'll say one more time, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Thank you.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.